Well, welcome back to class, everybody, for the first time in 2026, the class of Caterham. It's great to have you all along, and I expect complete obedience this year from you all. Mr. Goldstein in particular, you need to go see the hairdresser and get that haircut. It's terrible. Go see the headmistress. Right, quick roll call for everybody here, if we can, please. Do we have here the classic touring cars?
Here, sir.
Do we have here the Junior Saloon Car Championship?
Here, sir.
Do we have Caterham Road Sport?
Here, sir.
Oh, okay. Do we have Caterham 270R?
Here, sir.
Do we have Caterham 310R?
Here, sir.
Oh, I'm impressed. Do we have Track Action?
Here, sir.
Oh, do we have the Scottish Minis?
Yes, sir.
Do we have the MG Owners?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we are all here for Caterham Motorsport 2026. One thing left to do, and that is go racing. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, and welcome to Cadwell Park for War of the Worlds. It's going to be an absolutely cracker of a day and a weekend as well. 23 races in total to bring you throughout the course of the weekend. I'd like to say Sam P. Parker is back with us as well. She's going to be covering a lot of the Caterhams for us. But to start, we have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the Boss Classic and Historic Thunder. And look at this, we've got a different name on pole position. Joe, can we have a quick chat with you over here if you don't mind? Congratulations, pole position for the first time.
I know, yeah, a bit of a shock to me. Got it at Mike on the last
lap, wasn't it?
Yeah, last lap of quali. So I forgot the track, to be honest with you. I should have tested yesterday.
You didn't test yesterday?
No, I didn't. No, I tested here a couple of years ago and I hit the pit wall. So I don't test at Cadwell. So yeah, just learning the track again. I've only been here once prior.
Yeah.
And then started getting more quicker and following Mike round a little bit, and then pipped him at the very last lap.
What's it like round here? Is it a bit? I've had the good fortune, a feature coming up later, of having gone around here in the safety car, and that was at slow speed and it was terrifying.
Yeah, it's a bit sketchy when the tyres aren't in the working window. It's very sketchy. There's very fine margin, and it's sort of the elevation, the change. It's an awesome track, don't get me wrong, but it's a bit narrow and it's a bit to race on. It's not my favourite track because it is a bit like narrow and a bit bendy and a bit windy, but it's a great track to drive. Do you know what I mean?
Just put it on pole, so it obviously suits you.
I've got to stay there. That's the problem. I've got this guy, Mr. Cup, behind me. He's very experienced.
Yeah.
So if we can keep up here, brilliant. I mean, yeah, we'll try our very best as always.
Well done, mate.
Thank
Congratulations,
you,
bud. Good luck. Let's grab Mike. Can I grab you for a second as well? Let's get you here. What are we going to do about Joe here?
We'll have a go. See what we can make of him. But it's nice to see him on pole for the first time. I'm really chuffed for the guy because I've done it a few times around here. So fair play to the guy. It was very, very close, and that's what we want. Close damn racing. I love a bit of close racing.
Can you explain to everybody what happened a little bit? Unfortunately, we didn't catch it on camera, but what happened when you were coming out of the assembly area?
A bit of a novice mistake on cold tyres, I'm afraid. I did the full 360.
Did we have a little spin?
Yeah, and everybody's laughing, so there we are. Yeah,
we're never laughing.
Yeah, come on.
P2, you got a great
chance. Yeah, we'll have a go. You know I'll have a go. Yeah, always have a go.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Really good to see you as well. I want to move around a little bit. We've got Randall Lawson. I want to have a quick chat with Randall. Look at this. This is the Alpine A310, and let's have a quick chat with Randall. He's come over from Amsterdam. Randall, you have got to be the most happy, cheerful person here today. And you've come all the way from Amsterdam to come race with us.
Amsterdam.
Thank you so much. Why have you come over to the UK to come racing?
I really wanted to drive a long time in the UK to race, and Martin Reynolds, a friend of mine, he said, Randall, come over to Cadwell Park, you will love it. Hey, you have to it's really a nice, really nice track. Not suitable for this car, but I have a lot of fun. That's driving 2 series, so a lot of track time, and you have to learn the circuit. You have to
I was going to say, you've decided to come over for a baptism of fire here at Cadwell, haven't you?
Yeah, but really, it's just you have to get your balls back again in this car, and I'm trying to have a lot of fun and smiling all the way. And hey, they have their championship. I'm just here for invitation and just for having fun, so it's going to be okay.
Tell me about the car. It's a thing of beauty. How did you end up behind the wheel of it?
To be a maniac, and a little bit that you're saying for you're really crazy. I bought this one in 2009, and since then we developed it further on, and it's on fast tracks. It's a really fast car. On this twisty roads is really, he hates it because he have always understeer. But who cares? Who cares? I'm smiling all the way. The chaps around me are having fun, and the people like the car, so it's okay. It's okay for me.
It's certainly going to be a crowd favourite. I think you won't be able to see it on the camera as well. It does say smile, it makes you go faster on the steering wheel. Is that true?
Yeah, always.
We're about to find out, aren't we?
Always.
Randall, thank you so much for coming over. We really do appreciate it. How nice is that? Thank you very much. Cheers for that. There we go. Let me get the door for you. I want to go over here. We've got Ian Bowyer. Let's have a quick chat with him. Double champion last year in the classic touring cars as well. Let's go have a chat with him. Ian, come on. I need you over here. I need you over here. Ian Bowyer, of course, double champion last season with classic touring cars. Stop trying to get me to come for a run with you around here. If we're going to go somewhere, it needs to be flat, not at Cadwell Park.
So where are you committing to then, Ian? What round?
Silverstone.
Silverstone, okay, yeah.
I will run at Silverstone with you.
All right, you're on.
But we'll do the short circuit, yeah.
Yeah, a couple of laps though,
Yeah, one lap. One lap,
all right.
Listen, tell me about this season. A big year for you last year. Are you looking to carry that form on? What's the expectation year?
Yeah, I'm doing my best to try and do the same this season. Car's been great round 1 and round 2, so quite a few of the pre-93s either had accidents or mechanicals, so a lot of my competitors aren't here unfortunately. But yeah, I'm happy to be third in Thunders on overall, which is good. So hopefully I can give them some trouble whilst their tyres are getting warm, and because mine are treaded, so they'll be on straight away.
What do you think of Cadwell? Do you like it?
I love Cadwell.
Yeah.
I'm from Lincoln, so this is my local.
You're home away then?
Yeah, exactly. Mum and Dad are here today, so yeah, try and put on a good show for them.
I'm sure you will, and you always do. Sun's come out for you as well. Good luck out there. My hamstring's gone. I can't make Silverstone. Let's keep going, Dasher. I think the drivers have been called to get into the car. Let's just go say hello to Colin very quickly, shall we? Hello. How you doing? Look at this, everybody. Colin, it's good to see you, my friend. You all right? You good? So you ready? You ready for this one?
Yeah, I'm struggling, as you know, with tyres.
Yeah.
I've just got to keep it on the track, basically.
Yeah. Keep it on the track, enjoy it, yeah?
Well, try to, yeah. I've got to definitely get new tyres for next race, definitely.
Yeah.
But as long as I come in, that's the main thing.
You have come here, that's all we like. Look, good luck, Colin. I'm struggling to hear him a little bit in there with the helmet on, but we'll move around a little bit. On pole position in the boss category, Cliff. Here, let's just say hello to Cliff. Cliff, we're feeling good. You like Cadwell Park?
Yeah, it's a great track. Yeah, definitely.
What's the most nerve-wracking bit around the circuit? Is it a mountain?
I enjoy the mountain, but to be honest, anywhere around this track can bite you because it's such a slim track. So just you weren't worried. So anywhere you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll let you crack on anyway. Thank you so much. I know not too far away. Really good to see you again. By the way, let's keep moving on. There's Mr. Reynolds, so let's just move along as well. Let's see who we've got. We've got Michael. He's just fired the car up. Let's make sure everything's okay. Steering wheel goes on. We're not too far away from getting underway. I'm pleased to say final qualifying session just about to finish. Michael, how are we feeling today? All right? You like it here?
Hey?
You like it around here?
It's tricky. It's my first time I've been here, so
yeah,
first time.
What was your first experience? Your first time you went out in this, first lap, what was it like?
It was quite sketchy, very sketchy. I've just had it set up, but it still weren't quite where I wanted it, so we've made a few adjustments, so we'll just see how we get on.
Top man, best of luck out there. Enjoy it, won't you? Really do have a good time. It is a very special circuit here at Cadwell Park. If you've never been, it is an absolute corker. I did have a good pleasure a little bit earlier of getting out in the safety car. I think the drivers are being called. Let's just stay a little bit longer, actually, if we can, just before the gate go. In fact, no, the gates are open, so we are about to go racing. We'll just pop the camera on the cars for you. I'm sure Dave Goddard's already told you what we've got coming up, but an awful lot. Let's focus on some of the cars, shall we? Have a look at them. Today, we've got Caterham's in action, classic touring cars. Track action are going to be hitting the track as well, and junior saloon cars. Tomorrow, wow, we have a bumper day for you. First race, Scottish Mini Cooper Cup from 9:30, and we are live all the way through to about 6 o'clock. Wall-to-wall racing action tomorrow here at Cadwell. And from today now, that is it. It's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon here in Lincolnshire. We're going to be racing for the next 4 hours. It is going to be a cracker. The few of the mechanics just making their way back up. It's quite unique here at Cadwell Park as well. The actual pit lane is down the bottom of the circuit, but you can't access it. There's no tunnel or bridge here. So once you decide to commit to stay in the centre of the circuit, you have to stay there whilst it's live, or you stay up here. We're going to stay up here because Parc Fermé is just behind us. This is the assembly area. Let's go down to the front so we can watch these cars as they make their way. There's Mike Cutt, the number 144, alongside Mr. Joe over there. Joe Collier, the man on pole position. He is going to be going very quickly indeed. Very exciting to watch him. And it's time to go racing here for the first time this season at Cadwell Park. Second meeting of the campaign for the classic touring cars. First meeting of the campaign for Caterham Motorsport. I'm delighted to hand over to your commentator, the brilliant, the superb Dave Goddard, who is going to take you through the action.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ian. Good afternoon, everyone, and a warm welcome to Cadwell Park, the home of motorsport in the Lincolnshire Wolds. It is War of the Wolds this weekend on BARC TV with the British Automobile Racing Club, and we got a busy programme for you this weekend. No fewer than 23 races across the weekend, 8 of them coming up here today, and we start with 15 minutes for the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons, the Ricky Can Motorsport Historic Thunder Saloons, and also the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series for everything Ford. On a mixed grid, it will be a rolling start, 15 minutes of racing. Qualifying took place on a slightly damp track here at Cadwell Park on this roller coaster of a circuit here this morning. If you've never been to Cadwell Park yourselves, then I urge you to make a visit over the course of this season. It's a very picturesque circuit here in the Wolds of Lincolnshire. Very hilly circuit set in this narrow valley. You can see we're on one side of the valley here. Ian's pointed out that Parc Fermé is above the assembly area, and the start-finish line of the circuit is right down at the bottom of the valley. So certainly plenty of undulations and very tricky turns and elevation changes here. Some would call it Britain's version of Portimao in Portugal, where I was a couple of weeks ago for motorcycle racing. But we are almost ready to form up the grid. Then the cars will be leaving the assembly area very shortly for the first of this afternoon's 8 races. And it is Joe Collier from Derbyshire in pole position in his BMW M3. He leads us out alongside Mike Cutts, the man from York, in his M3. BMWs to the fore in Classic Thunder. There's Ian Bauer, the reigning champion. He starts alongside number 7 Kevin Denwood, and then Adam Reed in the Skegness Tyres BMW Compacts. The lone historic Thunder entry this weekend is the Mark 1 Escorts, the turbocharged Mark 1 Escorts of Colin Voice. Then we've got the first of the Blue Oval Saloons. Cliff Pellin's Fiesta, Martin Reynolds with his Mark 2 Escort. We saw him out at Brands Hatch last weekend with the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club Super Saloons. Michael Keneally is behind him. We spoke to Scoop, as he's known, in his Fiesta, and then we've got the Renault Clio of Michael Greaves completing the top 10 on this combined grid. Will Hunt is next, number 70, with his Fiesta, and then Randall Lawson, the Dutchman, in the beautiful Alpine A310. Behind him, Chris Brown is a non-starter. His XR2 had problems after qualifying, so he's had to withdraw, unfortunately. But Ollie Allen is there. Great to see Ollie out there, the former Blue Oval Saloon champion, long-time modified saloon racer in his various Ford Fiestas. You can see that Joe Collier, the quickest man in qualifying by just under 0.2 of a second. He snatched it with that very last lap of the session in the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Championship. The Ricky Can Historic Thunder out there as well. No Ricky Can racing this weekend, unfortunately. The Aston Martin man. There's only one Ricky Can Motorsport Historic Thunder Saloon out there, and that's Colin Voice's Escorts. And the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons headed up by Cliff Pellin. Ollie Allen at the back of the field along with Simon Collier, father of Joe, our pole man, completing the grid for this one with his BMW, the black car we saw in the assembly area. And there is the grid formed up on this very narrow pit straight. It will be led away very shortly by the safety car driven by Evelyn Buanek, herself a former BMW racer, at the wheel of the safety car this weekend. Classic Thunder Saloons, of course, not really geared for standing starts. They always do rolling starts. So 5 BMWs towards the front of this grid of 14 cars, a gap where Chris Brown's modified Fiesta XR2 should have been. trouble after qualifying for him. It was decidedly damp this morning in qualifying, especially under the trees in the latter part of the lap. We'll take you round on a guide lap of the circuit as they go round ready for the rolling start in just a moment. So here we go. Cars head up towards the left-hander rather, at Coppice Corner. Pole position on the left of the circuit because the first corner is a left-hander here at Cadwell Park. And out of Coppice, it's up towards the long right-hander at Charlie's Bend. They enter that now, and then into the long Park Straight, which climbs up to the top of the circuit. This is Charlie's Bend. Out of Charlie's and then along the straight, the speed mounting along Park Straights. This is the more open part of the circuit, out of the trees. There's that beautiful Alpine of Randall Lawson. Great to have that here for his UK racing debut. Simon Collier at the back in the BMW. And then the climb up towards Park Curve, the right-hander, and then into Chris Curve, much longer right-hander. There's Park Corner, then into Chris Curve, and then it's into the Gooseneck, and then the circuit drops down like a roller coaster into Mansfield Bend. Cars warming their tyres at the moment, ready for the rolling start. Should be quite a few battles develop here all the way down this field. This is the Gooseneck, and then you can see how the circuit drops away there, down towards the left-hander at Mansfield. Two BMW compacts, 4th and 5th on the grid, Kevin Denwood and Adam Reed. After Mansfield, it's back into the valley again, under the trees, up towards the mountain section, the most famous section of Cadwell Park. Biggest event held here every year is the British Superbike Championship. And the Superbikes take off over the mountain section, get some spectacular air. I wonder if we'll see any of our four-wheeled racers doing that today. Heading into the mountain section, it's the left-hander, and then up over the rise, out of the right-hander. They leap over the top, past the paddock entrance, and then on towards the switchback of Hall Bends, up towards the hairpin, and then Barn Corner to end the lap. This is Hall Bends. Switchback one way, then the other. Very narrow through here, very easy to get it wrong, get a wheel onto the grass, and that will most likely spin you out, so they'll be trying to avoid that. Then through the trees up towards the right-hander at the hairpin, and then into Barn Corner. The foundations of the old barn still there on the outside. When that building was there, the owner used to leave the doors open so that any cars went straight on out of this corner would just go through the door and knock the wall down. So they're forming up then 2 by 2, ready for the rolling start. Time to go racing here at War of the Wolds here at Cadwell Park. Joe Collier in the white BMW on pole, the red car of Mike Cutt alongside him. Waiting for the red lights to go out, which they do now. The race gets underway. Thunder and Boss get underway. Not the best of starts for Adam Reed. He drops a couple of spots as they head into the left-hander at Coppice Corner for the first start towards Charlie's. It is Mike Cutt who has taken the lead, and Ian Bauer coming through into second place. The two E36 BMWs up to first and second. Out onto Park Straight they go for the first time. The power starts to come on down here. The speed mounts as they go up the hill. It is Mike Cutt who leads from Ian Bauer, the reigning Classic Thunder champion in car number 1, the Castrol liveried BMW M3. Up towards Park Corner, Joe Collier didn't get the best of getaways off the rolling start. He's down to third. Kevin Denwood fourth. Colin Voice is fifth. And Adam Reed in the BMW compact there, the man from Skegness, has dropped behind our Blue Oval Saloon Series leader, Cliff Pellin, in the black Ford Fiesta. They disappear over the top towards the Gooseneck, then down the hill. Ian Bauer has a quick look there as they disappear out of our sight into the valley at Mansfield. Mike Cutt has held his lead as we pick them up, heading into the valley once again, up towards the mountain section, onto the brakes under the bridge for the left-hander. Very easy to get it wrong through here. The first three have broken away slightly. Is anybody getting any air? Very slightly over the top of the mountain. There's Colin Voice in the Escorts, leads he's the only entry in historic Thunder this weekend, into Hall Bends, through the switchback under the trees. The circuit taking longer to dry out in the more wooded section. Michael Keneally bunny hopping his way through there. Will Hunt on his tail in his Fiesta. Then the Clio, that's Michael Greaves. And onto the brakes for the hairpin. Martin Reynolds has dropped back a few spots in the Mark II Escort. Then they come through the final couple of corners to complete lap number 1. There's Simon Collier at the back of the field in his BMW. Mike Cutt leads by 0.3 of a second as they cross the line for the first time in Classic Thunder. The Oval Saloon Series is led by Cliff Pellin. This is the battle we're watching now for second in Boss Blue Oval Saloon Series. Keneally ahead of the number 70 of Will Hunt. But here are our leaders, the two BMW E36 M3s. Mike Cutt, the man from York, in the number 144. Ian Bauer won 2 titles last season, won the Classic Thunder title and also won the Pre-93 Touring Car title. We'll see him out in their split of races this weekend. Joe Collier trying to keep pace with them. His father towards the back of the field, and Joe has a quick look on the inside there in his M3. He's not close enough to attack though into Mansfield Bend. Simon Collier, an ex-Bangor racer, used to race for the Barton Boys team based in Barton under Needwood in Staffordshire. I remember seeing him in my youth at Hensford Hills Raceway. Over the top come the 3 BMWs. Kevin Denwood's dropped back into 4th place. It's Colin Voice in the Escort, the first non-BMW in 5th. Still this battle between some of the slightly smaller cars going on further back. Will Hunt under fire from Michael Greaves in the Clio. You can see he's got a novice cross on the back of his car. You wear that on your car for the first 6 races of your career. Randall Lawson up the inside takes Martin Reynolds. Well, the Dutchman was saying his Alpine was not so suited to a circuit like Cadwell Park. It's more suited to power circuits than handling circuits, but the rare in the UK French machine gets ahead of Martin Reynolds. He's raced with Martin in the Young Timer GT series on the continent, where all manner of old GT and touring cars compete in huge grids together. He was invited by Martin to compete in the UK, he was telling us earlier this year. He's pulling away. I think Martin Reynolds has got a problem actually with the Escort there, because Simon Collier's gone through as well. Martin Reynolds struggling with the Ford Escort, which had a couple of podiums last time out at Brands Hatch in the Super Saloon series down there, the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club series, guested last weekend at Brands. Mike Cutt continues lead, increased his lead on the last lap by half a second. He's done the fastest lap, 1:34.69, around the Cadwell Park circuit. Located just down the road from Louth in Lincolnshire. More famous for motorcycle racing over the years. You mentioned the British Superbikes are the feature event here every year. A long history in the car racing world as well. These 3 have certainly pulled away. The gap between 3rd place Ian Bauer, who's dropped back there behind Joe Collier. So Ian Bauer's had a moment somewhere, I think. He's dropped back into 3rd. The gap between Collier and Denwood at the line last time through was 4.5 seconds. So whether Ian Bauer's got a problem or he's had a moment somewhere, we didn't see. But he's dropped down into P3. Thanks for all your comments on our streams so far. We'll get to some of those after this race if we can. Yes, Ian Bauer, his last lap was a 1:36, so he's lost a couple of seconds there. Into Park Straight and try and get the power down from the Italian Super Turismo lookalike BMW. And close in on our top 2. Meanwhile, Joe Collier trying to go after our leader. He's just on the fastest lap, 1:34.072. That's over half a second more than Mike Cutt managed, so he's taken about 0.6 of a second out of his lead there. And the Alpine's had a moment as well. I noticed some damage on the right front. Look, the headlight's missing. So Randall Lawson has been off somewhere. Still going, but he's had an off on that last lap. He might be heading for the pits. We've also lost Ollie Allen's Fiesta. He didn't complete the first lap. I imagine he pulled into the paddock entrance of the mountain. And Will Hunt's not come through on that last lap as well, so I wonder if Lawson and Hunt have tangled somewhere. Never mind that though, because look at the way Joe Collier is going here through Hall Bend. He's right on the tail now of Mike Cutt. It's all happening, and this is just the first race of the weekend here at Cadwell Park. There's Ian Bauer, seems to be struggling to get the power down, sliding a bit there through the hairpin. Across the line they come to complete lap number 4. Another fastest lap for Collier, 1:33.153 for the second place man. While Cutt did a 1:33.417, so the circuit's in the sections under the trees. I think he's drying out more and more, and that's why they're able to tumble the lap times. This is the battle for 5th place meanwhile. Colin Voice in the Escorts. staying ahead of Adam Reed, local man from Skegness, in his BMW Compact for 5th and 6th positions. Both leading their classes. Classic Thunder guest class for Adam Reed. He's not registered for the full championship. Will Hunt has now come through, but he lost a lot of time on that last lap. His last lap was a 2 minutes 23, so he's had an incident somewhere. These two haven't though, and Joe Collier is getting ready to attack for the lead. He's not going to get the lead into Mansfield, surely. Very difficult to get down the inside there. Look at that for a lap time, nearly 85 miles an hour average around this twisty circuit, but he made a mistake there coming out of Mansfield. He's dropped back a few lengths. He must have missed a gear there, I think. Look how he's dropped back. Very easy to do. One false move around Cadwell and he drops you away. So Mike Cutt safer in the lead in his M3. It's the newer shape M3 of Collier in 2nd position. Let's have a look at a battle further back. This is Collier Senior, Simon Collier, the ex-Bangor racer. He's got ahead of Michael Keneally, Scoop, in the Scoops detailing Fiesta number 501. So he's up to 8th place now from the back of the grid. So Hunt and Lawson are still running further back after their incidents, but quite a long way behind. Martin Reynolds still going as well. We thought he was having problems earlier on. He's chasing back up onto the tail of Michael Greaves in the Clio. It's one of several classic Fords. That's Martin Reynolds, the Norfolk-based construction company boss owns. He's got a Mach 1 Mustang, a Mark 1 Escort, a couple of Anglias as well, among others. 6.5 minutes still of this race to go. Certainly been an entertaining one so far. Battles everywhere you look. The lead gap is up to 1.6 seconds now though. And Joe Collier having that slow moment coming out of Mansfield Bend, dropping back into 2nd place. These two are closing up on Michael Keneally in the Fiesta. We'll see the rest of the Keneally family out in the Everard's Pre-66 touring cars as Martin Reynolds making a move here up towards Coppice Corner. Doesn't quite manage to get alongside the Clio. Here are the leaders over the mountain. It'll come as no surprise to hear that Cadwell Park is regularly converted into a series of rally stages as well. The next one of those coming up in a couple of weeks' time, the 26th of April. The Alan Healy Memorial Rally is going to be held here. The circuit turned into rally stages for the day. On all upcoming BARC fixtures and live stream schedules can be found at barc.net. 1.2 seconds the lead gap between the two BMWs now. Ian Bauer on his own in 3rd place. He's lapping in the 136s, so a little bit off the pace of these two leaders. He's dropped several seconds back. Kevin Denwood is still 4th. Colin Voice 5th overall, ahead of Adam Reed. Cliff Pellin still leads the Blue Oval Saloon Series split in his Fiesta. Of course, at Donington Park at the season opener, it was Mike Manning in his Sierra Cosworth that took the spoils in Blue Oval Saloons, but not out this weekend, the Welshman. There's Voice and Reed, 5th and 6th. Pellin is 7th. Simon Collier up to 8th from the back of the grid. Michael Keneally's Fiesta is 9th. In 10th place, Michael Greaves in the Clio. The other runners, Martin Reynolds, Will Hunt, and not sure if Randall Lawson is still running. He's listed as being 3 laps down on the timing screen. If you want to follow the live timing from this event, tsl-timing.com is the place to do so. Big thanks to TSL Timing and their timekeeping staff. Joe Collier now closing back up on Mike Cutt at the front of the field. Right with him there as they go through the hairpin past the marshal's post down to Barn Corner. They burst out of the trees down the slope onto the start-finish straight, and Joe Collier's getting ready to attack. He wants a first overall win in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. The man who started from pole, he rather fluffed the start and dropped back into 3rd place. He's just done the new fastest lap of the race, 1:32.064 for the BMW man. Meantime, here's a battle further back. Michael Keneally, Michael Greaves and Martin Reynolds. They're fighting over 9th place. That's half a lap behind the two leaders. We're heading up towards Park Corner, up the hill. Onto the brakes for the right-hander. Get into the long right of Chris Curve. Cut just about hanging onto his lead. right up again. Joe Collier as they head down towards Mansfield Bend. Martin Reynolds still putting the two hatchbacks ahead of him under pressure, the Fiesta and the Clio. The leaders come through the mountain, and again Mike Cutt able to get the power down better on the exit of Mansfield Bend, so Collier's stronger in the twistier sections of the circuit. It's on the straights Mike Cutt able to pull away. Not that there are many long straights here at Cadwell, there's only the two really, the Pit Straight and Park Straight. The gap's going to be was 0.367 of a second. What's it going to be this time? Certainly going to be larger as they cross the lines, up to 2 seconds now. So, yes, in the latter part of that lap, Collier losing nearly 2 seconds to the red BMW ahead of him. It's looking good here for Mike Cutt in 1:44. Raced for many years in the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship based at his local venue at Croft. We go to Croft at the beginning of May the 2nd and 3rd, for the Northern Speed Fest. Some of Caterham's championships there, and TCR UK as well. All covered live here on BARC TV. Martin Reynolds, meanwhile, has got the Escort ahead of Michael Greaves' Clio. Looking down into Mansfield. Down towards the mountain. His next target, Michael Keneally's Fiesta. 2 retirements so far. Ollie Allen on the first lap, and we've lost Lawson's Alpine as well. Now he's due out with the Track Action Racing Club as well in their mixture of saloon cars later on, so hopefully he can get whatever damage there is repaired for that race. It's race number 7 on today's programme. Martin Reynolds now right on the tail of the Fiesta. Less than a minute, just about a minute left on the clock. Here come the leaders. They'll be coming round to start their final lap this time, and Joe Collier ran wide there, coming out of the hairpin. Has he got a problem? Just caught a glimpse there of the second-placed BMW running wide. We'll pick that up in a moment as they come through to start their final lap. Mike Cutt out front. Where is Joe Collier? Collier's disappeared. He has got a problem. Has he come across the line? No, he hasn't come across the line. Bauer's come through in second. Oh, what's happened to Joe Collier? We saw him run wide coming out of the hairpin. Was he pulling over? So Cutt on his own, coming up to lap these 3 back markers who've been battling all race long. Mike Cutt's heading for the win, barring any disaster on the final lap. Ian Bauer into second. Yeah, Joe Collier, I think, has stopped at the last corner, because Kevin Denwood's come over the line in 3rd place. You can see on our timing tower Mike Cutt cutting his way through the back markers, and the pressure's off on the last lap for the M3 man. He flashes his lights there at Michael Keneally in the Fiesta to say, get out of my way. Marshall's be waving the blue flag as well to warn the leader he's there, but he's got through. Over the mountain for the last time, into the switchback of Hall Bends, right, left and right again. And then up towards the hairpin, onto the brakes. There's, you can just see on the very extreme right of the screen, there's Joe Collier's car. He has pulled over. So out of the final corner comes the man from Yorkshire, Mike Cutt, in the BMW, comes in to take victory in the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons. Over the line comes the lap traffic. Michael Keneally holds off Martin Reynolds and Greaves in the 37 Clio, Michael Greaves. They'll be 8th, 9th and 10th overall. We'll wait for our 2nd place man to come through. It should be Ian Bauer in his BMW, the reigning Classic Thunder champion. There he is over the line, nearly 20 seconds down on Mike Cutt. It's going to be Kevin Denwood to complete the podium. He's had a rather lonely race in the number 7 BMW Compact. And then Colin Boyce will be the historic Thunder winner in 4th place. He's just coming into Hall Bends now. Great shame that Joe Collier's BMW let him down there. That'll put him to the back of the grid for tomorrow's race as well, because the result of this race determines the grid for race 2. Here comes Colin Boyce. He's got Adam Reed behind him in his BMW Compact. They're going to finish 4th and 5th over the line. Colin Boyce wins historic Thunder. sixth across the line. It's going to be Simon Collier, I think. Oh, there's Will Hunt just in front of him, but he's a couple of laps down, I think. Over the line they come. Yes, Simon Collier will come over for 6th position. Nicely done from the back of the grid. Will Hunt 11th a lap down. And we just await our Blue Oval Saloon Series winner, which will be Cliff Pellin. He's the only car that hasn't yet taken the checkered flag, the black Fiesta, the man from Essex. Here he comes. And Cliff Pellin wins the Blue Oval Saloon Split. There's Ollie Allen's Fiesta we can see in the background, so that's where he ended up. So provisional result then, a win for Mike Cutts by nearly 20 seconds in the end after Joe Collier dropped out, with Ian Bauer second. They win their subclasses. Kevin Denwood completes the overall podium. Colin Boyce, the historic Thunder winner, in 4th in the Escort ahead of Adam Reed. He wins his class. Then Simon Collier, good result from the back of the grid for him. Cliff Pellin wins Blue Oval Saloons ahead of Michael Keneally and Martin Reynolds. Then Michael Greaves, Will Hunt, who had a problem early on. We lost Joe Collier, sadly, while battling for the lead. He pulled up at Barn Corner. We lost Randall Lawson with some damage early on, sadly, and Ollie Allen lasting less than a lap in his Fiesta. We can just see him at the top of your picture there. He pulled over on that first lap. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse then, in Parc Fermé, to catch up with our race winner.
Well, he just pulled into Parc Fermé, did Mike cut a shake of their head in absolute delight, and he had his finger up in the air as he drove in the number 1 for Mike Cutt. He gets the first win of the day here at Cadwell Park. We'll have a word with him as he gets out, using that experience, Mike, to take the checkered flag in first place. Look at that, you're right there.
Poor old Joe, eh?
Yeah, what a Joe Collier, of course, first ever pole position. What a race you guys had.
Oh wow, that was a good race. I'm really sorry for him. I wanted him to give it to me, and he was. I tell you, it was absolutely on fire. I was having to try.
It looked like it meant quite a lot to you when you came in. You had the finger up in the air, the number 1.
I'm just going to say this. I'm dedicating this race to my father-in-law, Tony Hudson, because he's not a very well man at the moment. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, wishing all of our regards to your father-in-law.
Well
done.
I really appreciate that.
Congratulations,
thank
Mike.
you.
Well deserved. Good stuff indeed. Ian, well done. What a great race, eh?
Yeah, I didn't even realise I was in second.
Did you not?
No,
Joe dropped out, unfortunately.
Oh, really? Really? Yeah, I mean, it was fun at the start because obviously I'm on treaded, my tyres are warm, so I got myself into second, and then them boys just went.
No, I just had a feeling we were going to be chatting up here in Parc Fermé. We make a habit of it, don't we?
I try my best. I try my best.
You're trying to get away from me.
No, it's all good.
Well done, congratulations. Great stuff. Kevin, let's have a quick chat here as well. You can't believe it, can you?
I cannot believe it. Put me in 3rd. I knew I was in 4th, I think. 4th or 5th. And when he just put me in here, I don't know what happened to...
Well, sadly, Joe Collier dropped out.
Oh, did he?
But hey,
over the moon. Car is absolutely amazing. Voice tune, motorsport, all set up. It's amazing. Best it's ever been. 6 seconds quicker I am than last year here.
Really? 6 seconds?
6 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, all down to the setup of the car.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well deserved, mate. Good stuff indeed. Well done. Colin, how's that? All right? Happy? Tyres all right?
I tried my best, but
you always do.
I always do, don't I? But today the BMs have got the edge on me.
Yeah.
The last 2 laps, it got really nervous on the back end.
Right. Okay.
But
you've got to be careful around here as well.
It's in one piece.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
Yeah.
It's in one bit.
Well, the family watching today, Colin, are they here?
Yeah. My daughter. I'd like to say a special thanks to iPave.
Yeah.
And to Robert Simon at Mount Tune, what's given me a fantastic engine.
Brilliant.
I would. It's down to me now to buy some tyres.
I'm sure you will. Oh, well done. Congratulations. Good stuff indeed. Right, so big shout out to Cliff Pellin as well. He won the boss category. I think he's a bit further. I'm not quite sure where everybody is. But anyway, we've got plenty more racing action to come up for you here at Cadwell Park. What a great way to start the weekend, wasn't it? It's been billed as the War of the Worlds, and hopefully we'll see more warring on track action like we have done there. Right, I am delighted to say we've got Caterham actions coming up for you. Sam Parker is in the house as well. But I will just hand back to Dave Goddard to tell you what is coming up next. Enjoy, everyone.
Yes, thanks, Ian. So just a couple of cars being recovered from out on the circuit at the moment. We saw Ollie Allen and Joe Collier suddenly pull up in that race with some problems. Their cars being repatriated to the paddock. Big thanks to our recovery teams and our marshalling team here this weekend. 7 more races to come today. We have our first Caterham race of the season on BARC TV coming up next. It's the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Road Sport Championship, which is effectively the second tier on the Caterham ladder. Most of them graduates from the Caterham Academy. Last season they've upgraded their cars with track-focused Nova ZZS tyres and a rear anti-roll bar, the main modifications to the Academy car from last year. We'll see them out shortly. That's followed by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's Everard's Pre-66 class for the historic saloons. It's going to be an interesting battle between the Lotus Cortinas and the smaller cars for that race, and then we've got the junior saloon cars in their Citroen Saxos. We'll focus on the Caterhams for now. As you say, the majority of these drivers graduates from the Academy last season, but one who isn't is the man on pole, Mitchell Fasanya, in the number 18. Now, we saw him make a one-off appearance at Croft last season in the Road Sport category, and he stuck the car on pole then as well. Sadly, got caught up in an accident during the race while he was fighting for the lead. He starts alongside Welshman Richard Davies, number 25, who was an Academy race winner last year. Second row, 89, Ollie Smith, and number 19, Kyle Townend, and Rob Hicks and John Bond, 27 and 12 on row 3. Stephen Vischer and Richard Northridge make up the fourth row, and then James French and Heinrich Watson-Miller are completing the top 10. Then on row 6 we will have number 99, Matt Fox, who was one of the front runners in the Academy last year. Quite a way down the grid by his expectations here, alongside Alex Dobrodin in the number 66. Then number 80, Ben Oliver, lines up alongside Sam Eminson in the 56 on row 7. Richard Watson and Jason Spencer on row 8. Archie Kennedy Dyson and Luke Wilson on row 9. Then Georgie Tuffin and Joe Oliver, brother of Ben, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, completing the top 20 on the grid. And at the back of the grid will be 88 Mark Hensler. So we should have 21 Caterham Road Sports out there for this one. As we say, the main contenders moving up from the Academy last year. We haven't got the Academy champion out there from last year, Max Richardson, the Londoner. He's moved on elsewhere. Matt Fox was runner-up in Academy last year, ahead of Richard Davies in third, Kyle Townend in fourth. So you'd expect them to be the main contenders moving up into road sports. But Richard Davies on the front row, Kyle Townend's up there. Matt Fox struggled a bit in qualifying, goes from mid-grid. Ollie Smith, Ben Oliver and Sam Eminson, they were all in the top 10 of Academy last year as well. Some have skipped the road sports step and gone straight to the 270R division, another rung up the ladder. I know Sebastian Thole, who was in the Academy division last year and finished P7, has done that. So it is Mitchell Fasanya, the green and black car, on pole position, with the red and black of Richard Davies alongside on row 2 of the grid. Ollie Smith in the blue 89 car. Much a learning exercise for me this race, learning everybody's colours ahead of this season, because some of these cars not in the colours they were in last year, as the cars move off on their final green flag warming up lap. While they're on that green flag lap, Sam Parker caught up with some of the drivers before the start of this race.
Right, so I'm here with Mitch. They've had qualifying this morning, and Mitch put in a absolutely amazing lap in really, really tricky conditions. Just talk us through it.
Oh, I think the conditions actually helped me out there, to be honest. I've done about 4 test days this year, all in the wet. So I felt like I was pretty prepared for wet, and I was actually quite glad when it started at the beginning of qualifying.
Yeah, brilliant, because I don't think many of the others that did Road Sport Academy last year, that have stepped up to Road Sport this year, actually have had much wet running. So it's actually, played into your favour to put you on pole position.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame it's sunny now, to be honest.
Well, you never know. This is Cadwell.
It's true, very, very true.
Well, I wish you all the best and good luck. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. So, Kyle, your first ever qualifying session in Road Sport.
Yes.
How did you find it?
Well, it was also our first ever wet qualifying session, which was it was eye-opening. So, yeah, the Road Sport car's great. It's a really good spec car, a lot more predictable to drive. You can put the envelopes that bit tighter, at the limit. But yeah, the rain was really interesting. It was a very new experience for us all. just glad to come out of it unscathed.
Exactly, because this is Cadwell Park. There is not much runoff, if any at all. It's a very narrow track, and it is tricky in the wet, but well done. 4th on the grid.
Yep, thank you very much. Happy with that.
Yeah, brilliant. What do you think you can do from there?
Well, there's a race on from 4th, so yeah, let's look forward and see what we can do.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best. Thank you, Carl.
Cheers, Sam. Thank you.
So, Steve, quite good qualifying.
Well, apologies for cutting away from Sam and the drivers in the assembly area there, because the cars are coming up to the grid, ready for the standing start of this first Bilstein Suspension Caterham Road Sport Championship race of the season. It will be a 20-minute race. Mitchell Fasanya on pole in the green car alongside the red and black. That's Richard Davies, number 25. In blue with the orange stripe, it's Ollie Smith. Then we've got Kyle Townend in yellow. Rob Hicks in the sort of purple car with the Dayglow yellow flashes on it. Starts alongside John Bond in the white and blue. Stephen Vischer, blue and black, the number 9, is next on the grid alongside the number 4 of Richard Northridge, a sort of citrus yellow car. Completing the top 10, James French in the number 10 in the blue and red machine. He starts alongside Heinrich Watson-Miller in the red and blue car. So those are the colours for your top 10 to look out for here. This should be very close racing indeed. The cars very evenly matched. The conditions drier than they were for the qualifying session. It looks like we have got all 21 cars out there, which is great to see. We await the clearance from the marshals at the back of the grid once everybody is into line. There is the green flag at the back of the field, then the red lights will come on, and then once they go out, the race will be underway. The Caterham Motorsport season about to get underway here at Cadwell Park. Away they go, and not the best of starts for our pole sitter Mitch Fasanya. From the left of the grid, Richard Davies, who will lead the way by the look of things up towards Coppice Corner for the first time. It's almost 3 wide. It's a great start by Kyle Townend in the yellow car, and he might get the lead here from 4th position. He's got the inside line for the run through Coppice, then into Charlie's Bend. Wait to see who's got the lead. It is Davies who hangs on around the outside. Townend in second. Looks like Ollie Smith has got up into 3rd place, and poor old Mitchell Fasanya is down into 4th in the green car. John Bond in the number 12. The white car is up into 5th position as they start to sort themselves out. Kyle Townend will be on the outside line for the run into Park Corner. So Richard Davies will keep his lead. Townend runs out a bit wide, as does, I think that's James French further back. The number 9 there is Stephen Vischer on the outside of the 27 of Rob Hicks. So they charge their way around this opening lap of the season for the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Series. Richard Davies from Cardiff leads the way. Kyle Townend slotted into 2nd position. They're already jockeying for position behind. That is the number 89 of Ollie Smith from Warwickshire in 3rd place. The 2 cars go side by side out of Mansfield Bend there. A couple of the back markers overlapping. It's Richard Davies who leads the way. It's a little tricky to see the numbers on some of these cars, and some drivers not in the colours they were in during their academy days, so apologies for any misidentifications during this race. There's the almost Brawn GP lookalike, number 80 Ben Oliver, the white and the Dayglow yellow. So those Nova ZZS tyres squealing as they make their way round Barn Corner. Over the line, it's Davies who leads from Townend, and Smith in 3rd place. Fasanya losing 3 places from his pole position. Ben Oliver trying to make a move there. I think that's Heinrich Watson-Miller, the 27. As they make their way into their 2nd lap, there is the 27 with the slightly taller roll cage. The leader, Richard Davies, has broken away very slightly as Ollie Smith has a look for 2nd on the inside of Kyle Townend. He's later on the brakes here for Park Corner. He should get P2, and he's done it. Didn't even get into the braking area, managed to slipstream his way past. That's what we'll see, a theme of this weekend, I think, slipstreaming along Park Straight. They swing their way through Park Corner. There's the number 10 of James French running wide. He's coming under fire from the 86 car there. That's Richard Watson in the green car. Remember, most of these drivers only in their 2nd season of racing. The academy is only open to novices who've never raced or held a race licence before. That's where we saw the majority of this field last year. There's Matt Fox trying to make a move through. He'll do well to make an overtake at the mountain. Coming up on Richard Northridge in the number 4 car. Will he make that stick? Yes, he's done it. Not very often we see overtakes made there. That's for 8th position, I think. There go the leaders. Bond in 5th place, then a gap back to Hicks in 6th position. Fox, yes, up to 7th in the number 99. Watson Miller ahead of James French. Then we've got the 86 of Richard Watson, lives near Silverstone Circuit. Onto the brakes for the hairpin, then down through Barn Corner. Could be a challenge on here from Fox. We know he struggled in qualifying up alongside Rob Hicks, but he'll be on the wrong side for the left-hander at Coppice Corner. He's later on the brakes though, and I think he's got the move done. Round the outside is the first corner. Yes, he's done it. Well, 99 Matt Fox is on the move. Can he catch our leading group? Onto Park Straight they go. There's number 9, Stephen Vischer, hanging onto the tail of this group for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. Meanwhile, challenge on for the lead from number 89, Ollie Smith. So look on the outside there at Park Corner. He won't get through there. Townend and Fasania looking on from 3rd and 4th place. Disappear briefly from our view towards the gooseneck. Back into our sight on the drop down into Mansfield Bend. John Bond trying to stay with the top 4 as well. Then a gap back to Fox in 6th, then Hicks, Northridge and Vischer. I think it's still Heinrich Watson Miller who heads up the battle for 10th position further back. So they've split into 3 groups really out in front. There's the first group of 5, 4 in the second faction. And then the third group, who's that headed up by now? Looks like there's been a change in the front of that group. I think it's the 86 of Richard Watson has gone to the front of that group. Indeed it is. Behind them, French in the blue car, Watson Miller, and Ben Oliver heads up the next group with number 21 Luke Wilson on his tail. Rest of them come charging through towards the hairpin. Behind Wilson is Sam Eminson in the number 56, a green car on the back of that group. The pale blue car just ahead there, Georgie Tuffin, with the sharp nose design, having a go at Luke Wilson over the line there. Fastest lap of the race is with Ollie Smith, 1 minute 40.302 for him. Still a long way to go, 14.5 minutes near enough. Here's the scrap for 10th position, Watson and French. James French going to make a move here on the run into Park Corner. Who's up ahead of them? The fight for 7th. Hicks ahead of Northridge. Matt Fox has got away slightly ahead of them, but he's 3.5 seconds behind John Bond in 5th position. Lead gap is 0.4 of a second for Davies ahead of Smith. This is the fight for 7th place. Richard Northridge on the tail of Rob Hicks, so I noticed had a bit of damage to his exhaust silencer in the assembly area, possibly a bit of contact in qualifying. Behind these two, Stephen Vischer, the number 9. Here are your leaders into Hall Bends. Have we had a change there for 3rd? Yes, looks like Mitchell Fasania's got back up into P3. There's Foxy, he's going after the leaders, Matt Fox. There you can see that bit of damage to the exhaust silencer pushed in on the 27 car. And Richard Davies continues to set the pace. He's just on the fastest second sector of all, but Mitchell Fasania is just on the fastest lap of the race, 1:40.289. Now back up in P3. Across the stripe they go. 4 laps in the book. In this first Caterham Motorsport race of the season. Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship. Rich Fasania started on pole but dropped back at the start. Now chasing after our 2 leaders. And again Ollie Smith weaving about there trying to outfox Richard Davies for the lead. He's never going to get round the outside into Park Corner. No, Davies holds the lead. Smith might get the cut back, if he keeps the line here, might get a cut back into Mansfield Bend, but it's unlikely. It's the Williams Motorsport car of Richard Davies who continues to set the pace. Out of the gooseneck, down to Mansfield, quite literally down to Mansfield. You can see the drop. There's John Bond just keeping a watching brief behind them, the white number 12. Fox trying to close in on them. He's not really closing though, he only closed up by a 10th or 2 over the last lap. And then this group of Hicks, Northridge and Vischer, with James French, I can tell you now, rounding up the top 10 at the line. Last time through he got ahead of Richard Watson. to the hairpin. Here's a scrap further back. Battles everywhere you look in this one. I think that's Mark Hensler who started at the back of the grid on the tail of this group, the number 88 car. That's the number 70, Joe Oliver, who brought out a red flag with a moment in qualifying. Good to see that car back out. Davies leads Smith by 1.5 seconds now, so he's pulled away a bit on that last lap by about a second or so. Is the fight further back for 10th place. French, Watson, Ben Oliver, and the 62 is Georgie Tuffin. You can see behind this group is the 27 of Heinrich Watson Miller, and he's got a wing hanging loose on the left front. Wheel arch hanging off there. It's not a Caterham race until you lose a couple of those, some say. Watson staying ahead of Ben Oliver in the Brawn GP look-alike as Watson Miller at the inside takes Georgie Tuffin. This is backing them up as well into the 56 there, the dark green car. That's Sam Eminson, and behind Sam is Luke Wilson, number 21. So it's getting busy here in the lower reaches of the top 10. Through Mansfield they come. So the lead gap is 1.5 seconds now. Mitch Fasania right on the tail of Ollie Smith, I can tell you, in the lead battle. We watch the midfield. Watson Miller gets out wide there through the mountain, just about manages to gather it up. You do not want to go onto the grass there because you will go spinning. James French, the number 10, heads this group. Watson Miller under fire now from the 56 of Sam Eminson. This is great stuff all the way down the order. This first race of the season for the Bilstein Caterham Road Sports Championship. Caterham action will only get faster over the course of the weekend with the 270 and 310R championships in attendance. Meanwhile, here's your lead battle. Mitch Fasania going round the outside of Ollie Smith. And he's done it. You can see as these three are squabbling, Richard Davies has been able to pull away and Fasania nearly overcooks it. Goes wide at Park Corner, was late on the brakes there. Ollie Smith will get back through on the inside. They're still side by side. Kyle Townend watching on, and somehow Fasania has got second place back again just as they headed out of our sight there. And through to third comes Kyle Townend as well. So Ollie Smith goes down to fourth, and look who's on their tail. Here comes Matt Fox. He's caught them up. Well, the harder these little group are scrapping, now Fox is in with them. He's recovered from his poor qualifying. He's got ahead of John Bond there with a good move at Mansfield Bend, but all the time this group are fighting, Richard Davies is running away. He increased his lead by nearly 2 seconds last time through, and not surprisingly Fox did the fastest lap. We were watching the battle for 10th place, but it's all happening up front now. Proof you can't take your eyes off any part of a Caterham race for even a second. Well, Richard Davies, amazing lap last time through to run away to the tune of just over 3 seconds now. They come across the line with Fasania in second place. It's now Townend in third, and here comes Foxy in the 99. Matt Fox on the inside at Coppice. Is he going to take Ollie Smith? Not quite. He's increased his lead by another 2 seconds, Richard Davies. He's 5.4 seconds up now. Davies is absolutely running away all of a sudden. There's still 7.5 minutes of the race to go though, so it could all change. So Matt Fox's next target is Ollie Smith. He's got a rear wing hanging loose now as well, I think. It'll be the two yellow cars together for, or will it? Because Townend gets a run on the outside of Mitch Fasania. Look at that, side by side out of Crisco. He's got him round the outside. Excellently done by Kyle Townend. Up into P2, and Fasania now could come under fire from Smith. Now Fox has a look. I think he thought better of it there, yes, at Mansfield. He's not going to get through there again. Right up on the tail, though, of Ollie Smith. But Richard Davies has taken advantage of all this scrapping, and he's charged away in front. The man from Cardiff. Is he going to be our first Caterham winner on VARC TV this season? We'll find out in just over 6.5 minutes' time. There he is in the red and black machine. Here's Kyle Townend in second, then Fasania, Smith, Fox and John Bond. Then the gap back to the battle for 7th place. We concentrate on 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 at the moment. They go over the line, and again Davies pulls away by over a second. 7.3 seconds up now. He's up the inside. Fasania into Coppice, takes 2nd place as he made that stick on the exit. There's 7th place Rob Hicks, now ahead of the number 4, which is Richard Northridge. And yes, Fasania back up to 2nd ahead of Kyle Townend. And then Smith is going to have a look as well, possibly, as they come up towards Park Corner. Well, outside overtakes at Chris Curve are pretty rare, but we've seen a couple already. Kyle Townend's going to try and do the same again this time around on the 18 of Fasania. There's Fox up behind Smith as well. He's getting really frantic now for 2nd place. Out of the gooseneck down towards Mansfield. 5 of them disappear from sight. Into the valley once again. We're over 7 seconds down. I think any hope of catching Richard Davies may have been extinguished. Looks like he's heading for victory, barring any mechanical maladies. Under the trees, through Hall Bends. Still a bit of bodywork flapping on the back of Ollie Smith's car. The barn corner, still Fasania in 2nd place. This group of 5 nearly 8 seconds ahead now of Rob Hicks in 7th place. John Bond dropping a little bit of ground there in 6th. As Davies continues to pull away, increased his lead by another second on that last lap, 8.6 seconds up now. Here's a scrap further back in the order, that's Joe Oliver, the number 70. Who's Joe catching? Number 14, that's Archie Kennedy Dyson, one of our newcomers. There's the 88 at the tail of the field, that's Hensler. With that last of all, it's Alex Dobrin in 66, he's dropped away. This is the 2nd place fight, they're still side by side into Park Corner. And Fasania holds the place. Now here comes Foxy, he's getting aboard. Matt Fox in the 99. Race winner in the Academy last season on the tail of Ollie Smith. Can he make a move here? Coming into the gooseneck, not quite. They're coming up to lap Alex Dobrin in fact, the number 66. The Russian-born Londoner. Hopefully he'll move out of the way, let them through. Yes, he does. Good driving there by Alex Dobrin. Still Fasania in 2nd. Still Fox with the fastest lap of the race, 1:40.208, but he's having to slipstream other cars now, trying to make progress up the order. They're not going to catch Richard Davies, he's away and gone in front. But who is going to complete the podium? 5 of them fighting for 2nd and 3rd places. The rest of the order seems to have settled down further back, with Hicks ahead of Northridge. Then Vischer and Ben Oliver rounding out the top 10. Behind them it's Richard Watson, then James French, Georgia Tuffin, Sam Eminson, Luke Wilson, with Watson Miller having dropped to 16th. There is Watson Miller. He's cut back to the battle further down the order very briefly, but here's our 2nd place fight. This is where the main action is. And Mitch Fasania looking for his best ever result up there in 2nd. Fight is on for 3rd place. Is Foxy going to go around the outside there? No, Ollie Smith now moves to the outside. Into Park Corner. Kyle Townend trying to close back up on Mitch Fasania for 2nd place. Pulsating racing between the 5 of them. Foxy has another look at Ollie Smith. Down the drop into Mansfield. Foxy to the inside on Smith this time. Is he going to get through? Not quite. Not the easiest corner to overtake at that one. It's not the easiest circuit to overtake on. As we said, it's a pretty narrow circuit for car racing, Cadwell Park. Beautiful scenery though, as we can see there as the cars come out of the mountain and up towards Hall Bent. Certainly is one of the more scenic circuits in the UK, along with Alton Park, also owned by MSV, Motorsport Vision. So the runners further down the order fly through the mountain. There's Ben Oliver trying to chase down Richard Watson. He's got James French on his tail. There's Georgia Tuffin in the Jaws liveried car, faced by Sam Eminson in green and Luke Wilson in the black and yellow car. 1 minute left on the clock then in our first Caterham race of the season. Richard Davies over 10 seconds ahead and all set to win. Who is going to be second? Blue flag being shown to some backmarker traffic. Here's the second place fight, and again Kyle Townend tries to go round the outside, heading towards Chris Curve. Matt Fox up the inside has finally got ahead of Ollie Smith, has he? Yes, and he's going for Fasania as well, because Townend's already gone through at Chris Curve up into P2. They fly their way out of the gooseneck up on the curbs there, and yes, Fox has got the move done. He's up to 4th. I imagine it will be checkered flag at this time. We'll wait and see. He'll pick up Richard Davies when we can. He's over 10 seconds ahead of this group. Where is Davies heading through Hall Bend? Yes, the clock has counted down to 0, so he's coming in to take the victory this time. Probably wondering where everybody else has got to behind him. But no problem at all for the Academy graduates, the man from South Wales. Hardly seen him all race long. He's cleared off in front. The first winner of the Bilstein Caterham Road Sports Championship season is number 25. Richard Davies takes the checkered flag. Now what about the battle for second and third? Will it be Townend? Will it be Fasania? Or will we see someone else in front? They're coming to the line now. Here they come, and it is Townend who takes second place, and Fox has got through for third. Fox gets the podium. What a drive through the field by Matt Fox. 4th for Fasania, and Ollie Smith in 5th. Plenty of battles all the way down the order. Hard to know where to look during that race. Full credit to Matt Fox. He's the driver of the race for me, coming up from P11 to take P3. 7th over the line was Rob Hicks, then Richard Northridge, Stephen Vischer. 10th place went to Richard Watson ahead of James French, Ben Oliver, Tuffin, Eminson and Wilson completing the top 15. Pleasingly, all 21 starters went the distance, only one driver a lap down, that was Alex Dobrin. Fastest lap going to Matt Fox, 1:40.208. Stunning 5-way fight there from the Caterham Road Sports, but it was all for second place, because Richard Davies, once he'd got the lead, simply pulled away into the distance. Provisional result then, a win for Richard Davies by 11 seconds over Kyle Townend, who got second place at Park Corner on the last lap. And well done Matt Fox, started on the 6th row of the grid, racing his way through to 3rd, taking Mitchell Fasania on the last lap for 3rd. Ollie Smith taking 5th ahead of John Bond, then a gap back to Rob Hicks in 7th, who finished just ahead of Richard Northridge and Stephen Vischer. The next group headed up by Richard Watson ahead of French, Ben Oliver, Tuffin and Eminson. Behind them were Luke Wilson, Heinrich Watson Miller, then a gap back to the number 8 of Jason Spencer, the 70 of Joe Oliver, Archie Kennedy Dyson in the 14, the 88 of Mark Hensler, and Alex Dobrin in the 66 was the final finisher. All 21 cars went the distance, and Matt Fox got the fastest lap. Let's see who Sam Parker's going to catch up with down in Park Ferme.
So that's the first Caterham race of 2026, won by Richard Davies. Oh my goodness, a 10-second lead. That was incredible.
Thank you very much. That was, oh, what a feeling.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Lovely. Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Like, great start, and you just kept your head down.
I thought it was going to be a battle between me and Mitch, and then Ollie came out of nowhere, and we had a battle for a couple of laps, but managed to fend him off and brought it home.
And here we are. Look how happy they are for each other. It's so lovely. Oh, well done. Enjoy this moment. Well done, Richard. Kyle's just gone wandering off. Matt's still in his car. We'll wait for him to get out of the car. But what a brilliant race that was. Absolutely amazing for the first road sport race of the season. They're all so happy for Richard. If you just pan round, look, they're all giving him a big hug. It's so lovely to see. Right, where's Kyle gone? Kyle is down there. Kyle, let's see if we can get him back here. No, they're all still congratulating each other. Matt's out the car. Let's speak to Matt.
Hello.
Matt, here we go, in 3rd place. That was amazing. You were eager to get past everybody, weren't you? Trying to see if you could, dive down the inside, down to Mansfield, which worked, didn't it?
I showed him it a few times. It worked a couple of times. Yeah, I did all right. 11th. I don't like the wet, it turns out, but I do like the dry. So looking forward to tomorrow. Hopefully it's less rain than today. Not sure what the forecast is.
No, it's a bit iffy. There are different apps say different things, but what a great starting place for tomorrow. And you get 2 races now, because obviously Academy was only 1.
It's mega, because I'm just getting into it, so I'm really excited. I think everybody's got the bit between their teeth now, so I think that's going to be really good. Looking forward to the season.
Excellent. So am I. That was a great race to watch. Well done. Right, now where has Kyle? Kyle's over here. Can't miss him in his yellow suit. Let's have a word. Kyle, you keep wandering off. Kyle, that was amazing to watch. Absolutely loved it. How was it from your point of view?
Yeah, it was really good fun. It was good to be back. I feel awful that I had a bit of contact with Ollie. Just one of those things, close racing, but I feel awful, so I'm sorry, Ollie. But yeah, it was good to be back racing, and it's one fast way to pass 20 minutes, isn't it?
Definitely, and you get to do it all over again tomorrow.
Yeah, apparently so. So yeah, look forward to that.
Yeah, a good starting place for tomorrow. Wicked. Well done, Kyle.
Yes, thank you.
Right, more racing up next, and more Caterhams a bit later on, so I'll hand back to Dave.
Yes, thanks very much, Sam. Next up, we wind the clock back with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's Everard's Pre-66 Classic and Historic Saloon Car Championship, and it's certainly a rather unusual grid. We haven't got any of the big V8 engine cars. Of course, we saw Piers Grange's big Ford Falcon out at Donington Park earlier this season. He had a win, but this is more of a handling circuit than a power circuit. It's going to be an interesting fight between the Lotus Cortinas and the smaller cars, and it is 2 of the slightly smaller cars who took advantage of a slightly damp track in qualifying this morning to set the front row. Billy Keneally in his Ford Anglia is on pole, and the similar machine of Ed Gibbs, number 102, alongside him. First Lotus Cortina is Ian Thompson, the former champion in number 7 on row 2, alongside the Hillman Imp, a fantastic effort by Brendan Rooney, the Irish-born racer in number 91. Row 3, Jake Swan with his Anglia, and another Imp, that's of Gary Preble, the former Pre-03 touring car champion, switching to Pre-66 this season with his new Imp. Row 4 of the grid is Kevin Swan with his Anglia, father of Jake, and Mike Davies in his Mini. 5th row of the grid is the Singer Chamois of Steve Platts, effectively a rebadged Hillman Imp, alongside Pat Keneally, who I believe is father of Billy in his Lotus Cortina, hoping to make up for some mechanical gremlins at Donington the first weekend of the season. Row 6 of the grid, we will have number 56 Adam Cunnington, the ex-Triumph racer, in his Lotus Cortina, alongside Jeremy Dias with his Singer Chamois, number 41. Row 7, 712 Peter Smith in his Lotus Cortina, alongside the new build version of veteran number 11 Roger Stanford. The 8th row of the grid, David Ellis with the yellow Hillman Imp alongside the Mini of Martin Armstrong. Donington race winner Simon Gustafson struggled in qualifying. He's only on row 9 in his Lotus Cortina alongside the little Austin A35 of Charles Norris, who is the only Class D entry this weekend. Brian Bedford's Austin A40 not here. 10th row, Adrian Oliver with his Imp alongside Simon Farrar with his Lotus Cortina, and completing the what we should see is a 21 car grid is Keith Wright in the blue Lotus Cortina. The ex-Morris Minor racer starts from the back of the grid. Before we get this one underway, let's hear who Ian was able to catch up with a little earlier.
Here we are in his assembly area, almost time to get going for the Classic Touring Car Racing Car Pre-66s. Let's just grab Ed Gibbs for a very quick chat. Ed, can I just borrow you for just before you run off and go chatting around? Great to have you here, great to see you, Cadwell Park. You must like it,
yeah,
B2, what a grid.
I love Cadwell Park, mate, yeah, especially in the wet, it's quite exciting.
Well, let's talk about quality, because it was wet, wasn't it?
Yeah, very wet, yeah, but no, it's good, yeah, it's exciting in the wet, so...
it's dry now. The sun's shining. You wouldn't believe it was raining earlier. What can we stay P2? Can we get P1?
I'm going to do everything I can to stay there. So Hopefully I'm going to tag on the back of Billy and get a 1-2.
Ford Anglia. It's a very good sight, dude. Well done. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Billy, can I just very quickly jump in with you? Congratulations on the position, but you did say it was wet earlier, and that helped.
Yeah, just a bit. Ain't going to be the same now, I don't think, but I'll give it a go.
Who are you most worried about behind?
Probably Ian.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and the other cool team is a bit further back on there, so we'll see.
We will see. Look, indeed, well done. Congratulations. Good to see you as well, by the way, mate. Right, here we go. This is a real fan favourite, isn't it? The pre-66s. Look at the cars as they're coming into the assembly area here. A real mix. We've got 2 Ford Anglias on pole position, a Cortina Hillman Imps, plenty more Anglias, Austin Mini Coopers. We've got so many. I'll leave Dave Goddard to run through them all. In fact, why don't we hand over to him now for this race? It's time to get going for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club pre-66s. It's going to be a cracker. Dave, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the car's already on their green flag lap then. In the absence of the big, powerful V8 engined cars in Class A, it's down to some of the smaller machines to provide the battles at the front. The blue Anglia of Billy Keneally on pole position. Another car that's had a lot of mechanical gremlins in the last year or two, so hoping for a change of fortune here. Starts alongside the similar machine of Ed Gibbs, his best ever qualifying efforts on the front row. The rain this morning mixing things up a little. On the second row of the grid, Ian Thompson, the first of the Lotus Cortinas, the Lunar Rising Records Cortina on Road 2. He'll be one of the favourites here, a former champion overall in this division. The car's organised into subclasses based on their engine sizes. No entries in Class A or B. Class C is for the Minis and Anglias. Class D, we've got just one entry, the Little Austin A35 at the back of the field for Charles Norris. Class E is for the Hillman Imps and the Singer Chamois. And Class F is a dedicated class for Lotus Cortinas. So that's how the subclasses work in pre-66. And there's Roger Stanford, the green and gold Lotus Cortina with a new build this season. Looks very similar to the car that was written off in a nasty accident at Alton Park a couple of years ago. Great to see Roger back out this year. There's Gary Preble. He could be a giant killer here, given his form in saloon cars over the years with his Hillman Imp. Last year, of course, it was an Imp that won the championship, James Ibbotson taking the title for the second time in his career. James's car, sadly, not ready for the first couple of rounds due to engine issues, but hopefully he'll be back later in the season. He's been helping out Brendan Rooney with his Imp, and it's paying off as well. That sort of lilac blue car on the second row of the grid there is Brendan Rooney. Great to see him up there on the second row of the grid overall. The Swan family, son ahead of father. Jake Swan in the black Anglia, Kevin in the white car. First of the Minis on the grid is Mike Davies, and his brother John Davies share that number 21 car. That's the red machine alongside Kevin Swan. Watch for Simon Gustafson as well. Donington race winner overall, struggled in qualifying, only 17th on the grid. Watch for him coming through the field from towards the back. 15 minutes then for the Everard pre-66 classic and historic touring cars, going all the way back to the dawn of the British Saloon Car Championship, about to get underway. Here we go, and a super start by Ian Thompson. Can he get through there in the Lotus Cortina? Not the best of getaways for Ed Gibbs. 5 wide in the pack. Look at this. Oh, goodness me, that was close. I thought we were going to have a pile up there towards the back of the field, but they've all managed to keep it going. It is Ian Thompson who has the lead in the Cortina. He's outpaced the Anglias off the line. Billy Keneally going with him. Everybody else trying to be third as they head through Charlie's Bend. It's Ed Gibbs who's in third place, then Jake and Kevin Swan 4th and 5th. They've got ahead of the smaller engined Imp of Brendan Rooney. Gary Preble's dropped back a bit. The Lotus Cortinas using their power off the line. Mike Davies in there in the first of the 2 Minis. Martin Armstrong's green one, the second one. We haven't got Barry Syme, regular top Mini, in his blue machine this weekend, unfortunately. Had a few problems at Donington Park at the season opener. And there's Gary Preble side by side with Martin Armstrong, throwing the Mini around the outside. Pat Keneally's Lotus Cortina in that group as well. They sort themselves out around the first lap then. Running wide, Ed Gibbs nearly lost it. Jake Swan on his tail. Ford Anglias to the fore at the moment, along with Ian Thompson, who has the early lead in his Cortina. There's Peter Smith, number 712. If memory serves me correctly, Peter is the father of Guy Smith, the former Le Mans 24 Hours winner. Back of the field there's Charles Norris, little A35, ahead of Jeremy Dias and David Ellis in their imps. Here's the battle for the lead. Billy Keneally is not letting Ian Thompson get away. It's 3 line astern for third as well. Jake Swan's been able to get through ahead of Ed Gibbs after he ran wide coming out of the gooseneck onto the grass. There's Roger Stanford just ahead of Simon Gustafsson, who's beginning his charge through the field after struggling in qualifying. Come round to complete the opening lap, and we've got a spinner. Oh, damage to the back of one of the Lotus Cortinas, and that's Pat Keneally. He's not having a happy season, Pat Keneally. He's gone off at Hall Bends, and I imagine he'll be calling into the pits to check that rear end damage. Across the line goes Simon Farrow's Lotus Cortina, but it is Thompson who leads by 0.6 of a second as they completed lap number 1. But Billy Keneally is all over him like a rash as they come out of Charlie's there. Billy Keneally desperate for results. He's had endless engine problems with this Anglia over the last couple of seasons. One of the imps pulling over as well. That is Jeremy Dias, the man from Bridgnorth in Shropshire in the number 41. So he's pulled up on the run up to Coppice Corner. Peter Smith in the 712 having a go at Jake Swan and Ed Gibbs, the 2 Anglias. It was John Fitzpatrick, who was British Saloon car champion in an Anglia in period in the 1960s, and they bounce off each other there. Excuse me, says Peter Smith. I'm playing Jim Clark or Graham Hill today at the wheel of the Lotus Cortina. Peter Arundel was another leading exponent in the Colin Chapman's homologation special back in the 60s. Well, John Love and Sir John Whitmore, they were the masters of the minis, along with Christabel Carlisle, the first lady driver to really make a mark in British saloon car racing. But today's Jim Clark is Ian Thompson. There he is, over the top at the mountain. Billy Keneally is playing John Fitzpatrick up there in second place. Swing their way through Hall Bends. There's Kevin Swan. There's the Mini. A bit of damage on the front of the Mini, I noticed there, of Martin Armstrong. Bit of damage to the right front corner. He's behind Roger Stanford. Brendan Rooney and Gary Preble have dropped back. Yeah, the imps qualified well because of the wet conditions, but the less powerful machines now dropping back. It's the Cortinas and Anglias at the front. The yellow flag is out because of Jeremy Dias' stranded car, so no passing on the pit straight. Across the line they go. Gustafsson in there behind Preble. He's up to 12th, having started back in 17th. Thompson leads by 0.8 of a second. Third place is Adam Cunnington, and he's done the fastest lap of the race with a 1:49.235. About 9 seconds slower than the Caterhams we saw in the previous race. There's Gustafsson moving up on the imps. He shouldn't have any problem drawing his way past Gary Preble and Brendan Rooney, and no problem at all. Straight past them on the outside on Park Straight. So the power advantage returning to the Cortinas here in the drier conditions. A little bit of smoke there out of the back of Gary Preble's imp. It's a new car for him this year. His father, Alan Preble, raced imps back in the day, which is what's attracted multiple Castle Combe saloon car champion Gary to race one this year. He's been pre-03 touring car champion a couple of times in a Honda Civic. Now chasing Brendan Rooney in the 91. There is the white Anglia of Kevin Swan, under fire from Martin Armstrong. That headlight's now fallen out of his Mini. It's a Mini Cyclops, the number 230. There's our leaders, and now Cunnington up into second place on the tail of Ian Thompson. I didn't see Billy Keneally there as he had a problem with the Anglia. I didn't see him go through Hall Bends there. We'll pick that up if we can. Lock up there from Jake Swan. There's Ed Gibbs in the grey Anglia, but I don't see a blue Anglia. Has Billy Keneally had yet more gremlins with that car? Great shame if he has. Yep, he's not come over the start-finish line. That's a great shame. Billy Keneally looks like he's out of the race. May have pulled into the paddock at the mountain. Yellow flags are still out at, is that a safety car board I see? There was a board waving, yes, the pack's slowing down. I think the safety car's being scrambled. So maybe Billy Keneally has come to grief somewhere, because I think the safety car is being scrambled. It's not come up on the timing screen as yet, and somebody's lost it there coming out of Charlie's, I think. That was Kevin Swan. Nearly spun it. Ah, there's what's happened. Martin Armstrong's Mini has crashed out on Park Straight. So that's the reason for the safety car boards. It's not showing on the timing screens, that's why I was confused at first, but no, confirmation now, SC, safety car being scrambled, because Martin Armstrong has crashed the Mini, unfortunately, on Park Straits. I assume he's got a wheel onto the grass coming out of Charlie's and spun into the tyre wall. There is the Mini. He was already missing a headlamp, and there's quite a lot more damage to it now, unfortunately. He's trying to get going again. He's making his way through the gap in the barriers there, taking a shortcut back to the paddock. So, safety car is out then. We didn't see what's happened to Billy Keneally, unfortunately. We lost the Anglia. So it's Thompson ahead of Cunnington. Cortina's first and second. There they are, with Jake Swan in third. Peter Smith in his Cortina fourth. Then Roger Stanford in the British Racing green Cortina with the gold stripe. Then Ed Gibbs. Simon Gustafsson, I think he's up into 7th place. Or it may be 8th, because Kevin Swan had that half spin, so he's got to recover. So under the safety car here at Cadwell Park at this War of the Wolds events here in Lincolnshire. There's Pat Keneally, who's still going in his battered Cortina after his spin at Paul Benz. Here's a replay of what happened up on Park Straits. We just caught it there. Yes, Martin Armstrong got a wheel onto the grass there. Now that happened when the safety car boards were already out, because we saw Kevin Swan get crossed up in the Anglia, so that was after the safety car had been scrambled. So I'm not sure why the safety car did come out. Is it for Jeremy Dias' car that was still parked there? Well, there's a recovery vehicle going to it, so maybe that's why. I thought that was being covered with yellow flags, but maybe that's the reason for our safety car intervention. So a little bit of confusion there, apologies for that. So we're just over 5 minutes of this race to go. Ian Thompson is your leader, ahead of Cunnington and Swan. There's Jeremy Dias' Singer Chamois being towed away by the BMW recovery vehicle. Another car going slowly, I noticed there was Keith Wright in his Lotus Cortina. We seem to have lost Kevin Swan somewhere as well. The Anglia's not come round. Quite a few casualties early on in this Everard's Pre-66 touring car race. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights. The start of the race, I thought we were going to see a pilot, because look at this in the midfield. 5 wide off the grid, and a bit of bump and run between a couple of the Cortinas there. An early battle for the lead was between the Anglias and the Cortinas at the front. Ian Thompson took the lead off the line. Ed Gibbs was pushing a little hard, just lost the rear there coming out of the gooseneck, and that allowed Jake Swan to come through. And then we had cars sliding at the exit of Charlie's as the safety car was scrambled for Jeremy Dias' stationary car. And unfortunately, Martin Armstrong ended up in the barriers. That's his race over. Kevin Swan was caught up there as well. We saw him get sideways. He's not come through on the last lap, so I think he's out of the race as well. Safety car continues round. There's Charles Norris, the little A35 at the back of the pack. Maybe small, but they were a very potent car in their day, in the late 50s. tuned by the Speedwell company, owned by Graham Hill. So once that car is removed, I imagine it'll be one more lap under the safety car, and then the pack will be unleashed for a sprint for the line. Thompson from Cunnington, Jake Swan, Peter Smith. Great run through by Simon Gustafson, has gained 10 places so far. In terms of class leaders, Thompson leads Class F for the Lotus Cortinas. Class C is led by Jake Swan. Class D will be Charles Norris, the only Class D runner, and Class E for the Hillman Imps is led by Brendan Rooney in 8th place. Adam Cunnington used to be very successful in a Triumph Spitfire, I remember, a few years ago. Adrian Oliver, the maroon Hillman Imp, son of Eric Oliver, the legendary sidecar racer, 4 times world sidecar champion. I bet he had his fair share of wins around Cadwell Park. The Davies family Mini, driven by Mike in this race. I believe it'll be John who takes over for race 2. Just a couple of minutes left on the clock now, so we might have a 1-lap sprint here. Yes, lights are out atop the safety car, so we're going to have a sprint for the line. A 1-lap shootout by the look of things then here around the Cadwell Park roller coaster. Ian Thompson will lead them away. I suspect we're going to see the 2 Cortinas pull away slightly on this restart. Here we go. We are back to green here at Cadwell Park. The Everard's Pre-66 Classic and Historic Touring cars get back underway. And away go the Lotus Cortinas. Jake Swan in 3rd place, holding back Peter Smith and Roger Stanford. But it's Thompson who leads from Adam Cunnington into Charlie's Bend. What will be the final time, I think. Brendan Rooney, the leading Hillman Imp. Jake Swan up there looking for an overall podium. If he can hold back the more powerful Cortinas behind him. Roger Stanford runs wide, gets 2 wheels onto the grass. Holds it together though, just ahead of, looks like Gustafson in behind him now. Peter Smith all over the back of Jake Swan. The leading pair have been able to pull away. There's Thompson ahead of Cunnington. Beautiful, immaculate Ford Anglia of Jake Swan in 3rd place. There's Rooney leading the Imso, and Ed Gibbs pulling up. Oh, what a shame. Started on the front row. It looks like the Anglia has hit problems. I think that's mechanical rather than sliding off there for Ed Gibbs. Just a few seconds left on the clock now. The midfielders come down into Mansfield Bend. Roger Stanford coming under fire from Simon Gustafson, continuing his charge through, and of course this and a challenge on for the lead there from Adam Cunnington. He got through, but he slides wide as he held it together. Yes, he has. Well, what happened there? Adam Cunnington has thrown it past Ian Thompson for the lead. Well, I'd like to see a replay of that move if we can, because I don't know how he's got through there on the entrance to the mountain. That's very impressive from Adam Cunnington. He's going to snatch the win from Ian Thompson. Here they come, out of Barn Corner. Well, I suspected Thompson would pull away there, but I've been proven wrong, because Adam Cunnington comes in to take his first win at the wheel of his Lotus Cortina. Thompson 2nd, and Jake Swan holds off Peter Smith for 3rd. Stanford is next, and Gustafson through from 17th on the grid to 6th. Brendan Rooney a class win in 7th, then Preble, Mike Davies and Simon Farrar rounds out the top 10. Well, that just proves you can't predict anything in motorsport. I was certain Ian Thompson was going to hang on there. How did Adam Cunnington get through there ahead of Ian Thompson? Cunnington, a newcomer to the championship this year. He has experience, as we said, in historic racing. This is his first year with the Lotus Cortina. Ian Thompson is a former champion. Jake Swan, a class win in Class C, and he holds off Peter Smith to take 3rd place overall as well. Very impressive drive by Jake. Just a shame he lost the other Anglia there of Ed Gibbs. But Adam Cunnington is absolutely overjoyed. Great drive. His first year with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. They'll do it all again in tomorrow's race. Original result then as follows. Cunnington the winner by 0.6 of a second ahead of Ian Thompson. Jake Swan in third, wins Class C. Fourth for Peter Smith ahead of Roger Stanford, who got the fastest lap with a 1:48.989. Simon Gustafson, a fine run through from 17th to 6th. Brendan Rooney won Class E ahead of Gary Preble. And Mike Davies in the Mini, second in class in 9th. Then Simon Farrer, Steve Platts, Adrian Oliver, Charles Norris, the winner of Class D, and David Ellis in 14th place. Peter Wright was the other car left running because we sadly lost the Keneally family. We lost Ed Gibbs, of course, on the restarts. Kevin Swan failed to finish. Martin Armstrong we saw in the barriers, and we lost Jeremy Dias, his car bringing out the safety car. It'll be interesting to hear in a moment how Adam Cunnington managed to take the lead there. I saw some tyre smoke heading through the entrance to the mountain. Superb drive from everyone in our pre-66 touring cars. There's been a slight change to the race order as well, because next up on track is going to be more classic touring car race action. Race 4 is now going to be the combined pre-83, pre-93 and pre-03 championship race. That swap places in the race order with the junior saloon cars. Let's head down to Ian in the meanwhile in Parc Fermé.
Well, I'll tell you, sometimes a one-lap shootout gives us all the entertainment we need. And look at Adam Cunnington there. He is absolutely delighted. He was down in 11th place at the start, and he takes the checkered flag. We'll just let him get out of the car and have a quick chat with him. He's absolutely delighted as he drove into Parc Fermé here at Cadwell Park. He's desperate to get that helmet off. I'm desperate to talk to him as well. Ian Thompson coming home. Is no stranger, Ian, to a podium. We'll grab you in a second if that's right. I hope you don't mind, Ian. No disrespect. Can we give the honours to Adam first, of course? Adam, congratulations. Thank you very much. Come on, there we go. Handshake and a hug. Let's have both. Wow, that was unbelievable. I think a few people would like to give you a few handshakes. That was some drive.
That was hard work, but it's a shame it was under the safety car, a lot of it. That was
but that gave us the entertainment, didn't it? It bunched everybody back up.
It lifted everybody for that last lap, so yeah.
What does this mean to you?
Oh, it's great. It's great. It's nice to get this Cortina up there.
Yeah.
It is an original Lotus one, so it's a little bit heavier than some of the others. So it's.
We did well to get up the mountain, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, it was good fun. Great fun. Great race.
Well done. Congratulations. I hope it sinks in indeed. I'm just going to swing round over here and grab Ian for a quick chat as well, if we can. Ian, you're always at the sharp end. You're always battling. That was a special race.
That was very good. I led for the start to finish, and then last lap he did me. Fair and square. Good move. I made a mistake.
It was bunched up under the safety car, of course, for a while, wasn't it? A one-lap shootout. Great, probably a little bit nervy for you. Great entertainment for us, though.
Well, yeah, nervous, not the. Yeah, I was really nervous coming round. I made a mistake, and he just did me. So fair and square, he beat me fair and square. But tomorrow is another day. And no band playing this weekend, and I need to apologise to viewers for swearing last time. Did you? My mum, yeah, said the S word, so it wasn't that bad.
Oh, naughty Ian. It's like about a name, isn't it? I think. Well done, Ian. Congratulations, good stuff. Indeed as well. Jake Swan coming home. I think he has swanned off though, has Jake Swan. Did you see what we did there? Yeah, Jake Swan has ran off somewhere. I'm not too sure where he is. Just a quick reminder then, for those of you who don't know, if you've got the timetable in front of you, it has slightly changed. So the classic touring car race called pre-83s, 93s and 03s, they're about to head out on track very shortly. They've just swapped the race with the junior saloons. They were just sorting out the grid for the JSCC. So a slight change to your timetable. Up next is the classic touring cars, pre-83s, 93s and 03s. Plenty more action still to come here at Cadwell Park. And how about your commentator, Dave Goddard?
Thanks very much, Ian. Just a couple of cars being recovered at the moment, because we saw one or two cars pull off during that pre-66 race. It's a combined grid next up then. We have the pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, the Track Hub UK pre-93 touring cars and the Bertie Haulage pre-03 touring cars all on the same grid. coming up next. As we said, they've swapped places in the timetable with the junior saloons. Just a few things being sorted out after qualifying. Slight delay for the grid being released for the junior saloons, so a quick swap around in the timetable. While we await the cars to appear on track, we caught up with a few drivers a little earlier.
Right, everybody, here we go. More classic touring car action. The pre-83s, 93s and pre-2003. Cam, great. I'm very well, thank you. I thought you had smart shoes on then. I just saw the brown and they're very dapper, don't they?
But that's the secret, is your going out shoes on the circuit. So
you had a very good result at Donington, a pair of wins there. How does it compare to Cadwell Park?
Cadwell's a bit crazy, isn't it? It's a bit. We went on the bikes last night. We cycled on the circuit. We did. We cycled.
What lap time did you do?
Much quicker than the wet. Much quicker than the wet. And my wife and my daughter were just complaining about how hilly it is over here. So a completely different concept, but all the same. Head down and focus.
Well, Ian Bowie was trying to get me to go for a run with it, but I don't fancy these hills, to be honest. Even in a car, it's hard, isn't it?
He's far too healthy for me, isn't he? Let's be honest. But you know, the car's going well on the circuit, so
brilliant.
Give it a go.
Are you sticking around for the entire season, Cam?
That's the plan. Yes. That's the plan. Is it Alton Park after this?
Yes. Yeah.
So we'll give it a go and have some fun.
Top man, Cam. Good luck today. Great to see you as well, by the way, mate. I have a feeling we might be chatting again at some point. You never know. I just want to move down. I want to show you Malcolm Jeff's Golf GTI here. Look at it with the Wrigley's Juicy Fruit chewing gum. I'm sure other chewing gum is available, but let's just go down and have a quick chat with him, see how he's feeling. Malcolm, how are we doing?
I'm all right, thanks.
I'm just picking out my favourite liveries, and I think you've won the day with this. Tell us about it.
Well, it's been a long time coming. We've had about nearly 3 years worth of mechanicals and this and the other.
Yeah.
But when we had this wrapped about 3 years ago, we had Scale Electrics approached us in the Brands Hatch paddock.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they said, can we do one of your cars? And I thought, yeah, fill your boots, no problem.
Did they give you any royalties?
No, I was just expecting a yellow Golf to turn up on their site, but they've copied it absolutely the same, even with my name on it, everything.
Really?
And I'm
that's quite an honour, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I take it you have one at home then, do you, on the mantelpiece?
Of course, I win every time at home.
Okay, great stuff, Malcolm. Thank you so much. Really good to see you, by the way, mate, as well. There we go. Time to go racing for the classic tourer cars. We've got the pre-83s, the pre-93s, and the pre-2003s. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Yes, thanks Ian. Great to see the Golf back out, as Malcolm Jeffs was saying. A lot of mechanical problems with that car over the last couple of years, and it's great to see it here at Cadwell this weekend. Quick hello to one of our commenters on YouTube, a driver who we normally see out in the pre-83s, James Dunkley. Not out this weekend, sadly, with his Ford Fiesta Mark 1 XR2, but good to see you're watching on, James. Quick hello to Caitlin Penny, top sim racing commentator as well. She spotted that the Mini wasn't there when the safety car boards came out as well. And Good See Hero V50 says, I've seen a video from the 60s of a Ford Cortina driving down a bobsled track. Yes, that would have been at Cortina d'Ampezzo in Italy to celebrate the launch of the Lotus Cortina. They did drive them down the bobsleigh run at Milano Cortina, where the Winter Olympics have recently been held. So that's our revised schedule for this afternoon then. 5 races still to come. As we say, we've swapped around the classic touring cars and the junior saloon cars. And that's followed by the Caterham 270R Championship, sponsored by FanDrive. Then the Track Action Race Club. And finally the Vertex Watches Caterham 310Rs. Let's have a look at our grid then for our combined race for the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, the Track Hub UK Pre-93 touring cars, and the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars. Front row of the grid is somebody we've already seen out today, the reigning Pre-93 touring car champion Ian Bauer in his BMW M3, and he starts alongside the first of the Pre-03 runners, the BMW Compact of Adam Reed, also in his second race of the day. Second row, we've just heard from Cam Tunio at the wheel of his Honda Civic. He's in Pre-03, had a couple of wins at Donington at the season opener with that car, alongside the first of the Pre-83, which is Birmingham's Nick Grindrod in his Ford Escort Mark 1. Row 3 is the reigning Pre-03 champion David Cave with his BMW 328, and Tom Harvey all the way from Kent in his Escort Mark 1 in Pre-83. Also in Pre-83, making the long trip from Devon, is Jared Knight with his Escort Mark 2, alongside the reigning Pre-83 champion Jonathan Corker. Struggled in the damp in qualifying in his Datsun 510. He's back on row 4. Watch for him coming through. Row 5 is Malcolm Jeffs with the Mark 1 Golf, just spoken to him, alongside the number 89 of Tim Tomlin. He's in a BMW 328 running in pre-03. We should see 2 more cars on the back row of the grid, which are pre-83 runner Nick Williamson, number 11 with his Rover SD1 Vitesse, and number 58 Mark Finney with the Vauxhall Astra GTE. He's the second of the 2 pre-93 runners. They're sadly a bit down on numbers this weekend. Mark Finney was struggling a bit in qualifying as well, looked off the pace, so hopefully the Astra is there for this race. He looks to be having a few issues in qualifying. So a dozen cars on the grid then for our next race, with the sun now out here at Cadwell Park. And Ian Bauer, I suspect we're going to see run away at the front of this race, because in qualifying he was lapping over 4.5 seconds a lap quicker than everyone else. So it's Bauer's race to lose really, out at the front. Looking at the qualifying times, who should be in the battles for the minor placings? It'll be interesting to see how Cam Tunio gets on against the escorts, the quicker runners in the pre-83 category. I think that's where the main battles are going to be in this one. Looking at a few more of our events coming up here on BARC TV, and with the BARC overall, of course, the British Touring Car Championship will kick off soon at Donington Park as well, later this month. And then at the end of the month we have the British Hill Climb season opener at Prescott. PrescottHillClimb.co.uk to buy your tickets for that one. If you've not seen a hill climb before, the quickest cars, virtually Formula 1 speeds up a country lane, seriously. And then of course 2nd and 3rd of May we go to Croft Speedfest North for TCR UK. The Caterhams are in action there once again, including the fastest of all, the Seven UK Championship. Track action and the Junior Saloon cars are there as well. Croftcircuit.co.uk, the place to buy your tickets for the North Yorkshire venue. If you can't make it to that one, we will be providing coverage on BARC TV, as we will from Convoy Thruxton at Thruxton in Hampshire. May the 16th and 17th, the British Truck Racing Championship has its 2nd weekend of the season, plus the pickup trucks. They were brilliant at the season opener at Brands Hatch. I can't wait to see them round Thruxton. We also have the Mini Challenge Club Sports, the Civic Cup, and also the OT Publishing Coupe Cup for the Hyundai Coupes as well. Plenty more off-track entertainment there as well. Do not miss Thruxton. Get yourself trackside if you can. Thruxtonracing.co.uk is the place to buy your tickets. There's the old circuit house in the middle of the Cadwell circuit, sadly derelict these days. Somewhere I would very much like to live if I was able to. Imagine living in the middle of a race circuit. The reason we've got the slight delay at the moment, as you can see, is the barrier just being repaired on Park Straight, where Martin Armstrong had that incident in his Mini. So a big thanks to the Orange family, our marshalling team, just enacting the repairs at the moment. And once Clerk of the Course Steve Hill is happy, we'll be able to get back underway. Let's have a look at some of your comments. Hedgeworks Motorsport says, good luck to the Kersley Motorsport team in the Junior Saloon cars. They're up after this next race, as we say. If you're just joining us here on BARC TV, a slight change to the timetable with the combined Classic Touring Car Racing Club event just being moved in front of the Junior Saloon cars. To all the rest of you for your comments coming in. We will be joined incidentally by Chris Hutchinson from Caterham for their races tomorrow. Let's have Chris back on commentary. Echo Leeds says, Cadwell Marshals are the best. My boy is in the assembly area today. I must say a quick hello to James Parry as well, who got in touch earlier, one of our marshalling team in the pits and on start line today. Sky Price says, can't wait to see my cousin Ralphie Branscombe taking part in the Junior Saloon cars. He's the scholarship winner this year, of course. Greg says, go Cam Tunio in the Honda Civic. We just heard from Cam. While we await the repairs to take place there, the tyre wall just being repaired, we have an interview from Caterham from a little earlier in the weekend.
Right, I'm here with Alex Reed, the head of motorsport for Caterham. First of all, congratulations, Alex, and fairly new to the role. How have you found things so far?
Well, thank you, firstly. Yeah, it's very exciting. It's an exciting time for us. Lots of things to learn for me personally, but luckily we've got an established team of, support technicians and our hospitality staff, our coordination staff. They're not new to it, so I've been very reliant on them for all the runnings of the day, and they do a fantastic job. And I can now use this time to learn how the championship operates, speak to our drivers, speak to our teams, and then put any little changes we want to continue to improve this for everyone across the board, really.
What's been the biggest challenge then for yourself as head of motorsport for Caterham coming into your first race weekend?
Making sure we haven't forgotten anything, for sure, right? I keep having sleepless nights about the fact I might suddenly wake up and we haven't done catering, but don't worry, catering are here, we're fine.
And that is brilliant, by the way. Not that I would know, but...
have you been eating our food?
Okay, confession, I did have breakfast, yes. Very good.
You're more than welcome, more than welcome. So yeah, just trying to make sure that we've got everything covered. In terms, we haven't tried to change the world for this season in terms of the way we're doing it, because it would be naive to think that this product that's been honed over the years into what it is now could instantly be changed and made better. So I really want to understand that. We've made a couple of very small changes. So the things that you might see different at this race meeting is we have a couple of driving standards coaches in. So we're trying to improve the driving standards throughout the championships. And that's not to say that they were poor, but improving driving standards is always top of everyone's priority list. We want everyone to go away happy, low damage, good, clean, fast racing. So they're there for a driver education perspective to try and help educate our drivers on racecraft and things as they move through their sort of progression up the ladder. And we've also started a drivers forum for this year. So when I started, I was inundated with all these ideas, some good, some less good, some like wild, right? And I'm trying to make time to listen to all of this feedback, but there's a lot of noise. So we've appointed a driver's representative from each championship, and they'll be getting the collective view of each grid. And then after each race weekend, so next week we'll have a meeting following Cadwell Park, and they'll bring anything to us that they feel was a challenge, they liked, that they didn't like, and that can help us shape the future of Caterham Motorsport when it's going to go. We want to listen to our customer and then do what the customers, achieve what the customers are trying to achieve from racing.
Something else very excited, and the eagle-eyed viewers might have seen across the bark in Caterham content, because we met up back in the last year, didn't we? There is a new car coming as well, isn't there?
There is. So the series that we've got running here today are Road Sport 270 and 310R. All of those run on the original format, so the original Ford Sigma engine, but starting with Academy, which will be starting very shortly. We have a grid of 30 new drivers.
Brilliant.
Who will be coming through in the new car. So we're really happy with where registrations are for that. And in fact, really happy with where registrations are across the championships. It's been really well subscribed for the position of UK motorsport currently. But yeah, we'll have our 30 new drivers coming through. They've already been to the factory and had a seminar, found out a lot about the season, and they've been and done their ARDS test at Castle Coombs. So they've all got their race licenses now, and they'll be itching to take delivery of their cars and get out on track in them for the first time.
Very much looking forward to that. But here at Cadwell Park, what a circuit, isn't it? This is going to be exciting, right?
Yeah, if this one's not tricky enough already, we threw in some changing weather conditions as well.
Was that something you thought, no, I've got to do that as head of motorsport, chuck a bit of rain in?
Yeah, I paid extra for that. It all came out of the budget. No, we had 2 days of great dry testing, and then obviously as soon as the first qualifying session starts, out came the rain. But I think, the drivers are well established at this point. Even our road sport drivers have had a lot of seat time through Academy, and this is where they find out, they've done some wet testing, they've done some dry testing, and we'll see the quick ones come to the front, right? Especially exciting in 310, who have a choice of tyre this year. So in the qualifying session, we saw some out on the wet tyre and some out on the dry tyre in those mixed conditions. And that tactical choice, I think, adds to the racing as well. Making good, smart decisions is all part of being a good racing driver. So it's really interesting to see who went with what option in that first session as well.
People always keep coming back. I like the pathway with Caterham as well. And you just mentioned 30 drivers there for the Academy coming through. If somebody is watching this thinking, I would quite like to find out more and get involved in this, is it too late to sign up for 2026, or is there a waiting list, or can you still register?
So we're lucky it's been very, very popular. So yeah, sadly it's too late for 2026 now. They've already started their programme, and the reason that we do that is you're already on the back foot then. They've already got their race licences, they've already been to some events, and we want drivers to get the full package. So we are taking registrations now for 2027. I think we've got 5 or 6 already registered, moving at this stage.
Don't delay.
Yeah. And we'll see that build up as we go through. So the way to get involved and get a little bit more information, obviously on the Caterham website, there's a motorsport section. It talks through how to get involved. And then our established UK dealer network will walk you through every step of the process. In fact, Ollie White, who runs one of our dealerships at Caterham HWM, is actually on pole for the 270 race coming up. And he came through Academy, and lots of the dealers, Oakmere, Silverstone, they've all got people who have been through the Academy process. If you go and speak to the dealers, they're passionate about it, and they know the ins and outs of it because their staff have actually gone through the process as well.
Well, Alex, thank you so much. Look, you're a busy man. I'm going to have to let you go. I really appreciate you giving up a bit of time this morning. I know, look how busy it is. It's such a hive of activity. It's brilliant. And I must say, Caterham Motorsport is in very good hands. Enjoy the weekend. Thank you.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Nicely timed there, thanks Ian, as the car's just moving off for their green flag lap here at Cadwell Park. This is the combined race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, Pre-83, Pre-93 and Pre-03 touring cars. Ian Bauer was well clear of everybody else in qualifying, his BMW on pole. There's Adam Reed, Cam Tunio, those two are the top of the 03s. The Pre-83 is headed by Nick Grindrod in his Ford Escort Mark 1. Doesn't look as if Mark Finney's there, unfortunately, the Vauxhall Astra, so slightly smaller grid than we were hoping for. The Astra GTE having problems in qualifying. He was well off the pace in the qualifying session. Once for Nick Williamson, couldn't get the power down in the wet qualifying session in his big Rover SD1 from the back of the grid. To be a 15-minute race. Hi to Lando for Life, who says, excited to be going to my first ever BARC event tomorrow here at Cadwell after watching years of BARC streams. That's great to hear, Lando for Life, that you're going to be trackside instead of watching on the stream. Do keep in touch on the stream while you're trackside there if you can. Nice little mix of cars here for this next classic touring car race. If you were expecting junior saloon cars next, they're on next. They've moved down a race in the running order today. So a reminder of the grid, Ian Bauer and Adam Reed in their BMWs on the front row of the grid. There they are. Second row, Cam Tunio in the Honda Civic and Nick Grindrod first of the Pre-83s in his Escorts. Row 3, David Cave, the blue BMW, the reigning Pre-03 champion. And Tom Harvey from Kent with his Escort. Then Jared Knight in his Escort. Jonathan Corker in the Datsun 510. Watch for him coming through to battle with Nick Grindrod for Pre-83 supremacy. Struggled a bit in qualifying. They had a great fight along with Tom Harvey as well at Donington Park last month. Great to have Malcolm Jeffs back in the yellow Mark 1 Golf. There he is, the Wrigley's Juicy Fruits Chewing Gum sponsored car. Then Tim Tomblin's BMW. And finally Nick Williamson in the SD1s. As we said, Mark Finney is a non-starter after problems in qualifying. Nick Williamson in the colours of GTR, Good Times Racing. He's about to let the Good Times roll from the back of the grid. Big hello to Mr. Bedlam 215 who's watching from the United States. Let's have viewers from across the world here on BARC TV. As the grid pulls into line then, oh, one car pulling into pit lane. I think that's Tom Harvey. Yes, the Escort with a last-minute hitch. That's a great shame. The Shell Sport liveried car. So there's a gap on row 3. So the Castrol BMW up against the white BMW compact of Adam Reed. I suspect, as we say, we're going to see Ian Bauer clear away at the front in this one. It will be a battle for the minor placings, but you never know. Conditions could be a leveller here with things slightly different after qualifying. Here we go then, the revs are up and they're away, and away goes Ian Bauer from pole position. Cracking start by Jonathan Corker. Look at that, having used the pit lane exit there. He's got around his Pre-83 rivals already. The SD1 finds its route blocked there on the outside of Nick Williamson from the back of the grid. Bauer's already got away from Adam Reed. Cam Tunio in third, and Corker from 8th on the grid is already up into 4th position. out onto Park Straight for the first time. There's the second group, headed up by Jared Knight, the Devonshire driver in the Mark II Escort, ahead of Tim Tomlin in his BMW. David Cave drawing past him. Something flew off there. I think that was off the SD1, possibly a little bit of bodywork going begging, as up the inside comes Nick Grindrod. Well, Jonathan Corker is taken for the lead of the Pre-83s. I said battle would be joined between these two. Wait to see if Tom Harvey can join in from the pit lane as well. It won't take him long to catch up, as there go the leaders through the gooseneck. Third is Cam Tunio, and then the Pre-83 leaders. Behind them, David Cave, Williamson from the back of the grid, then Tomlin, Knight and Malcolm Jeffs with the Golf. So Ian Bauer already pulling away at the front. He's the lone Pre-93 championship runner in this race. There he goes across the mountain. The Pre-03s are led by Adam Reed ahead of Cam Tunio, and the Pre-83s by Nick Grindrod, who's got back ahead of Jonathan Corker. The Birmingham man starting to pull away in that category. There is a bit of damage to the front bumper on the SD1, I noticed there in the background. I saw a bit of bodywork come off on Park Straight. There's Nick Grindrod's immaculate Ford Escort. Started off on the short ovals in Grand Prix midget cars, Legends cars as well. He's raced pickup trucks, Caterhams, Mazda MX-5s, and now in this Mark I Escort. And there's Jonathan Corker, the reigning Pre-83 champion. And there's Tom Harvey, sadly, in pit lane. Looks like he'll be going no further in this one. That's a great shame for young Tom, a very talented driver in that Mark I Escort. His father, H. Harvey, long-time classic Ford racer, has taught him very well indeed. Malcolm Jeffs closing up on Jared Knight towards the back of the field. There's David Cave in the BMW 328s. Up the hill towards the right-hander at Park. This is Cam Tunio. Scored a double win in the Pre-03 Championship at Donington Park at the season opener. And they were mixed in with the Classic Thunder Series, among others. Adam Reed in second place, but the lead at the end of lap 1 for Ian Bauer is already nearly 4.5 seconds. So exactly the pace he was on in qualifying. And I suspect he is going to further pull away from there. There's Tunio on his own in third. There's Grindrod in fourth. Corker falling back into the clutches of David Cave now. Then it's the SD1 of Nick Williamson in P7. Tim Tomlin, newcomer this season in the BMW, the man from Wiltshire, is next. Jared Knight and Malcolm Jeffs rounding out the field. Big lock-up from David Cave there. Nearly clipped the back of Jonathan Corker into the hairpin through Barn Corner. Williamson. What's the lead going to be this time? Yes, Ian Bauer's doubled his lead at 1:35.35 his lap time that time through, compared to a 1:40.34 from Adam Reed. This is going to be a demonstration run for Ian Bauer up front, the lone Pre-93 touring cars run up. He's already had a podium in Classic Thunder today, behind Mike Cutt. David Cave giving chase to Jonathan Corker. You won't be too fussed, don't think, about getting past the Datsun, because they're not just in different classes, they're in different championships, those two. David Cave is leading his subclass in Pre-03. You can see the different subclasses, all the P1 places on our timing tower. This is for the lead in Pre-83 though. Can Jonathan Corker close down Nick Grindrod? He got the better start. Then the Escort breezed back through halfway round the first lap. Corker up there in second, a boat builder by trade. Closed down by David Cave in the battle for 5th overall. Bauer's already completed his third lap at 1:34.75. His lap time that time through. Adam Reed still in second place overall. He's over 15 seconds down now on Bauer's BMW. There you can see that little bit of damage to the front corner of the big SD1 of Nick Williamson. He's third of the pre-83s at the moment. Across the line he goes. Pre-03, it's Reed from Tunio and David Cave. And there's Cave, he's got a flash of blue there, the BMW. And Williamson is Tim Tomlin. Wonderful to see the big Rover Vitesse powering its way around Cadwell Park. The car that was so successful in British touring cars in the 80s with the likes of Andy Rouse. Tim Harvey was a class champion in one of those in 87 as well, the Istel Rover. I think the last man to race one of those was Dennis Leach in period. Still just under 9 minutes of this race to go, and the pre-83 lead battle is closing up. If anything, David Cave is pushing Jonathan Corker closer to Nick Grindrod here. Corker wants to stay clear of Cave, but he's having to up his pace and go after Grindrod at the same time. Adam Reed still leads the pre-03s, but he's competing in the guest class this weekend, so he's not eligible for points, Adam Reed. He's not registered for the full championship, so the leading point scoring car is Cam Tunio. You heard mention in the pre-race interview from Malcolm Jeffs that classic touring cars have a tie-in with Scalextric over the last few years, and some of these cars being produced in Scalextric form. Just think you could have your own classic touring car championship right there in your living room. Some of these cars available on sale in miniature form. Malcolm Jeff's Juicy Fruit Golf is one of them. It's wonderful to see that car back out for the first time in over a year. Chasing Jared Knight in the Escorts towards the tail of the field. There's the Golf. It's the Mark 1 Golf, raced most successfully in period by the late Richard Lloyd. Sadly lost his life in a light aircraft accident a few years ago that also very sadly claimed the life of the great David Leslie. There's Tim Tomlin. Very smartly turned out BMW 328i for him, running in 8th place at the moment. There's Cam Tunio, still in P3 overall. Main focus is this fight for the pre-83 lead. What's the gap between Grindrod and Corker? Just under a second. Their lap times are about the same. Corker's last lap was 0.2 of a second quicker though. They both did personal bests, so it could be a battle starting to develop if the little Datsun, the only one of its kind racing in the UK, can push on a bit here. He's being pushed on by David Cave in the BMW. Gets a wheel on the grass there coming out of the hairpin. Liam Bauer, as I suspected, is running away with this. He's over 25 seconds clear now. Let's have a look at the battle in pre-83 then. What was the gap that time through? Yeah, their lap time's about the same. They both did personal best. The gap is still 1 second between the two of them. Let's see if Jonathan Corker can hunt down Nick Grindrod in the Escort. He's trying to. Nick, we mentioned, has a lot of experience. He debuted this car at Pembrey in Wales last season, had a couple of wins. Didn't contest the full season though, and it was Corker who raced to the title, ending many years of domination by Stephen Primet in his Mark 1 Escorts. He went on to race elsewhere last season. He's come back in the Blue Oval Saloons at Donington. It was either Blue Oval Saloons or Classic Thunder he appeared in at Donington. I've misremembered which actually, but he was there at Donington, Stephen Primet. Good to have him back, the man with double figures of pre-83 Group 1 championships. Also Mark Osborne, the man from North Wales, has been champion in a Triumph Dolomite Sprint over the last few years in pre-83 as well. Another lock up there from David Cave. on the limit in his BMW, trying to keep pace with the two older cars. Bauer leads by 31 seconds now over Adam Reed in second. Camtunio is a further 14 seconds back in third, so the top three very well spaced out. But now Jonathan Corker is starting to close up on the escort ahead of him. He took 0.8 of a second out of him on that last lap. And now battle is starting to heat up for the lead of the pre-83s. Can Jonathan Corker get the Datsun through? Down Park Straight. Up the other side. Is he going to get a run on him here into the right hand? No, Grindrod's wise to him. Moves to the inside. Gets on the brakes. But Corker's got the nose down the inside. He is going to get a run on him, and he's done it. That came out of nowhere for Jonathan Corker. I thought Nick Grindrod had covered the line off there, but no. Corker got his nose down the inside and has taken the lead of the pre-83 category. So now it's Grindrod's turn to attack back again. He's got to be mindful David Cave is there on his tail in the BMW. The first three are away and gone. They haven't got to worry about an overall podium here. It's their own personal battle in pre-83 for the category win and fourth overall. Third of the 83s is Nick Williamson's Rover. There he is in the background. Reed leads the pre-03s. Bauer, the only entrance in pre-93, with Mark Finney having failed to start the race. Circuit's still very slightly damp there at the hairpin, look, on the outside under the trees. Less than 3 minutes of this race to go now. A couple of laps left for Jonathan Corker to hang on ahead of the escort. He's pulled 0.8 of a second clear since taking the lead at Park Court. Ian Bauer is not easing his pace off at Cancelli out in front. He's still lapping in the high 134s. There he is. We haven't seen him all race long. He's just lapped Jared Knight and Malcolm Jeffs. There goes our dominant BMW man, already on the podium in the Classic Thunder Saloon race earlier. Now heading for a win in pre-93, the double title holder, one of the success stories of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. He came in a few years ago as a virtual unknown, having converted from track days, and took his M3 to the pre-93 title in his very first season of racing, and he hasn't looked back from then. A BMW man through and through, now racing this lovely replica of the car that Emanuele Naspetti was so successful in the Italian Superturismo series in the 90s. Had a couple of titles in Italy. Here's the battle for ninth place. Jared Knight in the Mark II Escort, much more famous as a rally car, of course. And there's that beautifully turned out Golf. Absolutely immaculate looking, that car. Great to see Malcolm Jeffs, the former Alfa Romeo racer, has finally got it running to its full potential. There's our second place man, Treble 5 Adam Reed, in the Skeg Vegas sponsored BMW Compact. The man from Skegness. Oh, what's happened to Jonathan Corker? The Datsun pulling into the pits. What's happened? He's pulled off. He's not going to make it into the pits. Something's broken. Oh, what a disappointment. He'd fought so hard to get past Nick Grindrod, but the Datsun has broken down. That is such a shame after a brilliant drive. Smoke from under the front end. That's going to hand the pre-83 win on a plate to Nick Grindrod. There's Camtunio. He's heading for third overall. Behind Adam Reed, who we were just mentioning there, the Skegness tyres man. Skegness, of course, has its own motorsport venue, the Skegness Raceway, home of some of the biggest events in British stock car racing. Clock has counted down to 0 though. We are on the last lap now. And Ian Bauer is heading for a very clear victory as we expected. Through the gooseneck for the final time, down the drop into Mansfield. You have to feel for Jonathan Corker there and Ian Power. A little bit of showboating, sliding the BMW out of Mansfield. What's he going to do at the mountain? Try and get some air. Here he comes. Over the top he goes. He certainly hasn't slackened his pace off, still lapping in the 135s. Enjoying himself in the Lincolnshire Wolds. There's a couple of corners to go now. There's a yellow and red striped flag out. That means slippery surface or debris on the road. Has that come from Jonathan Corker's car, I wonder? Is that some oil we can see there, possibly? It doesn't matter for Ian Bauer, because he's coming in to take the win by a very clear margin indeed. He wins the pre-93 split as the only finisher. 10 laps completed. Now Adam Reed will come over for second, but he's nearly a minute behind Ian Bauer. There he is, just coming out of Mansfield now. There's Tim Tomblin over the line in 7th place, a lap down. Next through we should see Jared Knight and Malcolm Jeffs. Yes, they come over the line together. Here comes Adam Reed in the treble 5. SkegnessTyres.co.uk, the sponsor. Just a warning flag out for that bit of debris. Adam moves to the inside to avoid it. There's probably fluid down there as well after Jonathan Corker's breakdown. Adam Reed, the top finisher in pre-03, in 2nd place overall. He won't score points for that though. He's in the guest class. So he comes over in 2nd, nearly a minute behind Ian Bauer. It will be Cam Tunio in 3rd place, and again David Cave locks his tyres through the hairpin. He's got ahead of Nick Grindrod, who's been able to ease off now that his championship rival has dropped out. Cam Tunio has crossed the line for 3rd place. Cave comes over in 4th overall. And Grindrod completes the race in 5th. Now, his last lap about 3 seconds off his ultimate pace. Nick Williamson comes over the line, completes the finishes. Well, the main battle sadly fizzled out in our combined pre-83, pre-93 and pre-03 touring car race. There was a good fight going on for the lead of the pre-83s, but sadly Jonathan Corker dropping out of the race. The recovery vehicle on his way to pick his car up. Let me check out the provisional result. But Ian Bauer, the winner by over 58 seconds in the end. I said he'd most likely run away with that one, finishing ahead of Adam Reed and Cam Tunio, the pre-03 pace setters. David Cave coming through for 4th. Nick Grindrod wins the pre-83 split ahead of Nick Williamson. Everybody else a lap down. Tim Tomblin, Jared Knight and Malcolm Jeffs. We lost Jonathan Corker. Tom Harvey pulled into the pit lane at the start, and Mark Finney was also a non-starter. Well, let's head down to Parc Ferme then with Ian Waterhouse.
Well, welcome down to Parc Ferme, everybody. Ian Bowyer is here. He's been here a while as well, the winner overall and in the pre-93s. Adam Reed coming home in 2nd, but 1st in the 03s. And Nick Grindrod taking the win in the 83s. So, Ian, I think it's going to be a short interview, isn't it? I'd say you really had to work particularly hard for that one, but it looks a bit lonely for you out there.
I was flat out from start to finish. I was trying to get the lap record. So I was just, I think I got it, but I was just literally every lap, because I had nothing to worry about and nothing to think about. I just kept it pinned, which will put me in good stead for Thunders tomorrow.
You know what? Sometimes that's a good thing, though, isn't it? Because if you start relaxing into it, that's when errors creep in.
Yeah, that's when you make mistakes. So I was just literally from the first start to finish, I was just flat out, which is fun.
And you think you got the record?
Yeah, I think I did a sub. I think the record's 35.2, and I did a 34.7.
Oh, so not just by a little bit either.
Yeah, I did a 34.9 as well. So I think I got a couple of good laps in there. So it was good.
What a day, hey? What a day.
Enjoyed that.
Top man, I'll let you go drink the well-earned champagne there. Ian Bowyer flying. Adam Reed here, he is in 2nd place overall, but a winner in the 03 categories as well. So let's just let him get it. I can see Nick Grindrod over there as well, inherited the pre-83. As Jonathan Corker sadly retiring from the race there. Adam, I'll let you get your helmet off for a second as well. Then we can have a quick chat about the race. Of course, Cam Tunio wasn't too far behind as well. We caught up with him a little bit earlier, didn't we, as well? And Here we go. Let's just have a quick chat. Adam, I'll let you get your balaclava off now. I'm waiting patiently. We've got plenty of time here. So quite a long lap at times, isn't it? How was that?
Good. That was a good race, that was. Bit lonely, bit of a space in between, but yeah, it was all right. Just keep pushing. So yeah, it was good.
We heard from Ian Bowie a minute ago. He was saying, look, I just kept going because I know if you take your foot off the gas a little or relax, that's when mistakes can creep in. Were you doing the same?
Pretty much, yeah. I knew the Civic would have been somewhere not far behind, so I just...
He's no slouches, Cam, is he?
No,
he's had a couple of wins already this season. So.
Yeah, he's... I've had to just gone at the start, so I just did my best.
Top man, well done, and your best was top notch indeed, a winner in the O3s. Let's go say hello to Cam. I think we've got a little bit of time. There's Nick up there as well. Hey, Cam, you all right? Just let you get your helmet off for a second there. Look, there we go. Caught up a little bit earlier. The brown shoes, I don't know if we showed them a little bit earlier. These make him go a little bit quicker. They're pretty smart, aren't they? Good race, happy?
Yeah, I was pretty lonely, but it was pushing hard. It was, you know, I try to keep up with the fast guys, but what can I do? Best I can get out of it.
Well, Adam did say, he said, look, I knew I couldn't relax because I know Cam is not too far behind.
Genuinely, I was so worried. All Adam kept saying is, your podium's on. Podium's on. So there we go. Did it. So there we
well
go.
done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so did you. You know, you played a little bit. Played a little part. Let's move round. We've got Nick up here as well. Let's grab Nick. Can we borrow you for a chat? Oh, congratulations. You get the win in the 83s. Jonathan Corker, unfortunately, retiring from the race. But what did you make of it? Do you enjoy it?
Oh, it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah.
Do you like Cadwell Park?
I do, yeah. Mini Nürburgring.
Oh, yeah, I haven't said that yet today. Yeah, so that's what it's known as well. Quite tight, quite narrow. And you'll be back for the rest of the season, Nick, as well, I take it.
We're the full, yeah. We'll try and win it.
Right, well, in that case, I'll definitely see you tomorrow. Anyway, good stuff. He's going to try and win the pre-83s. Right, time for more racing action coming up. Just having a little look. If we bring the camera around, you can see the Junior Saloon Car Championship. They're about to head out on track for the very first time this weekend in racing action. Anyway, they did have a practice session this morning and qualifying, of course. So I'm going to hand over to your commentator, to Dave Goddard, to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian. Next up it is Young Guns going for it. The Junior Saloon cars into their second race weekend of the season. Of course, at Donington Park we saw Ollie Smith take a hat-trick of wins in these identical Citroën Saxo VTRs, a field of 13 drivers here this weekend. The reason for the slight delay to this race is the grid had to be reconfigured. A number of drivers lost their quickest times for not attending scrutineering after the qualifying session. Penalties had to be handed out, so it's a slightly jumbled grid for the first race. Ian caught up with a few of the drivers meanwhile a little earlier on.
Right, here we are down in assembly area. The first race coming up for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. I'm here to JSCC scholarship winner, Ralphie Branscombe. Now, Ralphie, you got your first taste of it at Donington Park. How did you find Donny, first of all? Was it exciting? Were you a bit nervous?
Donny, it was nervous, but it was exciting. Finished every race. That was the goal. This weekend, the goal is to finish top 10 in a race. And
really,
yeah.
I love that. So it's little steps, each meeting just get quicker and quicker and quicker.
Yeah, little steps. By the end of the year, like a podium would be over the moon. Like, we don't have big goals. Obviously, first year, keep it simple. Second race weekend, keep it even simpler. Top 10, feel like it's achievable.
Absolutely, I like that, and it's realistic as well, isn't it? It's those little steps that make the difference. I mean, you're still so young as well, Ralphie. Look, Cadwell Park, though, some challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very big challenge. Like, just because of my arm strength, we thought pit power steering because we didn't want to risk my arms wearing out because it's quite a physically demanding track.
Yeah. And the mountain, of course. What's it like going up there the first time you went round?
It wasn't that bad because I put in a lot of time on the sim, but it was definitely...
Does the sim play a big part in? Does it really help? Does it just learn the track, learn the ropes a bit?
Yeah, like, I didn't think it was going to help as much as it did, but I got it and I feel like I've been here before. It felt like crazy.
Excellent, Ralphie. Best of luck, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Enjoy it, won't you? Have a great time. I'm sure he'll end up getting that top 10. Let's just quickly grab Timmy there. Look, he's got his helmet on, Tim. He's ready for this one. We're feeling good. Cadwell Park, what do you make of it?
It's a great circuit. I love it, honestly. It's incredible. Not only do we have the privilege to be racing in the first place, but it's such a good circuit, honestly. you know, you have tracks like Silverstone or Donington that feel kind of very clinical, but this is, it's raw, the elevation, the undulation, it's amazing. It's really good, yeah.
It's certainly a real test. Look, enjoy it, won't you, as well? Oh, hang on, just before I let you go, Tim. What's this here, look? We've got, what's the story behind this?
I've got a duck in my
duck? Sorry.
window.
You didn't see it on camera, I just ducked.
Effectively, the story behind it is, for this year's JSCC scholarship, we wanted to do something a bit different for the media interview, so I went in with a bag of rubber ducks, and I went through my year for 2025, through all my preparations for it, and for everyone I put a duck on the table. I had to go online a week before and order a load of different rubber. I've got a rubber duck with a helmet on and in a race car now and all sorts, so that's the story behind that. But yeah, I've also got, if you come around the back, I've got
please show us.
On the back there as well.
Oh, you've got a sticker on the back as well.
Yeah.
And you've got a jigsaw piece there as well.
Yeah, I don't know why that's there.
Tim, all I can say is that is quackers. There we go. All right, sorry about that. I'll leave you with that one. Time to go racing for the JSCC. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Quackers indeed, thanks Ian. So Tim Leonard's clearly got all his ducks in a row ready for this race in the number 29 car. But the grid will be forming up very shortly. The clerk of the course will just be making sure the circuit is clear after that touring car race, that there's no fluid down. We did see a bit of debris at the hairpin, of course. We have a first-time pole sitter for this race as well. Number 3, Jake Wardle. Of course, a few drivers had their quickest time disallowed, as we said, in qualifying, so the grid is a little bit jumbled. Jake Wardle on pole for the first time alongside the unbeaten from Donington Park, Ollie Smith in the number 80. Row 2, number 23, Max Scharfegger starts alongside 14, Martin Wright, the Cornishman. And on row 3, 94 of Lachlan Homer alongside 27, the Kersley Motorsport car of Matthew Swatton. On the 4th row, 44, Zane Quecker and 87, Leon Holly. On the 5th row, Ben Ward in 64 starts alongside Tim Leonard in the 29. The 6th row of the grid will see 96, this year's scholarship winner Ralphie Branscombe in the Oryx Competitions car alongside number 17, George Allen. We saw his father Ollie Allen out in his Fiesta earlier on. He didn't get far, so George looking to fare a little bit better in this one. And number 41, William Omar, starts at the back of the grid. He's got a 2-place grid penalty applied from Donington Park as well, so he has to start from the rear. Nicoletta Molnar in our comments says, go William, supporting William Omar. Francis Leonard says, get your ducks in a row, Tim. We always have plenty of commenters, friends of the junior saloon car drivers. We've got our junior saloon car Saxo safety car out there to lead them round for the green flag lap. It's the black and green car, number 3, Jake Wardle, CSC racing car, his first ever pole position. Can he convert that into the lead into the first corner at Coppice for the first time? The green, white and blue car of Ollie Smith, run by Musketeer Motorsport, starts alongside him, looking for his 4th consecutive win. There's Will Omar at the back of the field in the red car. I think that might be the car Josh Salvadori raced last season in Lightning McQueen colours. He's now in the Mini Challenge this year. Mini Challenge trophy category. 2nd row of the grid, Max Scharfegger. He had a couple of podiums at Donington. The grey and Dayglow yellow number 23. Jake Wardle's teammate at CSC Racing. Then we've got the blue car, new livery this year for Martin Wright, number 14, the MRM car. Row 3, Lachlan Homer, number 94, his teammates. It's the white and black car with the green flashes. Alongside 27, Matthew Swatton, the red, white and blue of Kersley Motorsport, run by Alex Kersley, who we've seen a regular race winner in the Hyundai Coupe Cup over the last few years. Row 4 is Zane Quecker in the Oryx Competitions car, the predominantly black machine. There is Quecker, the black and orange, ahead of 87 Leon Holly in white and blue with a grey bonnet. Leon Holly was on the pace at Donington, the 2nd of the Musketeer Motorsport cars. Completing the top 10, Ben Ward, the 64, the 2nd of the Kersley Motorsport machines in the red, white and blue, and 29, Tim Leonard for Oryx in the white and orange car. All these drivers under the age of 17, some as young as 14 out in this series, one of the training grounds for the saloon car stars of tomorrow. That's 3 cars on the grid there. We've got Ralphie Branscombe in black and green for the Oryx team. 17, George Allen, car run by George and his father Ollie, the white and blue. And then William Omar, number 41, his self-run, all red car at the back. Last season, of course, it was a three-way fight between Ollie Kerr, who eventually took the title, plus Josh Salvadori and Wilf Butler. The drivers can draw inspiration from Butler, who on his debut in the Civic Cup last weekend at Brands Hatch scored his first race win in only his second senior race. Just warming their tyres around this green flag lap. Lucas Drew and Tom Algar Racing would say good luck Matthew, cheering on Matthew Swatton. Katie Brooks says go Ben 64, it's Ben Ward. Luna Rose Racing cheering on Matthew Swatton as well. He's got plenty of fans today. Thanks for all your comments, show your appreciation for your favourite drivers. So, Jake Wardle, he'll be a bit nervous right now I would wager. His first ever pole position. That's alongside Ollie Smith. He was on pole for all three races at Donington. Max Scharfegger and Martin Wright on the second row. 13 Citroën Saxo VTRs for the first of three races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Waiting for Will Omar to move into line at the back, then the green flag will be displayed. Once the officials are happy, the red lights will come on and we will be racing. Time for the young guns to go for it here at Cadwell Park. We're underway. Great start by Ollie Smith from second on the grid. Everybody else is away cleanly. Let's see who's going to be leading into Coppice Corner. It's side by side. Smith's got his nose in front and he takes the lead from Jake Wardle into the first corner. Max Scharfegger goes with them in third place. Looks like it's Lachlan Homer in fourth position. They're all away cleanly up towards Charlie's Bend for the first time, and it is Ollie Smith who leads the way, looking to keep up his unbeaten run this year. The rest of them string out behind. There's the two Kersley Motorsport cars. Matthew Swatton with the white wheels, Ben Ward on red wheels, with Tim Leonard just behind them in the 29. Up the hill towards the right-hander, Ollie Smith leads the way for Musketeer Motorsport. Jake Wardle for CSC Racing in second place. His teammates Max Scharfegger in third. Leon Holly runs a bit wide there, coming out of Park Corner towards Chris Curve. He's got Zane Quecker on his tail in the 44. Martin Wright's getting hung out to dry around the outside in the number 14, but he'll try and cut back into line at the gooseneck. That's the battle for fifth place. These are the first four. Smith from Wardle, Scharfegger and Homer in fourth place. The rest of them string their way through behind. Zane Quecker under fire from Ben Ward. Matthew Swatton's already gone through. Will Omar's already made up those places he was penalised from the season opener at Donington Park to the back of the grid. Over the mountain for the first time. It's not until you walk this circuit, rather like Brands Hatch, as we said at the meeting last week, it's not until you walk the circuit you realise just how steep that section is. Zane Quecker under fire again from Ben Ward, down into the hairpin, has a speculative look up the inside, he slides up the inside, he's done it! Not very often you see that manoeuvre made, and sideways there George Allen further back, he nearly lost it. That's delayed Ralphie Branscombe as well. Ben Ward, that was almost rallycross style, sliding up the inside there to take Zane Quecker. That was for, come over the line for 8th place. Ollie Smith leads by just over a second ahead of Jake Wardle at the front of the field. Max Scharfegger is third. Then Lachlan Homer up to fourth. Leon Holly was the big winner on the first lap. He's gained 3 places up to 5th ahead of Martin Wright. Swatton, Ward, Quecker and Leonard is your top 10. There's Leonard on the tail of his Oryx competition teammates. Up the hill towards Park Corner. Leonard trying to make a move on the inside. Quecker tries to move to cover. He does so. You don't want to get a wheel onto the grass there, the fastest part of the circuit, because you will be sent out of control. Saw that for Martin Armstrong in his Mini earlier on. So Ollie Smith leads the way. Then his brother Harry Smith is a former junior saloon car champion, and like Josh Salvadori, he's now in the Mini Challenge, racing BMW Minis. Ben Ward getting a wheel onto the curbing there. 2 Oryx competition cars nose to tail. Quecker ahead of Leonard, being threatened by William Omar in the number 41. Rounds complete their second lap this time. Ben Ward coming under fire from Quecker once again. They've had a good scrap already. That great move into the hairpin by Ben Ward last time through. Quecker not in a position to retaliate there this time through. Over the line comes Ollie Smith. He leads by 1.38 seconds as they cross the line this time through. 1:48.066 the leader's lap time. Scharfegger third ahead of Lachlan Homer in the 94. Leon Holly, number 87, heads the next group in 5th position. There he is ahead of Martin Wright and Matthew Swatton in 7th. And the battle for 8th and 9th, the two Oryx cars going at it again into Charlie's Bend. Martin Wright trying to close down Leon Holly, the two southwest-based drivers. Leon Holly from Cullompton in Devon, Martin Wright from Hale in Cornwall. The leader, Ollie Smith from Maidenhead in Berkshire. Swing their way through, a little bit of dust being kicked up there on the inside at Park Corner. Leaders head towards the big drop once again. And there's the battle at the back between George Allen and Ralphie Branscombe. Running a bit wide there, Leon Holly kicking up some dust as they head down into Mansfield Bend. Settling down now after the first couple of laps, the tyres up to temperature, and a little bit of rally crossing there from Ben Ward, ran wide coming out of Mansfield. That's the chicane occasionally used for motorcycle events. Lead gap starting to string out just a little, I think. There are the 4 leaders. Then this battle for 5th, headed up by Leon Holly. Martin Wright. Then behind them it is Matthew Swatton for Kersley Motorsport. His teammate Ben Ward is next. Lead gap was 1.38 of a second last time through. It's increased now to 2.2 seconds, so Ollie Smith is pulling away. Well, that's about 0.8 of a second last time through. Now is Zane Quecker going to attack back again on the tail of Ben Ward here. They head up towards Coppice Corner. Ward moving to cover. This is the fight for second place. The two teammates together, Wardle and Scharfegger, half a second between them. Max Scharfegger had a second place on the opening weekend of the season. And a photo finish in the first race, having started from the back. He lost his qualifying times, Max Scharfegger, with a scrutineering infringement. Now chasing Jake Wardle for that second place. Lachlan Homer is 4th. There he is, just behind the second place battle. Martin Wright all over the back of Leon Holly now for 5th position. Matthew Swatton's got a grandstand seats for that little scrap. False move by either of those ahead, and Matthew will be through. There's Ben Ward heading up the next group, holding off Zane Quecker. Behind them, William Omar. Tim Leonard and William Omar, rather. And then a gap back to Allen and Branscombe at the tail of the field. So 2.22 seconds was the gap. See what it is this time as the leaders come through to complete lap number 4. 2.35 seconds, so the lead gap has stabilised. Scharfegger is less than a second behind Wardle for second place. Then Kieran Homer, he was a speedway rider. Lachlan Homer, I should say, is less than a second behind them in 4th. Then it's a gap back to Leon Holly of 3.2 seconds, heading the battle for 5th. Here he is, ahead of Martin Wright through Charlie's Bend. Seven minutes of this race to go, so we're just past half distance in race 1 of 3 this weekend for the junior saloon cars. It's all about the battles for the minor placings at the moment, with Martin Wright trying to make a move on Leon Holly up at Park Corner. Next group headed by Ben Ward, head of Zane Quaker. Teammate Tim Leonard trying to make a move on him. They could be side by side into the gooseneck. That's a move that rarely pays off. Usually ends with somebody running wide, coming out into the big drop, but no, they've got it done, and Tim Leonard's got it done as well. They've swapped places there, so Tim Leonard gets through ahead of his teammate. That's up into 9th place. Now down to the business of trying to catch Ben Ward, who's got away slightly ahead of them now. Still your leader is Ollie Smith. Is he going to make it 4 wins out of 4 this season? Still 2 seconds clear of Jake Wardle as they cross the line, so the gap has come down slightly. Yes, Jake took about 0.3 of a second out of his lead. New personal best lap for Jake there, 1:47.797. It's Smith who's got the fastest lap of the race at 1:47.638. Scharfegger still third. He's dropped back 1.3 seconds now behind Wardle. Here's the battle for 5th, Leon Holly and Martin Wright. Chased by Matthew Swatton. Through Chris Curve goes the 5th place battle. Martin Wright might have a look here as they come into Mansfield. Was he close enough? No. Still the lead is with Ollie Smith. The gap came down very slightly on that previous lap. I'll be interested to see what the gap is this time through. Here he is. We've not seen much of him so far, the green and white machine. Smith swings it through Hall Bends, then onto the brakes for the right-hander at the hairpin. Down to Barn Corner. There's Jake Wardle behind him. And Scharfegger is coming under pressure now from Lackland Home. There's the 5th place fight we've been following. 4 minutes of this race to go. So around 3 laps left. Over the line they go. The lead gap is back up to 2.5 seconds now. So Smith's been able to pull away. We see Lackland Homer try and challenge Max Scharfegger for 3rd place, or he might now, because Scharfegger power sliding his way through Charlie's Bend. He tries to defend from Homer, but he gets his nose up the inside, and the loss of momentum too much for Scharfegger to defend. Just as I said that, Lackland Homer does move through into P3. Here's the commentator, rather, for Max Scharfegger there. Sorry, Max. So, now down to the business of trying to catch Jake Wardle for P2. The gap was about 1.5 seconds to the black and green car ahead. But Max Scharfegger is not finished yet. The red mist will have come down there. He'll be frustrated in that car at making that mistake. Trying to chase down Homer for that 3rd place, the man from Solihull in the West Midlands. In the number 94 car ahead of the 23 of Scharfegger from Warrington in Cheshire. There are our leaders. Still 2.5 seconds in it. See what the gap is when they get to the line to complete lap number 7. Just over 2.5 minutes of the race to go for the Junior Saloon cars, the first of their 3 races this weekend. Still Leon Holly holding off everything Martin Wright can throw at him for 5th place. Matthew Swatton behind them. Ward, Leonard next in the order. There is Ben Ward, Leonard is next, and Will Omar's got ahead of Zane Quecker for P10. Further back, George Allen and Ralphie Branscombe round out the field. Lead gap is now to 2.8 seconds, so Ollie Smith looking fairly safe out in front. Homer still holding 3rd. They almost drift their way through Charlie's Bend. Towards Park Corner. I imagine it will be last lap this time. Still the battle for 5th, yet to be comprehensively resolved, although some good defensive work here by Leon Holley. Normally a more aggressive driver seen in his career in JSCC so far, but more reserved today, and good defensive work to hold off Martin Wright. On behind, Matthew Swatton, with a red light shining in his headlight there. Martin Wright, he could have a run here going into the mountain. Look at this, he's trying to do what Adam Cunnington did earlier on. Almost gets 2 wheels up on the grass. Is he going to get through? They're still side by side, door handling together. And I think Leon Holley has held it. Only just. Now here comes Swatton. That's backed him into Martin Wright, into Matthew Swatton. What's going to happen as they head towards the hairpin this time? Here they come. Martin Wright, yes, he has lost out to Swatton. Now Martin Wright tried to gain a place, but instead he's lost one. So the leader goes into his final lap, 2.7 seconds in it between Smith and Wardle. Ollie Smith looking set to make it 4 wins out of 4 this year. Well, Matthew Swatton up into P6 then, ahead of 2025 scholarship winner Martin Wright. Now, can Matthew Swatton catch Leon Holley for 5th place? They're not going to catch Matt Scharfegger. He's about 6.5 seconds up the road in 4th, behind Lachlan Homer. Here they come then up towards Park Corner for the last time. The clock is at 0. Martin Wright trying to fight back up the inside. But is Swatton going to have a go at Leon Holley? Wright tries to go around the outside on the run through Chris Curve. You've seen the Caterhams do it. Can the Saxos do it? No, they can't. Meanwhile, Max Scharfegger's got back ahead of Lachlan Homer. They're coming down into Mansfield Bend, and Homer tries to get his nose back up the inside there as they disappeared out of our sight. But no, Scharfegger's got the place back again. So a fight on for the final podium spot. There goes Jake Wardle in 2nd place. It's going to be a win for Ollie Smith. Here he is at All Bends, but 3rd and 5th place is still unresolved. Well, Ollie Smith qualified 2nd behind Jake Wardle, took the lead at the start and didn't look back from there. Jake Wardle, keep it on the island, Jake. Throwing it through the last couple of corners. Here comes Ollie Smith. 4 races, 4 wins in junior saloon cars this year for Ollie Smith. He takes the checkered flag. 2nd place will go to Jake Wardle. Now, who is going to be 3rd? Is it going to be Scharfegger or is it going to be Homer? It's going to be Max Scharfegger in 3rd place. Lachlan Homer is 4th. And then a gap back to 5th position, which is Leon Holley ahead of Matthew Swatton and Martin Wright. 8th place will go to Tim Leonard. 9th is Will Omar from the back of the grid. 10th for Ben Ward. Zane Quecker is 11th. Then 12th goes to George Allen. We should have Ralphie Branscombe complete the finishers. Yes, there he is over the line. We'll confirm that result in a moment. No problem at all, though, for Ollie Smith taking the win by just over 3 seconds in the end, ahead of Jake Wardle, with Max Scharfegger completing the top 3. Great fight he had with Lachlan Homer. The fight for 5th, topped by Leon Holley, ahead of Matthew Swatton and Martin Wright. 6th and 7th places swapping around a couple of laps from home. Tim Leonard coming through for 8th, ahead of Will Omar from the back of the grid. Ben Ward completed the top 10, ahead of Zane Quecker, George Allen and Ralphie Branscombe, the final finisher. The winner completing 9 laps, and he also got the fastest lap, 1:47.638. Next up on track today then, we will have the FanDrive Caterham Seven 270R Championship. Really the 3rd rung on the Caterham ladder, 1 step up from Road Sport. A few more modifications allowed to the initial Academy car. We'll explain those changes when we get ready for the race fairly shortly. New sponsor FanDrive this year for the Caterham 270R Championship. But for now we can hand down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
Welcome down to Parc Ferme, everybody, and for Ollie Smith, it's a 4th Junior Saloon Car Championship win of the season, and a perfect way to start here at Cadwell Park in the War of the Worlds for the JSCC. Let's let him get out of the car. I think he's going to celebrate this one. We'll let him get his helmet off. What a great battle that was for 3rd place, by the way, by Lachlan Homer and Max Scharfegger. Max eventually just managing to get it on the final lap. Great stuff indeed. Ollie, I'll let you get your helmet off. We'll have a chat very, very quickly indeed. This car's got a name for it. It's called the Green Goblin. How good is that? Here he is. 4 times a race winner already in 2026. Ollie, sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
It sure does, yeah. We got our head down, got him off the start, and yeah, went as we did at Donington.
What do you make of this circuit here? Tricky?
Oh, I love it. It is very tricky and technical, but it suits me well.
Tell us about qualifying, because things changed a little bit, wasn't it? You were fastest, so you didn't actually start on pole, so there was a bit of work to do, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. We had our laps lift allowed due to some technical reasons, but other than that, yeah, looks like we won, so yeah, we'll take it.
I don't think I've ever seen you smile so much. Well done, congratulations, good stuff, Ollie, well done. We're going to grab Jake for a chat. We'll let him have a photo first. There's Liz doing a wonderful job. Jake, oh, big smile on your face, brilliant stuff, well done. How do you feel?
Absolutely amazing. I was not expecting this after last weekend, and down at Liddon Hill, I'm not sure whether you saw.
I did see that, yeah.
Bounced back. And
are you okay, by the way?
Yeah, I'm fine, yeah.
Excellent. And I can see this means a lot to you as well, doesn't it?
Oh, it means a hell of a lot. I've been working at it for weeks. Cadwell was my weakest track, so I'm just looking forward to the rest of the season, really.
Not anymore, not anymore. Well done, Jake. More work to do tomorrow as well, but that'll be superb. Let's grab Max for a quick chat as well. Max, can we grab you for a quick chat if we can as well? Wow, what a way to finish. Hey, you and Lachlan going toe to toe.
Yeah, that was quite a close race towards the end. I quite enjoyed that.
How do you feel knowing that you were the one who managed to get on the podium?
I'm quite happy with that, yeah.
Excellent, well done, Max. Congratulations. Really happy for you, buddy. Good stuff indeed. There's Jake, he's just getting a hug from James Black there as well, former Mini Challenge driver. Great to see him milling around as well. Lachlan, can we grab you for a quick chat? Well done, by the way. You've certainly entertained us. That was brilliant, but not quite enough. Max, just getting you there.
I thought the race ended.
Did you? Is that what happened?
Yep.
Look, whilst I've got you, I promise you a little bit earlier, then I saw you walking around the paddock. We've had the Grand National today.
Yeah.
All right, so I want to know 2 things. Why this livery, first of all?
Literally just a livery that Wilf had on his car. I just couldn't be bothered to change it.
Love that. Perfect. And do you have a name for the car? And if you don't, what would you call it?
I've got no idea what I'll call it, to be honest.
Car. Love it. Lovely. Lachlan, you've entertained us, mate. Good luck tomorrow as well, yeah? Really good to see you. Which hands? There we go. Good stuff indeed. Right, let me just move around because I think we've got cars heading out on track already. We have got Caterhams coming up for you. So Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. The FanDrive Caterham 270R Championship next up on our grid, and Sam Parker caught up with a few of the drivers.
I'm here with our pole sitter for the FanDrive 270R Championship, Ollie White. I'm so happy for you, Ollie. You know, podium has been coming for you for a very long time, hasn't it? All the way through Road Sport, but you've, pole, what a way to start the season.
Oh yeah, great way to start the season. Absolutely love this circuit. So yeah, just need to turn it into a result now. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
And it's dry now compared to earlier. So how do you feel about the dry? You were quite quick in testing, weren't you?
Yeah, dry, wet. I don't mind. So yeah, I just need to try and break the toe from the guys behind.
That's it. Let them battle behind you.
Exactly. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ollie. Wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Right, I'm just going to come round now to this group of guys that like to have a good time. I'm going to speak to Luciano quickly. Luciano, you are in 2nd place. Like absolutely fantastic qualifying. How was it for you?
Qualifying was good. I'm not very good in the wet, so there's noise suppression, I'm hoping. No, I'm not very good in the wet normally, so I was quite surprised with that, but it's nice and dry now. It looks perfect, so looking forward to it.
You're going to try and hang on to Ollie and get a good start?
I think he's going to try and hang on to me. I'm on the right-hand side, see how it goes. Yeah, no, I mean, look, it's first starting at 270. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to go. We've got some very quick people behind, so just trying to stay as close to the front as I can and see how it goes.
Have a good race.
You too, later on.
Thank you very much, I will do.
Right.
Thank you, Luciano.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So as the cars head round on their green flag lap, we've heard from our front row men. Let's have a look at the grid in full then. It is Ollie White, Caterham dealer, in the number 24 car on pole, alongside Luciano Caruso in the number 88 car. Second row, number 3, Bruno van Dijk, and 10, Aaron Oliver. Bruno, we want to watch, he's a former Academy champion. Row 3, number 18, Paul Oglesby, and 42 of Scott Helm. Fourth row, 33, the ever-entertaining Irishman, Brian Thornton, and 37, Henry Speaks. Completing the top 10, number 12, Alistair Morton, alongside 86, Craig Evans in the Blood Records car. Row 6, we have number 28, Sebastian Thole, the Frenchman, alongside 99, Andrew Davison. 7th row, 20, Steve Lorriman, and 21, Jasmine Shaw. Ryan Thole in number 48, alongside 38 of Jimmy Y. Row 9, Shane Forster, alongside Andrew Bailey. Chris Morling and James Platt completing the top 20. Beyond that, 23, Gary Cross, and 72, Christian Bond. 63, Andy Palmer, 74, Charles Chapman, and Eduardo Pontes, the Brazilian, in car number 6, and 27, Sean Murphy, completes this fine 26-car grid. So Caterham 270R then marks the third rung on the ladder for drivers moving up from Academy and Road Sport. You can upgrade your car through the stages. The Road Sport race car is switched from road to track suspension. Windscreen and lights are removed as well, make it look much more like a race car. This is the first of a busy race weekend of 3 races for the FanDrive Caterham Seven 270R Championship this weekend. Last year's Road Sport Championship was won by Will Harris. Now, a lot of these drivers making the move up from Road Sport into 270R, but Will Harris has skipped that step. He's gone straight to 310R. So names to watch from last season's Road Sport field include Brian Thornton, he was the runner-up, Scott Helm, who was 3rd, Craig Evans, Alistair Morton as well in the number 12 car. We also saw a certain Sam Parker racing Road Sport last year. She's gone straight up to 310R though. We'll see her out a little later on. Not just our interviewer and pit reporter this weekend, she's competing this weekend as well. Let's have a look at the grid then. In pole position, Ollie White in the black and Dayglow yellow livery car, alongside the white and blue Rothmans livery lookalike of 88 Luciano Caruso. Bruno van Dijk in the red car, new colours for him this year on row 2, alongside Aaron Oliver in the black car, number 10. Paul Oglesby in his familiar bright green colours he's used since he was in the Academy, and Scott Helm in black and orange, the number 42. Brian Thornton in blue with the orange stripe. He'll be one to watch here. Great fun is Brian, whether it's on track or off track in the post-race interviews, as we found out last season, the Road Sport Championship runner-up. Well, who's going to succeed the dominant Ben Wheatley from last season as the 270R champion then? He took the title by a very clear margin indeed. Big field of 270Rs out there, and they are underway. Up towards Coppice Corner for the first time. Who's going to take the lead? It looks like a very rapid start from the outside of the front row, but it is our pole sitter by the look of it who's got the lead. Yes, Ollie White has got the lead. In fact, no, I thought Caruso was up there, but he's dropped back. The white and blue liveried 88. He didn't get the start he wanted. He's lost quite a few places in there as the pack streamed its way out. Jasmine Shaw, the 21, the silver 48 of Ryan Thole is in there as well. Towards Park Corner for the first time. Ollie White, the man from Surrey, in the number 24, bumps wheels with Bruno van Dijk, who gets a wheel onto the grass as a result of that. And who's that trying to get up the inside? There's more wheel banging further back in the pack as well. It's absolutely frantic towards the front of the field in these early stages, but Van Dijk has held that second place. It's Brian Thornton who's made a quick start up to 3rd. Paul Oglesby, I think, is in 4th position. A lot of these drivers in new colours this year, as we saw in the Road Sports as well. 37 Henry Speaks kicks up some dust, the man who works for Aston Martin during the week, up on the outside there. Ryan Thole, one of our newcomers in the 48 car, joining his father Sebastian in the championship. Over the top they come at the mountain for the first time. It is Ollie White, who never quite reached the podium in the Road Sports category. He's making amends here, leading the way on his 270R category debut. Orange car there, number 99, that's Andrew Davison. Big lock up down the inside for Ryan Thole. He's having a lively first lap in the 48. Long train of 270Rs around their opening lap. It's White who leads from Van Dijk. Brian Thornton was the big winner off the line, gaining 4 places up into P3. Oglesby in 4th place. The 10 of Aaron Oliver lost a couple of spots off the line. He's in 5th position ahead of Sebastian Tholle. He gained 5 places around that first lap, and the big loser on the first lap was our front row man Luciano Caruso. There's the white and blue machine. He's down into 9th place in the front row of the grid, just behind Henry Speaks in that black and red car, and also Scott Helm. Fight for the lead. There's been a change to the lead. Bruno Van Dijk has taken over. Two-tone green machine of Ollie White in 2nd position. So make their way through Chris Curve down towards the gooseneck. This riot of colour from the biggest field we've had on track so far this weekend at Cadwell Park. Sebastian Tholle, the white and black car there on the tail of this lead group. There's Luciano Caruso trying to recover on the tail of Scott Helm in the 42. They've got Alistair Morton up behind them as well in the orange car. Through the shadows at Hall Bends. Scott Helm putting Henry Speaks under pressure in the number 37 car. Here come your leaders. Van Dijk ahead of 2nd place Ollie White. Brian Thornton in 3rd. It's like Aaron Oliver has come through in the into 4th place in the number 10 ahead of Paul Oglesby in the 18. A bit more slipstreaming there over the line. So what you've got to do, get in the slipstream down the straights, then pull out to make the pass. It's Craig Evans battling it out with Steve Lorriman. I think that was in the number 20 car with the Union flag livery. Ollie White's got the lead back again. They're trading places for fun out in front. Paul Oglesby under fire as well. That's from the number 10 of Oliver, I think. And 5 of them pulling away slowly but surely from the rest of the field in this FanDrive Caterham Seven 270R Championship season opener. Leaders have already gone through towards the next part of the lap. We watch the midfield flying through. Craig Evans under fire again from the number 20, Steve Lorriman. There's Ryan Tholle at it again on the tail of number 15. That's Shane Forster. They're fighting it out over 15th place. There's battles all the way down the order, as we see in every race for the Caterhams, in every category. Who's going to be leading at the line? Will it be Ollie White or Bruno Van Dijk? They often say that the place you don't want to be leading a Caterham race is coming out of the last corner, because you will get slipstreamed on the run to the line. 27 there, Sean Murphy at the back of the field, the Williams Motorsport Cup. White led up the line ahead of Van Dijk. More of the midfield come over that. Charles Chapman, the light blue car with the yellow wheels, number 74. Alistair Morton, one of our Road Sports graduates, on the tail of Henry Speaks in the 37. They're in the bottom reaches of the top 10. These 3 still fighting it out for the lead though. You can see 33 Brian Thornton's lost a rear wing there on the left rear. Oliver, Oglesby and Tholle continue to battle for 4th position. Next group headed up by Scott Helm, a couple of seconds back. Could soon be 6 for the lead, because the next trio, Oliver, Oglesby and Tholle, are slowly but surely closing up. Tail of our 3rd place man, Brian Thornton. Bruno Van Dijk, the number 3, the Londoner, continues to lead. Through barn corner for what will be the 4th time. Really is closing up now. It is 6 of them together across the stripe they come. They're covered by 1.7 seconds, these 6 cars at the front of the field. Sebastian Thulle just hanging on to their coattails at the back of that train of 6 Caterham 7 270Rs. Caruso heads up the next group. He's got ahead of Scott Hell. He'd dearly love to be in this lead fight. Still over nearly 13 minutes of this to go as Ollie White up the inside into Park Corner. He's surely going to retake the lead in the 24. Yes, he's done it. He's taking Brian Thornton with him. He goes through into P2. Bruno van Dijk goes down to 3rd. Now in the clutches of the black car there, Rob Oliver for that 4th position, the number 10. There's a spinner. That's Andrew Palmer in the number 63 car. That's coming onto Park Straight, so I'm guessing he's got a wheel onto the grass on the outside and spun. He's avoided the barrier and he's got it going again. There's the scrap for the leading positions once again. Heading up towards the mountain. And somebody's gone straight on there. Who's that? That's one of the lead battle. Now, who's that went straight on? I couldn't tell who that was, unfortunately. Pick it up in a moment when they cross the line. I couldn't see the number down at the bottom of the mountain there. I apologise. Van Dijk is still there, so I think he'll be leading this. White's in there. So it's Brian Thornton leading from White, Van Dijk, Oglesby. I think it's Aaron Oliver, number 10, that's gone straight on, unfortunately. Yes, he's dropping down the timing screen. We've lost Aaron Oliver at the mountain, unfortunately. There's a yellow flag out. Does that mean the safety car's coming out? I think it does. Yes, safety car being deployed for that incident at the mountain. Let's hope Aaron Oliver's okay. So the safety car will neutralise the field with Brian Thornton in the lead in car number 33. 11 minutes of the race still to go for the Caterham 7 270R Championship, sponsored by the FanDrive app. So Brian Thornton slows the field down. It's down at the bottom of the mountain where Aaron Oliver, the man from Bourne End, lost it and has gone into the barriers. So under the safety car for the second time today here at Cadwell Park. And that incident at the bottom of the mountain, Aaron Oliver fighting for the lead, going straight on into the rectisol barriers, unfortunately. A couple more of your comments in the meantime. Hi to Fraser Lochte. Says it's his birthday. Many happy returns, Fraser. Caitlin Penny says, I see no reason why Ollie White won't be able to keep this. He was good in academy. Still looking for his first podium, though. He's up there at the moment, behind Brian Thornton, our race leader, regular winner in Road Sport last season, taking second in the championship to Will Harris, who's gone up to 310R, along with his brother Charlie. Ollie White in second, Van Dijk is third. Let's have a look again then. Yep, just got a wheel onto the grass there. Aaron Oliver on the outside on the run to the mountain. And he was a passenger from there on, unfortunately. Want to wallop into the rectisol barriers there, so we hope he's all right. The field continues behind the safety car. Thornton, your leader, ahead of Ollie White, Van Dijk, Paul Oglesby in fourth. Sebastian Thulle is fifth. This has closed Scott Helm up in P6 onto the back of the lead group. Then it's Luciano Caruso in 7th. Alistair Morton, Henry Speaks and Craig Evans round out your first 10. James Evans, just ahead of the Union flag liveried machine of Steve Lorriman. Behind him, the orange car of Andrew Davis. Number 6 going through there, Eduardo Pontes, the Williams F1 lookalike towards the back. The old Canon Williams livery. See the recovery vehicle in attendance at the mountain. Looks as though the driver is okay. He'll be given a quick check-up, I'm sure. So it's Brian Thornton, the number 33. Are we going to have a win for the Republic of Ireland today? Ollie White's from the home of Caterham in Surrey. Bruno van Dijk in third, the Londoner. Oglesby and Seb Thole with an outside chance here. Seb Thole based in Johannesburg in South Africa, along with son Ryan. There we see the number 10 car is lifted onto the flatbed. Big thanks to our recovery team and our marshals as well. Doesn't look like there's too much damage there. 2 races to go this weekend, of course, for the 270R, so hopefully Aaron Oliver and his team will be able to get that car back out again. Six and a half minutes of this race to go. It's the Hyundai safety car with Evelyn Buanik at the wheel, leads them past the scene. Hopefully it'll be just one more lap behind the safety car, and then we can get racing back underway. Drivers looking to perhaps make the move up to the 310R Championship next season at the conclusion of 2026, which is the ultimate evolution of the original Academy cars many of them will have owned. Caterham 7 UK Championship is a different car altogether. That's a purebred race car. We'll see them out at Croft at the start of May. Don't miss that one, the Northern Speed Fest. Seven laps completed now, just under 5 minutes to go. Looks like we'll see a couple of laps sprint for the line, I think, here. It's going to make it very interesting indeed, especially down the pit straight and down Park Straight as well. I think the safety car is going to come in this lap, make certain, but we know that it will come in when the lights go out on the roof. I believe it was raining this morning. Beautiful sunshine now here in Lincolnshire, but still blustery. Full day of racing coming up tomorrow, of course. We start at around 9:30 AM. The first race of the day being the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup on their away day here this weekend from their base at Knockhill. Had their qualifying session earlier today. Jasmine Shaw there, the number 21, one of the leading ladies of Caterham Racing, along with our own Sam Parker. The lights are out atop the safety car. You can see they're already starting to get ready to go racing in the pack. It's Brian Thornton trying to back the field up a little here. Make sure to keep their tyres as warm as they can. There'll be about 3 minutes on the clock when we get going again. There's going to be a couple of laps. Sprint for the line. Can Brian Thornton hang on in front for his first ever 270R championship win? Pace car is in pit lane. And here we go. The pack is unleashed. We're back to green flag racing with the FanDrive Caterham 7 270R championship. Paul Oglesby straight away under fire from Sebastian Thulle for P4, trying to get around the outside there. Scott Helm, number 42, in behind them. But Brian Thornton has held his lead through Coppice Corner up towards Charlie's. On the first lap of the restart, Ollie White giving chase in the number 24. Bruno van Dijk, the number 3, in third place. Up the hill towards Park Corner. This is where we could see overtaking opportunities. If you get your braking right, Ollie White jinks to the outside. Bruno van Dijk to the inside. They're almost 3 wide on the entry. Ollie White trying to go all the way around the outside on Park Corner. He keeps his foot in. He could get him here before the gooseneck. This is brilliant from Ollie White. Can he get the move done on the exit of Chris Curve and into the gooseneck? We'll pick them up as they come down the slope towards Mansfield. No, Brian Thornton still in front. Oglesby's held 4th ahead of Thulle as well. Then it's, I think next in the order, Scott Helm in the 42. Yes, it is. Up towards the mountain they go. Luciano Caruso just behind Helm. Through the mountain, this is where the incident that brought out the safety car took place. On towards Hall Bends. With 1 lap to go this time. 56 of Craig Evans on the tail there. Off the lead pack as they come through the hairpin. Much bigger lead pack this time, of course, everybody having been backed up together by the safety car period. Come through to start what will be their final lap. Andrew Bailey in the red car on the attack there on the back of, I think that's Shane Forster, number 15, fighting for 14th place. It's still Brian Thornton hanging on in front ahead of Ollie White. Bruno van Dijk. Paul Oglesby being kept occupied there with Sebastian Thulle trying to pass him. Ollie White moves from outside to inside, back to outside on the run into Park Corner. I don't think he'll get through there. No, he won't. Only 30 seconds on the clock now. It's all or nothing now for Ollie White in the 24. Through the top of the circuit, then down the slope into Mansfield. Once again, here they come. The first 3 have broken away slightly from Paul Oglesby. The win is going to come from one of these 3, I think, unless something major happens. Clock about to count down to 0. The checkered flag will be awaiting them this time. Still Brian Thornton leads the way on his debut in 270R. Can he take a debut victory with his upgraded car? Through the mountain. White still second, Van Dijk is third. Oglesby trying to go with them once again. As if the top 3 was a tangle on the last bend, Oglesby will be the man to profit. I don't think they're going to, though. They're coming down towards the hairpin for the final time now. I think Brian Thornton has just about done enough. There might be an attack for second from Bruno van Dijk. But out of the final corner, it's a win on his 270R debut. Up to the checkered flag, Brian Thornton takes the win. Second goes to Ollie White. He gets his first podium. Bruno van Dijk completes the top 3. Then Oglesby, Thulle, Scott Helm, Caruso, Morton, Speaks and Evans, your provisional top 10. We'll confirm the full results in a moment, but that was our first FanDrive Caterham 7 270R Championship race of the brand new season. And it's won by Brian Thornton, a win on his debut in the category. Second in Road Sport last year. We said he'd be one to watch, and he beats Ollie White by just under half a second. After that sprint for the line after the safety car. Bruno van Dijk on the podium in third ahead of Paul Oglesby, with Sebastian Thulle a fine 5th ahead of Scott Helm. Luciano Caruso started from the front row of the grid, has to be content with 7th. Then Alistair Morton, Henry Speaks, Craig Evans, completing the top 10 ahead of Andrew Davison. Jasmine Shaw, good result for her, ahead of Steve Lorryman and Shane Forster. 25 out of the 26 cars who started went the distance. Bad luck to Aaron Oliver, had that off that brought out the safety car. It's Bruno van Dijk who got the fastest lap, 1:37.979, set on the very last lap. The only man to get under 1:38 in that race. Next up on track today, we'll have the Track Action Racing Club, a mixture of different saloon cars out for them. Just a couple of races to go here on day one here in the Lincolnshire Wolds, here at War of the Wolds. Okay, after the cars made their way into Parc Fermé, I think Ian Waterhouse is down there.
Well, great racing indeed from the FanDrive Caterham 7-270R Championship. And it is Brian Thornton who takes the win. We'll let him get his helmet off and have a quick chat with him and get his thoughts on the race. Oliver White in P2 and Bruno van Dijk in third place. A big woo there from Brian. Oh, you're a happy man, Brian. You always are, aren't you?
Seventh, the first. I'll take that. Oh man, that was unreal.
That was listen. Yeah. You guys always put on a show.
Yeah.
These Caterhams, they are pretty special, aren't they?
Yeah, that was amazing. Bruno and Ollie and myself had some great battles. It was wheel to wheel. Nobody touched each other. It was phenomenal.
And I suppose with the safety car, it kind of kept everybody even closer than perhaps usual.
Thank God for the safety car, because these two lads were putting savage pressure on me. I couldn't handle them anymore.
Give you a little rest.
Oh man, I was delighted. I was like, does the clock stop or start, or does it keep going or what? So thank God it was great. It was amazing. Yeah.
Right. Well, Brian, well done, mate. Top stuff indeed. Bruno's over here. We'll grab Oliver in a second. Bruno, can we grab you for a quick chat if we can? Congratulations, dicing there. Great stuff with the Caterhams, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just hard, isn't it? Yeah, I should stick to playing tiddlywinks next time. Then I wouldn't make so many silly mistakes.
Tiddlywinks? Yeah. No, that's not quite.
I did prove to my girlfriend I wouldn't crash though, so.
There you go, that's right. And look, tiddlywinks not quite as good a spectator sport for us, I'm afraid. But thanks for talking to us, mate. Good to see you anyway. Good stuff indeed. Where's Ollie? I think he's over there. I don't actually know Oliver White, but we'll give it a go. Oliver, Ollie. Well done. Cool shades, by the way, as well.
Thank you.
How does that feel?
Yeah, really good, really good. It was a nice back with Brian and Bruno as well. So, yeah, lots of fun. Really enjoyed it.
Were you glad then the safety car came out because it gave you a bit of a rest? Or were you thinking, that might give me a few more goes at Brian?
A few more goes at Brian, ideally, yeah. But it was a nice rest.
Well done. Congratulations. Really good to see you as well. Great indeed. More action coming up. Hello, you're right. Let's just move down a little bit, shall we? I want to say hello to Jasmine Shaw. I think we've got a little bit of time. Track Action will be heading out very soon. So let's say hello to Jasmine. We'll just let her get a helmet. Hello, Jasmine. How are you? We'll have a quick chat when you get your helmet off, if that's all right. Find out how the race went. Of course, sun shining finally here at Cadwell Park. We had rain this morning. Beautiful sunshine now. Jasmine, how was it out there?
It was, good to be back. I've missed it. No, I've really missed it. It was a great race. Obviously, a bit of everything with the safety car. Wasn't really sure how long we were going to get after that either. So, just a huge focus on getting that safety car restart right, and we did. We got one more place after that. So, I think we didn't have the best qualifying this morning. We weren't really where we wanted to be this afternoon, but we knew we were going to have to make some places up in that race, and we did.
It's completely different track conditions as well. Beautiful sunshine out. It was a little bit slippy this morning.
Oh yeah, it was wet, which we haven't had all week. We haven't had any wet testing, so that was kind of the perfect thing to throw at us in round one, race one. So it was definitely something we had to adapt to this morning, and then adapt back to dry conditions this afternoon. But I think that was a good race. I think it went well.
Hey, listen, we are delighted you're continuing your journey with Caterham, but what's brought you back?
Honestly, 1 year wasn't enough. These cars are so fun to drive. They're so quick, they're lightweight and reactive. They're really fun to drive. And when you get it right, it's really rewarding. So it was a no-brainer to come back.
Jasmine, thank you so much. I'll let you go to all the the boring bits now, the official bits. Almost time to go racing. Track Action. They're down in assembly area. So I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, a bit more track action to come then. 2 more races to go today. We'll have the Vertex Watches Caterham 310R Championship to close the programme. But before that, at a rather blustery Cadwell Park, it is the Track Action Racing Club, a mixture of different saloon cars here. And Ian caught up with a few of the drivers a little earlier.
Right, it's our first look at track action here at Cadwell Park for the War of the Worlds, and I've come down here to chat to Nick because who doesn't love a VW Scirocco? Nick, great to see you, by the way. First time chatting this season, isn't it? How are we feeling ahead of this one?
Little bit apprehensive. Broke a drive shaft on the first lap out on quali, hence I'm right at the
That's
back.
how you want to start, isn't it?
Yeah, you really want to start. But this was a bare shell 10 days ago.
Really? Wow. So you've been a busy boy.
Yeah, it was smashed up.
Can we just, if you just come round on it, let's, a proof of this, look at the steering wheel.
Yeah, this is actually ex-Volkswagen Works underneath. Hit by Dave Beecroft a couple of years ago.
Oh.
We went to straighten it and realised it was that badly twisted 2 weeks before the event, so we reshelled it pretty quick.
Wow.
No testing. Testing was qualifying. Didn't go particularly well. Touch wood, we'll get on better
Now's
for the race.
Second chance. So, listen, if everything goes smoothly, what can we do from here? What's the expectation? We get forward.
Unfortunately, because I didn't do any racing here in the last couple of years, we got a 10-second penalty. But starting at the back, we should be aiming around the 141s. Okay. So we're going to try and get as far up the front as we can.
It's worth keeping our eye on you. I'll let our director know. Keep an eye on Nick down here. Nick, thanks so much, mate. Good luck out there.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Looking forward to being entertained here. This is going to be an absolute... Yeah, there we go. Keep an eye there on Nick Tasker, the number 20 in the Scirocco. Let's just say hello to Noah Oakley. Noah, how are we? Just coming to say hello very quickly. You made it up to Cadwell Park.
Yeah, not too bad, I think. We're all kind of close together in the 206s, so yeah.
I love these, they're great, aren't they? And around here it's going to be special, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think we'll definitely be fighting a lot, hoping, because obviously quicker this year with new tyres, so we can maybe even try and some of these faster ones. I doubt it, but you know.
Well, he's put it out there now, Noah.
It's nice to dream in it, so yeah.
He's put it out there now, so good luck. Thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. Here we go. Track action about to get underway. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the Battle of the 206 GTIs in their subclass should be one of the highlights here. But on pole position for this Track Action Racing Club event is Marshall Groves in his Vauxhall Vectra Challenge car. That was a one-make series in the late 90s supporting British touring cars. One of the few survivors from that series in the hands of Marshall. He's on pole alongside Lee Bull in his Renault Clio. Second row, Thomas Franklin in his classic Renault 5 GT Turbo starts alongside the BMW Compact of Glyn Pocklington. On row 3 we've got 87 Dan Earl in a Vauxhall Astra VXR, and hopefully Randall Lawson, the Dutchman, is there with his Alpine A310. Had a bit of damage earlier on in the Classic Thunder race, so hopefully he's been able to repair and is out for this one. That's a spectacular looking car. Then the first of the Peugeot 206s, 42 Paul Rice alongside 32 Mervyn Beckett in the Track Day Motorsport car. On row 5 we've got Jake Richardson in 303, the red Peugeot, and 52 Noah Checkley. Row 6 of the grid we have number 25 Matt Anderson and 48 Chris Van in their Peugeot 206s. Chris, another from Track Day Motorsport, one of a couple of cars entered by them. Matt and Chris had a bit of a coming together at Donington Park on the last lap of their race there at the Melbourne Hairpin, so renewing a bit of rivalry there possibly. And then from towards the back of the grid, row 7, we will have Mark Robinson, number 15, hopefully is there in his Volkswagen Golf, Nick Tasker in a VW Scirocco, and Katrina Gray in her BMW Mini Cooper S. But those three at the back, we didn't see them do any laps in qualifying, so we'll have to wait and see if they are definitely there on this grid. Tom Franklin in the Renault 5 only did a couple of laps as well, so we'll have to wait and see on that. Maybe missing a couple of cars for this one. Marshall Groves will be there in the Vectra, one of a couple of British cars on this grid. The class is based on the nationality of the cars. We've got the Tricolore Trophy, which is for everything French. The Deutsche Marks Cup, get it, which is for everything German. The Nippon Challenge for Japanese cars. Don't think we've got any Japanese cars out there today. And the Britannia class for all British cars. So out they come. 206 battle is going to be a good one here. Half a dozen Peugeot 206 GTIs out there. Ah, the VWs and the BMW Mini, they're all there. That's good to see. Mark Robinson's blue Golf. We've got the number 20 of Nick Tasker in the Scirocco. And at the back of the field, Katrina Gray in her BMW Mini Cooper S. It's the Vauxhall Vectra on pole, the number 186 of Marshall Groves. Starts alongside Lee Bull in the bewinged Renault Clio. Seen him in a Honda Civic in the past as well. A very quick driver. It's going to be a 15-minute race once again for the Track Action Racing Club. They have another race coming up tomorrow. Ideal way to get into saloon car racing. No points on these races. It's a series, not a championship. Now, Thomas Franklin, listed as a Renault 5 Turbo. That doesn't look like a Renault 5 Turbo to me. That looks more like a Seat Leon to me. The number 188, so he's changed car. Randall Lawson is not there in the Alpine. Hopefully he can repair that for tomorrow. Dan Earl's there in the Astra. I haven't had any notification of a change of car on our notice board online, but yeah, change of car for Thomas Franklin. 15 minutes of racing then. Paul Rice in the white and red car leads the Peugeot 206s away. They're underway. Bit of a slow start for Dan Earl in the Astra, and a great start by Mervyn Beckett in the yellow Track Day Motorsports Peugeot 206. Looks like he's going to take the lead of the category. Matt Anderson gets a wheel on the grass on the run up towards the first corner. It's Lee Bull who's got the lead in the Clio. They're all away clearly. Somebody out on the grass, that's Katrina Gray in her Mini at the back of the field. So they make their way around the first corner. There's Dan Earl, he's recovered from his poor start, gets ahead of Glyn Pocklington in the BMW Compact. Yes, Mark 1 Seat Leon is the mount of Thomas Franklin, so apologies for the early confusion there. We weren't informed of the change of car for him. There's one of our leading 206 contenders, Jake Richardson in the 303, but it's Mervyn Beckett who leads that category. Mark Robinson up there in the Golf, in behind the 206s. Variety certainly the spice of life in the Track Action Racing Club. Marshall Groves has got the lead back again in the Vectra, ahead of Lee Bull in the bewinged Renault Clio. Franklin in third. The first two already starting to pull away. As we said, no points on these races, just a series, not a championship. You can enter as many or as few races as you please during the Track Action Racing Club season. So Mervyn Beckett, a former class champion in the Honda Civic Cup, leads the way in the Peugeot 206s. He's been a short oval racer. Raced to Vauxhall Nova as well. He's one of the prime movers behind Track Day Motorsport. He leads Paul Rice, Jake Richardson, then Matt Anderson and Noah Checkley, the young gun from Birmingham in the 52 car. Having a look up the inside there on Anderson. Behind them Chris Vann in the number 48s. In his late 40s, Chris, just starting out in his racing career in the 206 with Track Day Motorsport. He's got the number 20 of Nick Tasker behind him in the Scirocco. Season opener at Donington, we saw a Scirocco in the hands of Adam Croft win both races at a canter. The main focus on that occasion was the battle in the 206s. Is that going to be the case here? Well, Marshall Groves out in front in the Vectra, ahead of Lee Bull in the Clio. They've gone clear already of the rest of the field. And Franklin up there in third. There he is, the Seat Leon. Menacing looking black machine ahead of Thomas Earl in the Vauxhall Astra VXR in fourth place. Yeah, it's listed on our timing screen as a Renault 5 Turbo, but presumably had trouble with that car prior to the event and has chosen a different machine. Glyn Pocklington rounds out the top five in the BMW. And then we've got the battle of the Peugeot as Mervyn Beckett leads them, ahead of Paul Rice, who's been in the 206 GTI Cup since it started within the Tricolor Trophy a few years ago. Franklin being reeled in here by Dan Earl in the Astra. Through Hall Bends they come. We could have a challenge on for third place. Top three all leading their classes. The Seat will be classed as a Deutsche Marks Cup car because although Seat are Spanish, it's part of the Volkswagen Audi group, so it counts. Dan Earl at the inside though, the second of the British cars in this race, behind the Vectra that leads overall. And a gap back to, there's Pocklington in fifth in the compact. Next in the order, I think it's Nick Tasker's Scirocco. He's been getting past the 206s. They're battling it out, having their own race further back, just as we saw at Donington. Oh, that's a problem for Noah Checkley, bit of smoke out of the back of his car. That's a shame, normally one of the front runners in the 206 GTR Cup. I hope he's not dropping oil along Park Straight. If he is, he needs to pull that car over. That's a great shame for Noah. Looks like the engine is giving out in his 206, sadly. Sliding about there, he's onto the grass coming out of Chris Curve. He is thinking of sliding on his own oil there. He needs to pull that car over. Let's hope nobody else slides off on that oil. There's Matt Anderson, he's got ahead of him in the number 25 Peugeot. And there's the fight for third, Frankland against Earl. Marshall Groves leads overall by just over a second ahead of Lee Bull last time over the line. They're just crossing the line to complete lap number 3 now. Yes, Noah Checkley has pulled over. He's out of the race. Lead gap is now to nearly 3.5 seconds. The Vectra pulling away from the Clio. Franklin still there in third place. Holding off Dan Earl in the Astra. There's Marshall Groves in the Coalseed Business Complex sponsored Vectra. Most well-known name to race in the Vectra Challenge back in the 90s, probably Mark Blair, who won the title and moved up to the BTCC for a year in a privateer Vectra and Super Touring days. That was in about 1998. Lee Bull in second place, and off goes Nick Tasker. Now I wonder if he's gone off on oil from Noah Checkley's car. He got ahead of all the 206s in the Scirocco. And Franklin's off as well. There must be oil down. There must be oil down from Noah Checkley's car. Race continuing. Thomas Franklin rejoins. Here are the leaders in the 206 category. Paul Rice leaning on Mervyn Beckett, who gets his foot down and stays ahead. But yeah, they're sliding about there. You can see the oil on the road. That's going to cause problems for the whole rest of this Track Action Racing Club field. Mervyn Beckett continues to lead the 206 GTI Cup. Hello to Track Day Motorsport in our comment thread says big shout to Motor Vehicle Movers Oxford for this weekend's transport for their cars. Marshall Groves continues to lead across the line. 8 minutes of this race still to go. So what's that little schmozzle on the oil done to the race order then? Well, Groves has pulled away by another couple of seconds. He leads the way from Lee Bull in the Clio. Now there's Franklin, he's rejoined behind Pocklington, so it should be Dan Earl. Yes, he's got across the line in third. 14 seconds down on Lee Bull though. And Pocklington now up to fourth in his BMW. Franklin down to fifth after his spin. And then we've got the first of the Peugeot 206s, which is Mervyn Beckett, the former Civic Cup class champion, ahead of Paul Rice. And then Tasker's come through in 8th place in the Scirocco. There he is just behind. Jake Richardson and Matt Anderson round out the top 10. They come through towards Charlie's. This is the battle in the 206s. Beckett in the yellow car leads Paul Rice in the white and black. Of course, the Peugeot 206 more famous as a World Rally car than a race car. Mix of Marcus Gronholm was a world champion in them, and of course the late great Richard Burns as well. Just Michael in Pocklington. Is it me or is that BMW slowing down a little? Maybe he's just taking it easy over the oil there. There goes the leader through Hall Bends. Marshall Groves has got this race under control. I don't remember any of the other names that raced in the Vectra Challenge in period. The only other one I can come up with off the top of my head is Flavio Figueiredo, the Brazilian, who did one BTCC meeting in the late 90s, filling in for an injured John Cleland. Lee Bull in the Clio, still second. It's nearly 7 seconds back now. Here's Dan Earl in a rather lonely third place in the Astra. He's about 16 seconds back on Lee Bull now. We lost Noah Checkley, unfortunately. We lost Mark Robinson on the first lap as well. Problems with the Golf. 12 cars left running. Out of the 14 who started, of course, Randall Lawson in the Alpine didn't take the start after picking up some damage in the Classic Thunder race earlier on. Great shame. I hope we see that car out again soon. Hopefully we see him repaired for tomorrow. See Dan Earl taking it easy on that slippery section of circuit. Thomas Franklin is back up into fourth. He has got back ahead of Pocklington's BMW. There is the Beamer. It's under 5 minutes of this race to go. Still leading the 206s is Mervyn Beckett. Nick Tasker's trying to make his way through the 206s again after he spun earlier on. And he has made it through them. He's got ahead of Mervyn Beckett now. There's the Scirocco. Back up into P6 overall. Paul Rice and Jake Richardson next, then Matt Anderson. Chris Van will be... Is that another 206 going up in smoke? I see smoke from Paul Rice's car now. I thought he'd dropped back from Mervyn Beckett there. Yes, Richardson through into second, and Paul Rice's engine has let go. I hope that hasn't put any more oil on the circuit. Well, he's in. I think he's pulled into the paddock there. The gateway into the paddock is just over to the right there as they come into the mountain. So another car out of the race. And in fact, he stopped in the paddock entrance there, Paul Rice. He hasn't made it up the hill. It is quite a steep incline there, you can see. The marshal's just checking there's no fire under the bonnets. But I think that's the end of Paul Rice's weekend, sadly. Well, a race of attrition for the Track Action Racing Club. Hopefully, we'll see all these cars that have hit problems back out tomorrow for their race. Beckett continues to lead the 206 GTI Cup. And this man continues to lead overall. Marshall Groves. Is that smoke out of the back of the Vectra now as well? I'm sure I saw a puff of smoke there as he slowed for the hairpin. Don't tell me Marshall's in trouble as well. Comes across the line. His last lap time was a 1:47.6. His best lap a 1:40.8. Mind you, they're both lapping in the 1:47s. He and Lee Bull in the Clio. They're both lapping well off their ultimate pace here, probably because of the track conditions. You can see the gap has come down slightly between the two of them. There's just over 2 minutes left on the clock, so we should get another lap out of this at least. They're not under any threat from Dan Earl. He's 25 seconds up the road in third place. Down the hill comes the Vauxhall. Tasker's got the Scirocco ahead of Glyn Pocklington. That's up into P5. And now also second of the Deutsche Marks Cup cars, behind the Seat Leon of Tom Franklin. The gap is definitely coming down between our two races. I think that Vectra is struggling. Gap was 5.8 seconds. Let's see what it is this time through as they come over the line to start their final lap. Yeah, it's down to 4.1 seconds now. They're both lapping well off their ultimate pace, these two. Yeah, Bull took 1.7 seconds out of Groves on that last lap. I don't think he's going to quite catch him. Dan Earl all set to complete the top three, so two British cars in the top three places. Vectra comes out of Chris Curve down towards the gooseneck for the final time. There's Nick Tasker over the line up to fifth place now in his Scirocco. Something's hanging off that Scirocco at the back. Is that the exhaust coming loose? Well, Cadwell Park is certainly proving to be a car breaker for this series. Yes, Tasker's exhaust hanging off there. Did say the car was only just ready in time for this weekend. Yes, you can see it there, look. On Park Straight, the exhaust hanging loose. Hope that doesn't come off. Well, here comes Marshall Groves. He's campaigned this car in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons Championship at Alton Park as well. Trailing a little bit of smoke again there as he comes into the hairpin for the last time, but he's going to come through to take the victory. Lee Bull's got him in his sights, but he's going to run out of time to catch him. That's going to be a win for a British car in this multinational series. The checkered flag is at the ready, and Marshall Groves takes the win. Second for Lee Bull, gap of just over 2.5 seconds at the line. And they're way ahead of Dan Earl, third place in the Vauxhall Astra. In fact, he's almost been caught. Look at this, there is a race on for third because Thomas Franklin, after that spin earlier on, has caught Dan Earl. Is he going to zap him here through the final corner in the Seat Leon? Dan Earl having to defend here. This is going to be an interesting run to the line. Vauxhall against Seat, it's like the BTCC in the mid-2000s. They come up towards the line. The Vauxhall pulls away though and takes third place. Franklin is fourth and wins the Deutsche Marks Cup. Lee Bull wins the Tricolor Trophy in his Clio. Nick Tasker is going to be fifth in the Scirocco. Mervyn Beckett's going to win the 206 GTI Cup. And these two are battling for second. Matt Anderson's done well to catch up to the back of Jake Richardson there. Through come the 206s. Pocklington over the line and the BMW takes sixth place overall. Beckett wins the 206s. Is Richardson going to hang on? Only just ahead of Matt Anderson. 0.029 of a second in it between those two at the line. Chris Van will complete the top 10 in his 206. And the only other finisher will be Katrina Gray in her BMW Mini Cooper. He's already taken the flag a lap down. So, a bit of a race of attrition there for the Track Action Racing Club. Plenty of incidents indeed. Bit of a car breaker, as we said, this circuit, but Marshall Groves hangs on to take the win by 2.5 seconds ahead of the fast-closing Lee Bull. Dan Earl in third in his Astra, holding off Thomas Franklin's late attack. And then we've got Nick Tasker in fifth, despite that exhaust coming loose. Glyn Pocklington's BMW 6, then the 206s. Beckett's taking the win there ahead of Richardson, who just beat Anderson for second place. Then Chris Van, Katrina Gray, the final finisher. We lost Paul Rice and Noah Checkley. Their Peugeot engine sadly going up in smoke. And we lost Mark Robinson's Golf on the first lap. So a little bit of clearing up to do for the marshals after that one. A bit of oil to be swept up I think, ahead of our final race of the day, the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. But in the meantime, we can head down to Parc Fermé with Ian.
Well, welcome down to a very happy Parc Fermé. Marshall Groves taking the win. He's just getting his helmet off. I can see him, and he came in waving his fists. He is a very happy man indeed. Lee Bull coming home in second place. Dan Earl in the Astra over there on the right side in P3. We'll just let him get out of the car, Marshall. We'll have a quick chat with him. What a thing of beauty, isn't it, this Vectra as well? There's Nick just behind. We caught up with him before the race as well. Marshall, come on, that's how you do that, right? Yeah. Big smile on your face.
Yeah, somebody dropped oil all the way around the top of the circuit, so made it quite interesting. I had a few novel lines around the top of Park and a couple of big slides, but yeah, managed to keep it on the island, so I'm pleased.
Just adds to the element of surprise here at Cadwell Park, doesn't it?
Yeah. Speaking of surprises, I had a brake problem just 20 minutes before we went out, and
were you a little bit nervous there every time you were getting into the corner thinking, oh no, please?
It was quite an adventure, yeah, certainly every lap was changing because obviously whoever's dropping the oil kept going around, so it was quite interesting. I could see it on the circuit a couple of laps before they put the flag out, but luckily managed to stay on the black stuff and keep it there. I'm really pleased. Just want to say hi to my kids and to my mum and to my beautiful spouse Tiana, who helps me out so much so I can come racing. Also
amazing.
Ben and Emma as well, and the guys at Brunswick Racing who always help me out, so really pleased.
Thank you to you as well, Marshall. You always got a smile on your face.
Yeah, thanks Ian.
You're talking to people.
It's been a long time coming, so it's a bit of a small grid, which is a bit of a shame, but it's really good to have Lee and Tom here as well. They talked me into doing this race, so brilliant, really pleased. But yeah, good old Vauxhall.
Yes, come on. Well done, mate. Really happy for you. Go celebrate. Just do it again tomorrow. Yeah, all right. Good stuff indeed. We've got Lee over here. Let's have a quick chat. I think it's Lee anyway. Lee, can we borrow you for a quick chat, my friend?
Oh, of course you can.
You enjoyed that? Good race?
I did, to be fair, very much so. Obviously Marshall, he can pedal that thing quite well.
He was saying it was actually mentioned there's a bit of oil down on the track. Did you come across
There's oil everywhere.
Is there?
Yeah, I think one of the Peugeots dropped it pretty much coming out T1 all the way through, down the gooseneck, and then he pulled off there. So all of the fast bits, it's all online.
Exactly where you're
you're skidding all over the shot, you're dancing with it really. But no, happy with it. It blew up at the start of last year. Engine went back in 2 weeks ago, so it's had no testing, no running. So setup's not great, but it's done well today.
It's not that bad, is it?
So far so good. Hopefully I can make some tweaks and give him a little bit more of a run. But edged him at the start, but I knew he was coming past. On that back straight, the legs on that thing, I knew he was coming, so stay out of his way, let him go and just tag on the back of him. But great race. I think another one of the Peugeots just set on fire coming up the mountain, so yeah, red and yellows everywhere.
Excellent. Well, Lee, well done anyway. Great to see you, mate. Congratulations. Really happy for you, bud. Really am. Dan, can we grab you for a quick chat if we can? Congratulations, my friend P3. You enjoyed that?
Yeah, it was good, yeah.
Everybody's reporting to me that the conditions on the track right now with oil are quite treacherous out there.
Most of the track.
Really?
I mean, Tom was sitting in third. I was in fourth. And I thought I'll just tuck in, and he knows the track pretty well, and I'll follow him around, and then I'll try and get him on the last lap. But he spun off on the oil, and then after that I was teetering around and thought I'd hold third.
Well, you did well. You've done really well, and of course tomorrow is another day as well.
Tomorrow's another day. Yeah.
Top man, Dan. Thank you so much. Thanks for. So let's just go say hello to Katrina here because I think we might have a little bit of time. Sorry, Katrina. I'm so sorry, Liz. I'm so sorry. I just want to say hello. How are you? You enjoyed that?
Yeah, it was all good fun. I got spun out on the top in lap one, so ended up on the grass, did a full 360, and then by the time I got off the grass, everyone was coming down the other side, so I was like, oh. But I just carried on, had some fun, and that's the main thing.
Talking of fun, Cadwell Park, how fun as a circuit is it to drive?
It's fantastic. It's such a fun circuit. I mean, It is one of the best in the UK. It's my local circuit and I just absolutely love it. So,
Is it
yeah.
your okay.
Yeah, it is.
So you get to go home tonight, do you?
Yes, yeah. About 20 minutes away, so
what?
yeah, and then I'll be tucked up in bed.
My hotel's further than that away. Anyway, thanks so much for talking to us. Great to see you. We'll see you tomorrow as well. Right, there we go. I think I think we can stay with us actually. Let's grab old Merv for a quick chat, shall we go? I'm so sorry to interrupt. How are we doing? All right?
Yeah, good. That was an interesting race. Yeah, that was most of it was oil.
Do you know what? Can we jump? Yeah. Can we get both of you in? As what everybody has said, just how treacherous was it?
It was bad. Yeah, I mean, I think it was Noah Checkley at the end of the straight. It just dropped, and then
and then we had Paul. I think he ended up blowing his engine, and he put more oil. So I think it ended up being
off straight away.
I was watching a few of these in front of us, just a bit ahead, and
does that help actually seeing him?
Well, luckily, it brought out the yellow flags quite a bit, and then was having a good battle with Paul, and then I think he must have had an issue and dropped back. But I was like, thankfully there was, because it was just so treacherous you couldn't push it. I was just more worried about coming off the track, but it was good.
I promise we'll get it cleared up for tomorrow, guys. I promise.
Just don't know his car's all right.
Yeah, I hope so, actually. I spoke to him before the race. He was quite confident, so it's one of those, isn't it? Commentator's curse, maybe. Right, I think we have got Caterham's in the assembly area. They are waiting to head out. I did catch up with Sam Parker, but before that, I'm just going to chuck back to Dave, and he can give you a rundown of what else is coming up.
Well, what's coming up at the moment, Ian, is a bit of a clear-up. We've got the Orange family out on track, clearing up that oil from Noah Checkley and Paul Rice's Peugeots in that last event. So there's just a short pause before we get our final race of today underway, which is the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship, the first of their 3 races this weekend. We'll give you the grid shortly. Coming up tomorrow, the live stream kicks off at 9:30 AM with a championship we've not seen today. They had their qualifying session earlier today. It's an away day for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. They normally race at Knockhill. There's about a dozen BMW Mini Coopers here to race on their away day at Cadwell Park this weekend. We also have the classic touring cars back tomorrow and the Caterhams. Everything we've seen today, plus the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Now, if you were watching at Donington last month, you will know that the MGs put on one of the most exciting races we've ever seen on BARC TV in their second race, won by Rob Addison, and the MG ZRs and the older MGs will put on a great race tomorrow. Over 20 cars booked in to race with them tomorrow, and the action will pick up exactly where we left off at Donington Park. We start at 9:30 with the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, then the Thunder and Boss series will be back out once again. There's another car joining us tomorrow, I can tell you. David Farrow's going to be here with his V8 engine BMW 1 Series that had a win at Donington Park. He was busy at another event today, but he's bringing the 1 Series tomorrow. All our Caterham Championships are back out, the Pre-66 touring cars. The Junior Saloons have 2 more races as well. We're racing right the way through to the Vertex Watches Caterham 310R Championship. Closes the programme at their last race due off at 5:30 PM. So non-stop motor racing all day here at Cadwell Park tomorrow. What could be better here on BARC TV? Next event on BARC TV is coming up on April the 25th, which will be from Alton Park. The Brick Car Endurance Championship headlines a 1-day event from the Cheshire venue. And then we go to Croft on May the 2nd and 3rd for Speedfest North, featuring Caterhams, including the 7 UK Championship, the fastest Caterhams of all, and the TCR UK Championship is in action up at the northern venue as well. That is going to be an absolute cracker of a weekend, and I can't wait to be trackside for that one. See the oil still being cleared up. We saw Noah Checkley's car being towed in. That's the end of his weekend by the look of things, sadly, and for Paul Rice as well, which is a great shame. I know Christine Checkley was watching on during that one. Commiserations to the family. Watching one of our marshals there. Interesting implement for putting the powder down the oil slick. Look at that. A broom on one end and a spade on the other. That's different, isn't it? Never seen that on sale at my local DIY store. Wonder if our marshal made that himself. Fair play to the Orange family. They're Pretty ingenious lot, aren't they? Let's say a quick hello to Tony, watching in Rochester, New York as well. He is cheering on his family in our next race, the Vertex Watches Caterham 310Rs. His brother Steve and his nephews Charles and William will be racing in that one. I can tell you Charles has got pole position for that next race as well. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube streams, follow us on our social platforms as well. Got nearly 300 likes on the stream when I last looked. Let's have another look. Yes, 290 likes on the stream so far. Let's hit 500 before the end of our last race on our YouTube stream on the British Automobile Racing Club. If you ever fancied joining the Orange family, becoming a marshal, check out the British Motorsport Marshals Club online, marshals.co.uk, or the BARC website at barc.net. You can get up close and personal to the race action around the UK. Hi to Formula Finn, and says, what, Chris Harris? No, not Chris Harris, sorry, Steve, Charles and William Harris. That's in our next race, not Chris Harris of Top Gear fame, so, sorry. Or Chris Harris of Speedway fame as well, the former British Speedway champion. We'll give you the grid shortly, but let's head back down to the assembly area with Sam and Ian.
Right, it's time for our final race of the day. Don't worry, plenty more coming up tomorrow. And look who it is, everybody. It's Sam Parker, the face and voice of Caterham. But Sam, you stepped up to 310Rs this season. How exciting is this, by the way?
It's very exciting. It's quite a big step up, though, from Road Sport. The car's changed quite a lot. So I respect that. I respect the car. I respect the, there's a lot of people in this grid that have been here for a while. They've done this, for a few years now in 310. So I don't know what to expect, really.
You qualified pretty decent, though.
11th. I was actually really happy with that because it was patchy, dry and greasy when we qualified. So I went on we have two different tyres to choose from, so I went on the ZZS, which is the wet tyre, just for my own confidence really around here. So some people were brave and went on the ZZR, and that paid off later on in the qualifying session, but I was happy with the ZZS.
What's been the big step up then from Road Sport 310Rs? What's the big difference behind the wheel of the car that you found?
Obviously power is quite a lot more power, but it's the limited slip diff. You get the drive out the corner, you can put the power down when you come out the corners a lot sooner. Yeah. So that is huge. And I like a limited slip diff.
Now, you're about to race, so I'm going to put you in a positive mindset here, okay? Cast your mind back to Silverstone last season, right at the end, and we had a very emotional podium, didn't we? You want more, right?
Oh, I'd love more.
How did that feel? We had plenty of time to digest it now and caught up with you after the race, but emotions are running high in a really good way. But now you've had time to look back at that over the winter and think, yeah. Was that a bit of a reason to thinking, yeah, I've got to continue here? I'm very, very talented driver. I can do this. I'm good.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you can't stop after getting a podium at your last race, can you? You've got to continue. And it just, I loved that race. That was so good. I was so at home at Silverstone. So, yeah, I think it all contributes.
Anybody watching this who's on the cusp of thinking about going racing, they've got to come to Caterham, right?
Absolutely. You will love it. It's so much fun. You meet so many fantastic people. You have a laugh on the track and off the track. It's the best thing I've ever done.
Excellent. So best of luck today. Really appreciate you talking to us. Time to go racing for the Caterham 310Rs. The final race of the day here at Cadwell Park, the War of the Worlds. Let's go racing. Dave Goddard, over to you, my friend.
Cars on track then for our final race of the day, the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310Rs, the final evolution of the Academy car. Looks like the 270R, but the name reflects an increased power to weight ratio, 310 brake horsepower per tonne. In a small car like this, that is a heck of a lot. Power is pushed up to over 150 brake horsepower for these cars. Limited slip differential and new tyres from Nova Motorsport for this year as well. It is Charles Harris making the leap up from Road Sport, who has taken pole position alongside Ben Lopez Appleton in the number 5. Second row, well, we certainly know this man from several Caterham championships over the years. Paul Goldstein in the number 12 starts alongside Will Harris, Charles's brother, in the number 14. Row 3, James Empson, aka Kermit, in the number 20 car, alongside Lionel Tolmash, and yes, that is his real name, in car number 22. Row 4, 96 Peter Mott and 49 Stephen Lancaster, that's the Dutch Barn Vodka Cup. Row 5, number 70, Andy Johnston, and 16 of Tim Hardcastle. Row 6 of the grid, we will see number 7, that's Sam Parker. She lines up alongside number 25, Henning Eschweiler from Munich in Germany. Now, I've got a feeling he's in the car that Lars Hoffmann raced last season and finished runner-up in the championship. I think that's the same car. Row 7, we have Will Chadwick in number 8, and the 88 of Ryan Wilby. On row 8, Chris Buck, number 36, and 67, Richard Coop. Row 9, 44, Rob Lowe. 95, Steve Harris, father of Charles and William. And Alex Vincent, number 17, starts from the back of the grid. He had his qualifying times disallowed after failing scrutineering after the qualifying session. So Alex Vincent starts from the tail of the grid. So it's the classic Lotus liveried car of Charles Harris in pole position. The Harris family making the giant leap up from Road Sports, skipping the 270 RCEP straight into the 310R category. But they've certainly got the credentials to do very well indeed here. Will Harris was the Road Sports champion last year, defeating Brian Thornton and Scott Helm. Charles was 7th in Road Sports. A few drivers making the move up from 270R. Tim Hardcastle could be one to watch here from last season. There is Sam Parker, the number 7. Last season it was Taylor O'Flanagan's yellow machine that won the 310R title, well clear of Lars Hoffmann and Philip Bianchi. James Emson's back from last season, Ryan Wilby, and Ben Lopez-Appleton, who's here on the front row as well, the grey and green sort of liveried car. Still learning colours as I go here this weekend, so again, apologies if I misidentify anyone. Peter Mott will be one to watch in the 96 car. Paul Goldstein as well. He'd have been up there for the championship had he not missed a few rounds last year in his gold liveried machine, so he could be one of the favourites if he does the full season this year. This will once again be a 20-minute race. The Vertex watches Caterham 7 310R Championship, the quickest Caterhams we will see here this weekend. This is going to be a good one. There is Sam Parker swapping microphone for steering wheel. Not sure why some of them stopped coming out of the hairpin there. Let's hide behind the trees. Come on, come up to the grid. Apparently somebody spun there coming out of the hairpin, warming their tyres up. I missed that. Spare the driver's blushes, won't say who it was. So, into line then. Charles Harris in pole position for his 310R debut. OK, then we will embarrass who it was. It was James Empson. Whoops. Well, he's taken his position on the grid in P5, the green car. The Kermit the Frog liveried car, I think that one is. About to get underway then, the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship. Everybody in position as the sun starts to set here in the Lincolnshire Wolds. Last race of the day here at Cadwell Park. Away they go. Charge up towards Coppice Corner gets underway. Being very busy in the midfield already. It looks like Ben Lopez-Appleton has made a good getaway from second on the grid. The number 5, the grey car, has got the lead, I think. Come over the top towards Charlie's Bend, and yes, the number 5 leads it. Number 4 of Harris in second place. It's Paul Goldstein in third in the number 12. The rest of them sorting themselves out behind. The 36 car around the outside there is Chris Buck. A lot of powder put down on the oil from Noah Checkley's car, so it's going to be pretty dusty over the first few laps. Charles Harris trying to get around the outside of Ben Lopez-Appleton. They go wheel to wheel out of Park Corner. Buck still on the outside there, as is the number 70 car. That's Andy Johnston in the Moobob car. One of our sponsors of Caterham Racing over the last couple of years. 95 is Steve Harris, Harris Senior at the back of the field, but at the front, Charles Harris has taken the lead from Ben Lopez-Appleton, his fellow front row starter. Paul Goldstein in the gold car slots in third place, and fourth place to number 22. That's Lionel Tolmash, certainly the best name in Caterham Racing. 88 up there on the outside is Ryan Wilby. He won't get round the outside there. Coming into the mountain. Over the top they come. Ben Lopez-Appleton's got the lead back again. There's a good battle being joined there. Ryan Wilby on the back of the number 16 of Tim Hardcastle, the blue and day-glow orange machine there. They make their way through the final part of the lap, through the shade, and back out into the sunlight on the pit straight. It is Ben Lopez-Appleton, I think, has gone back to the front. They've swapped places several times around that opening lap, the 5 and the 4. So number 12 of Goldstein in third. Will Harris, number 14 in fourth. There's been some contact there. Some debris has come off. I think it's the number 49 of Stephen Lancaster, judging by the colour of that wing there. And the marshals will have to try and find space to remove that. Here are the leaders coming up Park Straight, and making a move for the inside is Charles Harris. Will Harris weaving about on the outside there. 4 of them absolutely together for the lead of this final race of the day. Trying to make it 5 is Lionel Tolmash in the black and gold number 22 car. The midfielders swing their way through behind. Sam Parker up on the outside of the 25, the Mottel liveried car. That is Lars Hoffmann's car from last season, now being driven by fellow German Henning Eschweiler. As Charles Harris leads the way, he and Lopez-Appleton swapping places for fun at the front of the field on the opening lap. There's a breakaway of about 6 or 7 cars here at the front of the field. James Empson on the back of it. Next is Ryan Wilby, then it's Hardcastle, then I think Chris Buck has moved up behind them in the 36, quite possibly. Number 17, Alex Vincent, already moving his way through from the back of the field. We've got 1 car into the pits, that's Peter Mott in the number 96, and also having made a stop is number 70, Andrew Johnston, so they maybe had some contact somewhere. They've danced their way through Hall Bends. There's Vincent, the grey car with the blue roll cage, making his way up the order from the back of the grid. Use of non-compliant tyres in qualifying was his misdemeanour. Charles Harris leads at the line, but Lopez-Appleton back up the inside. They go over the debris. Hopefully nobody's going to puncture on that, especially as they're using new tyres for this season, the Nova Motorsport ZZRs. Jinking their way through there on the main straights. There's Lancaster. You see he's lost that wing there that's on the pit straight now. Chris Buck in the blue and white number 36 challenging the 16 of Tim Hardcastle. Over the dust they go. Up towards Park Corner once again. Here's the lead battle. Ben Lopez-Appleton forges his way back into the lead. This is the closest lead battle we've had in any race so far today. Stephen Lancaster's car continues to shed bits and bobs all the way round the lap. What's that that's come off? Looks like a bit of the exhaust pipe. Goodness me. Or was that the course marker he hit there? Something flew into the air. Number 8's there of Will Chadwick in the white and green car, challenging Henning Eschweiler. Lancaster's up to 5th place. Empson runs wide there, the number 20. Ryan Wilby trying to latch onto the tail now, make it 8 cars in this lead train. This is Caterham racing at its best. We've seen Charlie Harris and Ben Lopez-Appleton swap places for the lead. Well, I've already lost count of how many times. Now we see Wilby moving up, the black car with the red wheels on the tail of James Empson. Lionel Tolmash just ahead of them. 5th ahead of them, Stephen Lancaster's slightly battered number 49 car. He's chasing Will Harris in 4th place, the black car with the day-glow yellow flashes. Here comes Wilby, up on the outside in the 88. Over the debris they go once again. I'm amazed nobody's picked up a puncture on that. Still a long way to go, and Ben Lopez-Appleton, if anything, has pulled away slightly now in the number 5. Paul Goldstein still holding back Will Harris. Moves to the inside. He's going to try and go for 2nd place here, Paul Goldstein, down the inside at Park Corner. Charles Harris gives him room, and through he goes to P2. Up the outside, Stephen Lancaster throws it in into Chris Kerr there. Got a wheel onto the grass. I thought he was going to spin the 49 car. That'll have lost him some momentum in this battle. Yeah, you can see the gap that's opened up there as those behind had to lift off. So the Harris boys have swapped places there. It's Lopez-Appleton from Goldstein. Will Harris now 3rd. Charlie down to 4th. Then Lancaster 5th. Tolmash 6th. Wilby 7th. Empson 8th. First chance to draw breath in this race. Stephen Lancaster's got the fastest lap, 136.943. Ninth behind them, that's Chris Buck, ahead of Hardcastle, I think, in 10th place. This is the second place fight. They're not letting Ben Lopez Appleton get away. The man from York still leads. Paul Goldstein in second place. The man from Billingshurst in Kentrons and Air Conditioning Company. Here's Sam Parker. She's back in 14th place at the moment. Two classes in the 310R Championship this year. Notice as well the Pro-Am class and the Am category. Pro-Am currently being led by Paul Goldstein. And they're showing us the blue icons on our timing tower. 5 members of that class up there at the front of the field. But Ben Lopez Appleton is an Am, and he leads overall. Sam Parker ahead there of the 67, which is Richard Coop, and the number 44 of Rob Lowe, the red and white striped machine. It's Paul Goldstein trying to make a move for the lead into Park Corner. We've seen a fair few moves made here today. Lopez Appleton keeps his foot in, he's not giving way, and he holds the place around the outside. Will Harris still third. Still 12.5 minutes of this race to go. Out of the gooseneck, down towards Mansfield Bend. Still the number 5 holds the lead. They're queuing up behind him to have an attack for the race lead. 8 of them together, snaking their way around Cadwell Park. Still Lopez Appleton from Goldstein. Will Harris, Charlie Harris, and well, onto the grass there goes Paul Goldstein coming out of the mountain. That's going to lose him places. One loss of momentum is all that you need to put you to the back of the line when he's rejoined, but he's 6th, Paul Goldstein, after running wide there over the top of the mountain. Ben Lopez Appleton now under threat from Will Harris. He's going to have his chance to attack for the lead of this race. Sam Parker holding back Richard Coop in the 67 car. Behind them is Rob Lowe, the red and white striped machine. There's a battle further forward with Chadwick moving through in the number 8's car. Here's the fight for the lead. Look at Will Harris nearly putting a wheel out onto the grass there, going around the outside. Last year's Road Sports champion. He's gone all the way around Ben Lopez Appleton. He's done it. Becomes the second Harris brother to lead this race. There's the number 20 of James Empson at the back of this group. And there's Alex Vincent, who from the back of the grid already, not even at half distance yet, is up to 9th. What a drive through the field. So could he be in the lead fight very shortly? Just over 10.5 minutes of this race to go. Your leader is Will Harris, the number 14. Brothers come from Northampton, as does Father Steve. Well, Sam Parker's run wide there, coming out of the Mansfield Bend at the bottom of the hill. And Richard Coop goes through. That's for 13th place. Rob Lowe in behind them in that striped machine there, just ahead of Eschweiler in number 25, the man from Munich. You can normally see the Mottle livery car battling with Taylor O'Flanagan last season in the hands of Lars Hoffman, but a new status quo for this year. And then the yellow and black car there, that's Steve Harris, Harris Senior. Will Harris leads by 0.8 of a second, and fastest lap last time through, incidentally, was done by the number 8 of Will Chadwick back in the pack. Here are the leaders. These two have broken slightly clear of Charlie Harris, and the 49 of Steve Lancaster are now battling for 3rd place. About to lose his other wing there, Stephen Lancaster. There's Alex Vincent, and come through from the back. Down the hill. Will Harris looking to pick up exactly where he left off as a race winner last year. Stephen Lancaster, the Dutch Barn vodka car, big sponsors of Caterham Racing over the last few years. Sponsors of the Caterham 7 UK Championship in 2025, won by Matthew Armstrong. See the top class Caterhams out at Northern Speedfest at Croft to open their season. There you can see that wing flapping away. He's already lost the other one. Yeah, Caterham 7 310R Superleggera. He's lost that much weight. Paul Goldstein fighting up behind him ahead of Lionel Tolmash now. He's taken the 22. Over the line they go. Will Harris leads by 0.7 of a second. Charlie Harris is just on the fastest lap. He's challenging now for second place. Sam Parker's back ahead of Richard Coop, we see there. That's for 13th. Still that 8-car breakaway, which could soon become 9 if Alex Vincent can catch up at the front of the pack. Hardcastle under fire from Goldstein. There's Tolmash, he's run wide. Gets wheels onto the grass there coming out of Park Corner, and Ryan Wilby doesn't need asking twice. He goes through, he's still on the grass there, Lionel Tolmash. He's all over the place. Loses another spot. I think that's Emson that's got through. So Lionel Tolmash, I think, is down to 8th position now in the 22. Now, is it going to be Harris Brothers 1 and 2? Charlie's challenging Ben Lopez Appleton for second place. There's James Emson up to 7th now with Lionel Tolmash and the almost John Player Special lookalike black and gold behind him. And there's Alex Vincent closing in, and the number 8, which is Will Chadwick. First two have broken away slightly. The next two have broken away as well from Paul Goldstein. Over the line they go. Will Harris leads by 1.3 seconds. No wonder he's just in the fastest lap. 1:35.189 as Ryan Wilby attacks Stephen Lancaster. The inside trying to take 5th place away. Doesn't quite manage it. It's Charlie Harris third. Goldstein now in 4th. There's our second place fight. That means our leader, Will Harris, has got away a little, courtesy of that fastest lap. Charlie Harris puts a wheel onto the grass. Ben Lopez Appleton holds him off. Charles wants to get up and fight his brother Will for the lead. They've come through the Caterham ranks up from Road Sport to 310R this season. Still fight at the front of the field. Will we see them in Caterham 7 UK one day, I wonder? Ben Lopez Appleton holding back Charlie Harris at the moment. And there's a gap back to Hardcastle 4th, Goldstein 5th. 6th behind them is Wilby, then Tolmash back up to 7th. He's got ahead of James Emson. Here comes Alex Vincent in the 17. A burn from the stern, as they say in American racing, and he gets further into the top 10. Just over 5.5 minutes to go. Goldstein under fire there, coming through the mountain from Ryan Wilby in the 88s. Here's the fight further back for 13th place. Headed up by Parker, Coop and Lowe. There's Chadwick on his own in 10th place. And then Buck and Hardcastle are 11th and 12th. And then this is the fight for 13th. Richard Coop at the head of it at the moment. Five minutes remain. Still be major changes up front in this one. Will Harris led at the line by just under 1.5 seconds. That's quite a big margin in Caterham 310R terms. Can they reel him back in again? There's Paul Goldstein. He's back ahead of Lancaster. They're having a great fight. And Alex Vincent on the grass, trying to get round the outside. He has got round the outside of Lionel Tolmash. Needs to be careful. He doesn't want to fall foul of track limits penalties. Down the hill they come. Stephen Lancaster under fire from Ryan Wilby into Mansfield Bend. Emson behind them. I think Alex Vincent, yes, he is up to 8th place. He's got ahead of Lionel Tolmash there, the number 17. James Emson all over the back of Ryan Wilby. This is one of the narrower sections of the circuit into the mountain. There go the leaders. There's a back marker in there as well. That was what was confusing me. Number 70, Andrew Johnston. His car being lapped. He went into the pits earlier on. Parker under fire from Rob Lowe in the 44. Behind them, Eschweiler, Steve Harris. Now here comes they've got past the back marker, here comes the train of cars now for what is 5th position, because Paul Goldstein's been able to get away at the front of this group. Low under fire from Eschweiler, there's Steve Harris behind them. He'd dearly be up there fighting with his two sons for glory at the front of the field. He's not careful, they might be coming round to lap him. No, I don't think they're that close just yet to the back of the field. Lead gap is up to 1.85 seconds now. Here's the fights for what is now 5th position. Will Harris ahead of Lopez Appleton, Charles Harris and Goldstein, your top 4. This lot being left behind slightly as they squabble it out. Lionel Tolmash on the grass again. I know autograss is a popular sport in Lincolnshire, but not at Cadwell. Oh, James Empson nearly lost it under braking there for Mansfield Bend, nearly hit the back of Stephen Lancaster. Ryan Wilby's got ahead of them. Here comes Alex Vincent, charging from the back. Here are the leaders. Will Harris, the number 14, continues to set the pace. Just over 2 minutes to go, so a couple of laps left. Got a nice cushion now over Ben Lopez Appleton. Charlie Harris in 3rd. Can the brothers make it a 1-2? Charles Harris in the old Team Lotus colours there, the British Racing green and gold. Chasing down Ben Lopez Appleton, there's Paul Goldstein in 4th. And the battle for 5th, James Empson up the inside, taking the 49 of Stephen Lancaster. I think Will Harris has pulled out just about enough of an advantage now. 2.4 seconds clear. A great fight in the early stages of this race, though, with the Harrises and Ben Lopez Appleton swapping places for fun at the front. There's Goldstein on his own in 4th now. Can Charlie Harris make it a family 1-2? Can he get past Ben Lopez Appleton? With 1 lap to go this time. Final lap of day 1 here at Cadwell Park. Don't forget we reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 AM for a full day of motorsport. Oh, that's Lionel Tolmash. He's off. Looks like his front suspension's broken. The wheel hanging off. He was 7th. Bad luck for the man from Lincolnshire, from Grantham. Into the last lap goes our 2nd place battle. Will Harris has already gone through. Yeah, he leads by 3.6 seconds now. Pulled away by over another second on that last lap. So Will Harris is heading for victory on his Vertex Caterham Seven 310R debut. And he really is a rising star of Caterham racing. Will Harris was the Road Sport champion last year. He skipped 270R to go straight up to 310R. There he goes, the grey car with the red cage. But who is going to be second? Can his brother join him for a 1-2? He's right on the tail of Ben Lopez Appleton. Can he make his way through? Ben, who was 8th in the 310R points last year. There's bits of debris everywhere. That's from where Lionel Tolmash went off, I think. Going to be a bit of clear up for the marshals. I think we've lost the number 8 of Chadwick as well on that previous lap. He hasn't come through. So maybe a collision between those two. Here he comes then, picking up where he left off in 2025 when he took the Road Sports title. What a debut in 310R. He battled hard early on but has pulled away at the front of the field. Number 14, William Harris, takes a debut 310R victory. Is his brother going to make it a 1-2? I don't think he's quite going to get there. They finish together. Lopez Appleton just gets there for second place. Charles Harris third. Paul Goldstein is fourth. Now, what about the fight for fifth position between Lancaster? What's happened to Sam Parker? She's hit problems on the final lap. Fifth place will go to Alex Vincent. Vincent's got past Lancaster on the last lap. Great drive through the field from Alex Vincent. So Vincent fifth, Lancaster is sixth, Chris Buck is seventh in the 36. Hardcastle is eighth, Ryan Wilby drops to ninth, and James Empson 10th. Now Wilby and Empson dropping back, they must have tangled with Lionel Tolmash, because they were in the fight for fifth. So there must have been a tangle in there we didn't see. Behind them, Coop, Lowe, Steve Harris, Eschweiler. I don't think Sam Parker's going to make it home, unfortunately. There's Tolmash's car with damage to the front ends. There must have been a tangle there with Empson and Wilby, I think, because they've dropped down the order. Must have boiled over. I think that's on the outside of Mansfield, on the bank. There's Peter Mott's car in pit lane. He failed to complete a lap before he pulled in. There's your provisional result then. William Harris, a debut win in 310R by just over 5 seconds in the end ahead of Ben Lopez Appleton, who just held off Charlie Harris by a couple of tenths of a second to prevent a family 1-2. Paul Goldstein in fourth place. Alex Vincent from the back of the grid up to fifth. Stephen Lancaster sixth ahead of Chris Buck and Tim Hardcastle. Ryan Wilby and James Empson dropping down to 9th and 10th. Then Richard Coop in 11th place ahead of Rob Lowe, Steve Harris and Henning Eschweiler. The only other finisher being Andrew Johnston a lap down. We lost Sam Parker on the final lap, and Lionel Tolmash and William Chadwick eliminated a couple of laps from home. Peter Mott never got going. So, eventful stuff from the 310Rs. We'll hear what happened to Sam Parker shortly down in Parc Fermé, I'm sure. And we'll hear from our race winner, Will Harris, very shortly as well. That is our final race of the day, but so do stick around for the Parc Fermé with Ian coming up in a moment.
Well, we've got the Harris brothers here posing. Bragging rights today, though, go to Will Harris. Let's just let him get his helmet off. We'll have a quick chat with him if we can. And Charles coming home in second. Paul Goldstein's parked in third, although I had Mr. Lopez myself. And Will, can I just grab you for a second if we can as well? Bragging rights, go to you.
Great, thank you.
So what you got to say? Was it an exciting race?
It was a very exciting race. Sorry, I'm out of breath.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm alright. Pretty carnage at the start. A little bit of contact here and the nose. My pretty new car's got a few dents.
Yeah.
Also sat on the grid and it starts to rain.
Yeah.
Wasn't a fan of that. But I managed to get a bit of a gap and then just treated it like a quali session really, and just pumped in the fast laps and managed to stay in front. So yeah.
Well, your bro came in. He couldn't quite believe he'd got second, could you?
No, I got confused actually. I thought he finished third, but I get it now. Pro-Am now, so another 1-2, just like Road Sport.
Well done. Congratulations, mate. Bragging rights to you tonight. Be a good night. Let's grab Charles anyway for a chat. Charles, great racing there, was it? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it wasn't bad. It's good to have another Harris 1-2, but it's just a shame it wasn't my car there instead. But still, I'm happy. It was a good way to start 310.
You're not going to let him get away with that tomorrow.
Don't worry. We got two more races. So
That's what I like to hear. No, look, go enjoy the evening, won't you guys? Really appreciate it. Good stuff indeed. So I don't think Paul Goldstein was actually in third. Where is Paul? He's over here. Let's grab him for a quick chat if we can. I just don't want to get in the photographer's way. Paul, can I borrow you for a second? If that's all right. He's just coming over. Paul, I've had it, mate. You finished fourth.
Huh? Fourth? Yeah.
Yeah. You enjoy that?
It was all right, yeah. That was all right. Yeah, it's good.
The hair. We need to talk about the hair. It's gone.
Yeah, it might have been a Samson moment. What do you think? It's time for a change. 10 years, same haircut. It's time for a change, really.
You look dapper as ever. Always looking
10
good,
years
my
younger,
friend.
apparently. Would you agree?
Look, let's just say you look dapper.
15.
15. Yeah, I was going to say 20,
15.
but you know, I wanted it to be believable. It's good to see you. Right, there we go. Yeah, that is it. The racing action ends for today only here at Cadwell Park. I don't think Sam didn't finish the race, unfortunately, did we? So we'll see if we catch up with her anyway tomorrow. But more coming up. 15 races tomorrow. We are live from about 9:15 in the morning or so. Then wall-to-wall racing action here at War of the Worlds at Cadwell Park. That's it from me, but I'm going to hand over to Dave Goddard for the final word.
Well, thanks very much, Ian. Yes, confirmation it was Ben Lopez-Appleton in second place there. Sorry for the confusion, just ahead of Charlie Harris on the line with Paul Goldstein fourth. But Will Harris did take the win despite a bit of damage to the front of his car. That does wrap up day one here at War of the Wolds here at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire. We kick off tomorrow at 9:30. We're on air from 9:15. First race of the day will be the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, followed by Blue Oval Saloons and Classic Thunder. And we've got the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship. The pre-66 saloons are back out. Lotus Cortina versus Ford Anglia once again. And we've got the 270Rs to follow that, the FanDrive Caterham 270R Championship. Second race for the junior saloons. And then the Track Action Racing Club. Hopefully those who suffered damage in today's race can be back out for that one. And then we're joined by what could be the feature of the weekend, the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. If they're even a patch on how competitive as they were at Donington, that's going to be something special indeed. Our combined grid for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club out for their second race after that. That's the first race after the lunch break. Then we bring back the Caterham 310Rs, the Scottish Minis, the MG Owners Club, 270R, Junior Saloon Car, and the 310R finale to wrap up this weekend here at Cadwell Park. Will my voice last the distance? Who knows? Will Ian and Sam's voices last the distance down in Park Ferme? Commiserations to Sam failing to finish her first race of the season. I hope you've enjoyed the action from here at Cadwell Park here on day one. We'll be back here at 9:15 AM tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye for now.